I didn't wait to see how the battle between the two titans would unfold. I wasn't suicidal. The moment I recovered from the shock of witnessing a rank 8 Lightweaver in action, my survival instincts kicked in with a vengeance. Every fiber of my being screamed one simple message: get away. Now, I scrambled to my feet and bolted for the nearest exit, not bothering to check if anyone was watching. In the chaos engulfing the academy, one more fleeing figure hardly mattered. The corridor outside the armory was choked with dust and debris. Parts of the ceiling had collapsed, creating an obstacle course of rubble and broken support beams. I navigated it as best I could, my heart hammering against my ribs with each distant explosion that shook the building's foundations. Which way? I muttered, reaching a junction where the passage split in 3 directions. Left, Azure responded immediately. I'm detecting fewer energy signatures in that direction. Most of the fighting appears concentrated in the central and eastern wings. I took the left path without hesitation, trusting Azure's assessment. The further I ran, the more devastation I encountered. Entire sections of wall had been blown apart, offering glimpses of battles raging in adjacent chambers. Bodies littered the floor, some in the red robes of the Skybound, others in the white and gold of Lightweavers. Most were unmoving. A few still twitched or moaned, reaching out with bloodied hands as I passed. I didn't stop. Couldn't. In this hellscape, compassion was a luxury I couldn't afford. Another massive explosion rocked the academy, this one close enough to send me staggering into a wall. Plaster and stone dust rained down from the ceiling, coating my hair and shoulders in a fine white powder. That was one of the elders that battles using transformations, Azure informed me. His energy signature just vanished. I thought about the transformed elder I'd glimpsed briefly during my initial observation of the battle, the one who had become some kind of bone-armored monstrosity. Gone now, apparently, erased by the Lightweaver named Cal. How powerful is this Cal person? I wondered aloud as I resumed running. To take down a rank 7 elder like he's swatting a fly. Those higher ranks are beyond our comprehension, Azure replied simply. I rounded a corner and found myself in what appeared to be a dining hall, or what remained of one. Tables and benches had been reduced to kindling, scattered across a floor stained with food and blood. The far wall had completely collapsed, opening onto a courtyard beyond. Perfect. An exit. I picked my way through the wreckage, heading for the opening. Fresh air and open space beckoned, promising at least the possibility of escape from this crumbling death trap. I was halfway across the hall when I felt something shift in my inner world. Master! Azure's voice held a note of alarm I'd never heard before. Something's wrong with YGGY. I stumbled to a halt, nearly losing my balance as a wave of distress washed over me through the bond one shared with the vine creature. It wasn't pain. Exactly. More like a profound sense of loss and confusion that echoed from my inner world into my physical consciousness. What's happening? I asked, pressing a hand to my chest as if I could somehow reach through and comfort YGGY directly. I don't know, Azure admitted. One moment he was dormant in the northwest quadrant, and the next he was writhing in distress. His energy pattern is fluctuating wildly. I tried to project reassurance through our connection. It did little good. YGGY's agitation only seemed to increase, sending pulses of emotion that made it hard to concentrate on my surroundings. Can you calm him down? I asked Azure. I need to focus on getting us out of here. I'm trying, Master. But Azure's response was cut off by a keening cry that seemed to pierce straight through my consciousness. It wasn't a physical sound. It was purely psychic, YGGY's voice in my mind, raw with a grief so profound it momentarily staggered me. My eyes snapped open as understanding dawned. Elder Malric, I whispered. He's reacting to Elder Malric. I turned back toward the central courtyard where the aerial battle had been taking place. Through the collapsed wall, I had a clear view of the sky and of the final moments of Elder Malric's existence as he was drawn into the vortex created by Cal's brush. The eccentric elder simply folded in on himself, compressing to nothing like a piece of paper crumpled into an infinitesimal point. Then he was gone, leaving no trace behind. YGY's cry redoubled, a psychic wail of loss that threatened to bring me to my knees. He feels it, I realized. The death of his creator. It was bizarre intellectually. I knew that Elder Malric wasn't permanently dead. This was a time loop. When I returned to the Two Suns world on my next loop, Malric would be there, continuing his crazy research with enthusiasm. But that knowledge did nothing to dull the ache I felt. Just when I thought the situation couldn't get worse, a cold voice cut through my distraction. What do we have here? A little red bird, lost in the chaos. I spun around, automatically channeling energy to the rune on my right hand, the one that would activate my vine whip technique. Standing by the entrance I'd used seconds earlier was a figure in white and gold robes. Not the fearsome Cal, thankfully, but a light weaver nonetheless. The patterns embroidered on his sleeves marked him as rank 2. I frowned. Against someone at the level of Viara, I was still outmatched. Just passing through, I said, trying to keep my voice steady as I slowly backed toward the courtyard. I have no quarrel with the Order of the First Light. The Lightweaver's lips curved in a smile that never reached his eyes. Yet you wear the red robes of the Skybound. That makes you an enemy by definition, little bird. You could be reading stolen content. Head to the original site for the genuine story. I'm a student, I protested, already looking for ways to escape. Barely even initiated. I don't know anything about the politics between our factions. Politics? The man laughed. Is that what you call it when your elders bind children to blood runes that drive them slowly mad? When they sacrifice innocence to feed their corrupt techniques? Look, I said, holding up my hands in what I hoped was a non-threatening gesture. I just want to get out of here alive. I'm not fighting for either side. The Lightweaver's expression hardened. Neutrality is not an option in this conflict. The Red Sun's corruption seeps into all who channel its power, whether they acknowledge it or not. He raised his hand, and a pattern of blue light began to form above his palm. I'm doing you a favor, really? Better a quick death now than the slow descent into madness that awaits all Skybound. Keeping my eyes on my opponent, I subtly shifted my weight, preparing to dodge whatever he was about to throw at me. This wasn't going to be a battle. It would be an execution. I needed to find a way to escape. Fast. The Lightweaver noticed. His smile widened a fraction. Planning to run, little bird? I'm afraid your wings are already clipped. Only then did I notice the faint blue lines spreading across the floor, cutting off my escape routes one by one. Damn it. I activated my blink step rune without hesitation, launching myself sideways just as the Lightweaver completed his attack. A spear of blue light shot from his hand, piercing the space where I'd been standing a heartbeat earlier. The force of my sudden movement carried me through a gap in the blue light formation before it could fully close. I rolled to my feet near one of the overturned tables, already planning my next move. The Lightweaver looked momentarily surprised, then impressed. Movement rune, he observed. Not bad for an initiate. Perhaps you have some potential after all. All the more reason to end you before the corruption takes hold. He gestured again, and this time multiple spears of light formed around him, hovering in the air like luminous javelins waiting to be thrown. I didn't wait for him to launch them. I sprinted for the nearest cover, a partially collapsed column that might provide some protection. The light spears followed, whistling through the air at me. I ducked behind the column just as the first spear struck. It shattered against the stone, sending fragments flying in all directions. One caught my cheek, opening a shallow cut that immediately began to burn as if touched by acid. The remaining spears circled the column, seeking an angle of attack. I pressed myself against the stone, trying to make myself as small a target as possible. My mind raced, cataloging what little I had to work with. My vine whip technique might buy me a few seconds, but it wouldn't do any real damage against a rank 2 practitioner. The explosive seed might be more effective, but I'd need a direct hit to have any impact. As for my other runes, the Aegis mark could protect me temporarily, but 30 seconds of defense wouldn't help if I had no way to counterattack. "This is pointless, little bird," the Lightweaver called out, his voice almost friendly now. "You've shown admirable spirit. Why not face your end with dignity? I promise it will be painless." "Thanks, but I'm not really in a dying mood today," I called back, still frantically trying to come up with a plan. I heard him sigh. "As you wish." The air around me suddenly grew heavy. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up as power gathered, far more than had been used in the previous attacks. I made my move. I activated the explosive seed rune on my right index finger. With a flick of my wrist, I sent a seed arcing towards the Lightweaver. Simultaneously, I channeled energy into my Vine Whip rune, causing 3 thick vines to burst from the ground around the Lightweaver. One aimed for his legs, another for his torso, and the third sought to bind his arms to prevent him from completing his attack. Without even looking at the approaching vines, the Lightweaver made a dismissive gesture with his left hand. A ripple of blue energy pulsed outward, withering my vines mid-strike. They blackened and crumbled to ash before they could even touch him. He didn't even acknowledge my explosive seed attack either. The seed detonated halfway to its target, hitting some invisible barrier around him. The explosion was impressive, but against him, it might as well have been a gentle breeze. I quickly activated Blink Step again, launching myself away from the column just as a massive beam of blue energy engulfed it. The stone didn't just break, it disintegrated, turned to dust in an instant. The force of the blast sent me tumbling across the floor, my robes smoking from the proximity to such intense heat. I rolled to a stop against a fallen beam, dazed but somehow still alive. My ears rang, and my vision swam with afterimages of the blinding flash. Through the haze, I saw the Lightweaver walking towards me. "A pity," he said, genuine regret coloring his voice. "In another life, under the blue sun's guidance, you might have been something special." He raised his hand, the energy between his palms coalescing into a sphere of pure, destructive potential. This was it. I had no more tricks, no more escapes. All I could do was raise my arm in a futile attempt to shield myself as the Lightweaver prepared to deliver the killing blow. Yet, I wasn't disappointed with my performance. I had lasted longer than my previous attempts against a rank 2 being. Soon, I would be able to fight at their level, but for now, it seemed my visit to the Two Suns world was over. "Master!" Azure's voice cut through my resignation. "Above you!" Pure instinct took over. Without questioning, without thinking, I activated the Hawk's Eye rune. The world sharpened into crystal clarity. My perception accelerated. I could see the minute adjustments in the Lightweaver's stance as he prepared to release his attack. And above us, the battle had reached a new level of intensity. A massive discharge of combined red and blue energy was descending from the dome. A stray attack of such power that it dwarfed anything I'd witnessed so far. And it was heading directly towards our position. "Dodge!" Azure shouted. With the last dregs of my energy, I activated Blink Step and threw myself sideways, away from both the Lightweaver and the incoming energy blast. The movement was clumsy, desperate, nothing like the controlled evasions I trained for. But it was enough. Barely. The attack from above struck the spot where I'd been standing a heartbeat earlier. The Lightweaver, focused on maintaining his technique, noticed the danger too late. The resulting explosion seemed to tear apart reality itself. A blinding flash of purple light, red and blue energies combining in ways that shouldn't be possible, engulfed the area. The shockwave hit me like a physical wall, sending me flying through the air until I collided with something solid. Pain exploded through my body, and darkness crept at the edges of my vision. For several seconds, or perhaps minutes, I drifted between consciousness and oblivion. When my senses finally returned, the world had changed. The explosion had carved a crater where the Lightweaver had stood. Nothing remained of him, not a body, not even fragments of clothing. He had been completely obliterated by the stray attack. I pulled myself to a sitting position, every movement sending fresh waves of pain through my battered body. My robes were torn, exposing skin that had been scraped raw from the impact. I tasted blood in my mouth from where I'd bitten my tongue. That was close, I managed, my voice emerging as little more than a rasp. Indeed, though I would not recommend relying on being missed by a more powerful attack meant for someone else as a consistent survival strategy. Despite everything, I found myself chuckling. The sound turned into a pained cough as my bruised ribs protested. Noted, I replied once I could speak again. Though I think I'm out of alternatives at this point. I attempted to stand, but my legs refused to support my weight. I'd pushed my body beyond its limits, and now I was paying the price. The best I could manage was propping myself against a broken section of wall to survey my surroundings. The academy was nearly unrecognizable. What had once been an impressive complex of training halls, dormitories, and research facilities was now largely rubble. "We need to get out of here," I said, slowly turning back towards the gate. "While we still can." I'd barely taken a step when I noticed something odd about my hand. I stared for a moment, uncomprehending. It seemed transparent? No, that wasn't quite right. It was more like I was fading. "Azure," I said, my voice rising with alarm. "What's happening to me?" "It's not just you, Master," he whispered. "Look around." I did, and what I saw sent a spike of terror through me. The rubble, the fires, even the air itself seemed to be losing substance, becoming ghostly and translucent. "Master, look up." What I saw made my breath catch in my throat. The conflict had ended. The sky was eerily still, the combatants no longer trading devastating attacks that shook the foundations of reality. Instead, a single figure hovered above the ruined academy, Hiron, the headmaster, his red robes billowing around him. In his right hand, he held something that sent a chill through my fading body. Cal's head, severed from his body, eyes still glowing with fading blue light. The headmaster's expression was difficult to discern at this distance, but his posture suggested not jubilation but grim necessity, as if this act had been required rather than desired. As I watched, Cal's severed head began to fade, just as my hand was fading, just as the world around us was fading. The headmaster seemed to notice the phenomenon as well, looking at his trophy with what might have been surprise before glancing at his own hand, which was similarly becoming transparent. The dissolution accelerated dramatically. Everything began to blur together, colors and shapes losing definition until all that remained was a swirling chaos of light and shadow. I felt a strange pulling sensation as my consciousness was expelled from this world. And then there was nothing. No sight, no sound, no sensation. Just a perfect, empty void, stretching endlessly in all directions. For what might have been an eternity or merely an instant, I existed in this state of non-being, neither alive nor dead, neither here nor there. Time had no meaning in this place beyond places. Then, suddenly, my consciousness was thrown into a vessel, and I opened my eyes, gasping. The disorientation from returning to my body had been getting better the past few visits, more natural, but this time it felt significantly worse. Perhaps witnessing the destruction of the Red Sun Academy, seeing Hiron holding Cal's severed head, and being forcefully expelled from the world as the timeline reset had something to do with it. "Well, that was unexpected," I muttered, looking around to find myself back in small alcove. The privacy formations I'd set up earlier still maintained a bubble of seclusion around me. I sat up slowly, my mind racing with everything I'd witnessed in the Two Suns world. "Master, are you all right?" Azure asked. I took a deep breath, steadying myself. "Yes, just processing what we saw." "That was certainly an educational visit," Azure replied, his tone dry, "though perhaps not in the way we had anticipated." "That's putting it mildly." The image of the academy in ruins, flames licking at collapsed buildings, bodies scattered across courtyards, it wasn't something I'd forget anytime soon. And then there was Cal, a rank 8 Lightweaver who had single-handedly taken down 4 rank 7 elders before falling to Hiron. While I didn't stay to observe the whole battle, I did catch fragments of their conversation before the battle began, which led to some interesting findings. "He's in a time loop," I murmured. more to organize my thoughts than to inform Azure, who already knew. That's how he knew exactly what techniques the elders would use, how he had counters prepared for everything, and why he spoke as if he'd fought them before, Azure added. Despite their insistence, it was their first encounter. I nodded, staring absently at the wall. He said, "This is technically our first battle to one of the elders." And then that elder realized it right before he died. "You really have done this before." The implications were staggering. A rank 8 Lightweaver with the ability to reset time? It explained how he breached the Academy's defenses so easily, how he dismantled formations that should have taken centuries to understand. He'd likely attacked the Academy dozens, perhaps hundreds of times before, learning something new with each attempt. But what's his purpose? I wondered. He mentioned a breach, growing wider with each passing day, Azure added, and something about the red and blue suns being designed as a balance, not in opposition. I pondered this. The breach had to be related to the strange distortion visible on the horizon. But a breach to where? Between worlds, perhaps? The thought sent a chill through me. Two worlds colliding would only result in a war, where billions would die as each world desperately tried to devour the other for survival. The time loop reset when Kal died, I noted, which suggests he's the anchor for it. Somehow, I've been caught in his loop. A passenger in someone else's temporal cycle, Azure agreed. Though your loop seems to operate independently of his to some degree. You've made multiple trips to the Two Suns world without witnessing the Academy attack before. That was true. My previous visits had all been to the village, where I'd gotten caught in a raid and died multiple times before figuring out how to survive. This was the first time I'd appeared in the Red Sun Academy during an attack. And it was the first time I made it that far into the loop. I wonder where I'll appear next time, I said thoughtfully. The village again? Or will I keep appearing at the Academy now? Impossible to predict without more data, Azure replied, though I'd suggest being prepared for either scenario. A troubling thought occurred to me. If Kal is also a looper, and he has abilities related to soul detection, you're concerned he might detect your presence as an anomaly, Azure finished my thought, particularly if you attempt to infiltrate the Blue Sun Academy as planned. I nodded. Exactly. He might interpret my sudden appearance as a change in the loop, a butterfly effect he needs to investigate. And the attention of a rank 8 cultivator is the last thing I need. That's assuming he'd even notice you among thousands of initiates, Azure countered, and that he'd have reason to investigate a seemingly ordinary novice skybound or lightweaver. True, I acknowledged. If I keep a low profile, I'd just be another face in the crowd. Not worth the attention of someone battling elders and headmasters. I leaned back against the wall, considering our options. My original plan to visit the Blue Sun Academy still had merit. Learning to harness the Blue Sun's energy would be invaluable, both in that world and more in this one. But the presence of another looper, especially one with Kal's power and apparent knowledge, added significant risk. He seemed to be doing different things in different loops, I reasoned, testing various approaches that might work in our favor. He'd be focused on his objectives, not random variations in background characters. A reasonable assessment, Azure said, and strategically speaking, gathering intelligence on both the Red and Blue Sun energies would still be advantageous, regardless of Kal's existence. I nodded, feeling more resolved. We'll proceed cautiously, keep our distance from major events, focus on learning what we can about the Blue Sun's power, and avoid doing anything that might draw attention. If you spot this tale on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. A prudent approach, Master. My plan had a good chance at succeeding. With how the rank 8 acted, hinting at the peculiar situation he was in, it seemed he didn't expect anyone to retain their memories through loops. An amateur mistake. In a world where time and space could be fiddled around with, it wasn't unlikely that there was some godly ability that either let someone else hitch a ride in your time loop or retain their memories despite temporal changes. Yet I don't blame him. After hundreds, if not thousands of iterations, Anyone's guard would fall, even if slightly, which gave me the chance that I needed to carry out my own plan. I stretched, suddenly aware of how grimy I felt. The day's activities in Wuchi City, followed by hours of flower preparation, had left me in desperate need of a bath. I looked down at my still dirty robes and grimaced. I can think about interdimensional time loops after I've cleaned up, I decided. Did the inn mention bathing facilities? There's a public bathhouse adjacent to the inn, Azure supplied. Still within the inn's security formations, but in a separate building. Perfect. I rose from the bed, gathering a clean set of clothes from my storage ring. As an afterthought, I also took a small pouch containing a few spirit stones. Public facilities in cultivation cities often required payment, and I didn't want to be caught unprepared. I deactivated my privacy formations with a gesture and slipped out of the alcove. I had been away for less than a minute, yet the main room was empty. Both Lu Chong and Su Yu must have retired to their sleeping areas. The remnants of our meal still sat on the low table, though someone, likely Lu Chong, who struck me as the tidy type, had stacked the dishes neatly to one side. Moving quietly to avoid disturbing my teammates, I made my way to the door and out into the hallway. The inn was peaceful at this hour, with only the occasional murmur of voices coming from behind closed doors. I followed the corridor to its end, where a small door led to an enclosed courtyard connecting to the bathhouse. The bathhouse itself was a modest but well-maintained structure, built in the traditional style with curved eaves and steam rising from its tiled roof. A sleepy-looking attendant sat at the entrance, barely glancing up as I approached. 2 spirit stones for entry, he mumbled, holding out a hand. Includes towels and basic soap. Premium oils or extended stay is extra. I dropped the requested payment into his palm. Just the basic service is fine. He nodded, handing me a small wooden token with the character for men carved into it. Through the right doorway. Private stalls are first come, first served. Communal pool in the back. I took the token and passed through the indicated entrance. Inside, the air was heavy with steam and the pleasant scent of sandalwood. The changing area contained several wooden cabinets where one could store belongings, each secured with a simple locking mechanism that responded to the wooden token. Not that I would trust them to secure my belongings, it seemed a great way to get robbed and begin a whole different arc. No, my storage ring would do just fine. After removing my dirty robes and throwing it in a separate area in my ring, I wrapped a towel around my waist and headed toward the washing area. The bathhouse was sparsely populated at this hour, just 2 other men, both clearly cultivators based on their chi signatures, using private washing stalls on the far side. I claimed an empty stall, grateful for the privacy. The stall contained a simple wooden stool, a large ceramic basin filled with hot water, and a smaller empty basin for rinsing. A shelf held the soap, along with a cloth for scrubbing. Ah, the luxuries of civilization. I sighed contentedly as I sat on the stool and began washing away the day's grime. You seem unusually pleased by such basic amenities. When you've spent enough time living rough between missions, I replied, you learn to appreciate hot water and soap. I sank the cloth into the steaming basin, feeling muscles a knot that I hadn't even realized were tense. As I scrubbed, my mind drifted back to the Two Suns world and what I'd witnessed. The battle between Cal and the Red Sun Academy elders had been both terrifying and awe-inspiring. The level of power on display far exceeded anything I could currently achieve in either world. Those paint techniques Cal used, I murmured to Azure. Have you ever seen anything like them in the books? Nothing precisely similar, Azure replied thoughtfully, though there are formation techniques in this world that incorporate artistic elements. The concept of using brushwork as a medium for power isn't entirely without parallel. I nodded, remembering the incredible versatility Cal had demonstrated, creating living constructs from painted images, manipulating space and time, even transforming into a swarm of butterflies, all achieved through his brush and scrolls. It makes me wonder if that is the proper way to channel the Blue Sun's energy, I said, already imagining how that would impact my battle style. Considering what we saw of Lightweavers using weapons and other mediums to channel their attacks, it would make sense, Azure agreed. After thoroughly cleaning myself, I moved to the communal soaking pool at the back of the bathhouse. The large circular basin was built into the floor, filled with steaming water infused with minerals that helped replenish spiritual energy. I slipped in with a contented sigh, feeling the warm water ease the remaining tension from my body. The two other cultivators had finished their washing and were now soaking as well, positioned on the opposite side of the pool. They spoke in low tones, paying me little attention. I closed my eyes, focusing on the soothing sensation of the mineral water while keeping my senses alert. Their conversation gradually became more animated, their voices rising just enough for me to catch fragments. Said they lost contact with the advanced scout. One was saying, "Spatial fluctuations are getting worse," the other replied. "Elder Fong is considering postponing our entry until—" They suddenly fell silent, and I sensed eyes on me. Without opening my eyes, I knew they'd become aware of my eavesdropping, intentional or not. "We should continue this elsewhere," the first voice said flatly. I heard the soft splash of water as they exited the pool, followed by receding footsteps. Only when they had left the bathing area completely did I open my eyes again. "It seems some factions are having second thoughts about entering the valley," I murmured to Azure. "Information worth remembering," he replied. "If the spatial fluctuations are indeed worsening, it could affect our own mission timeline." I nodded, making a mental note to share this intelligence with Lu Chong when I returned to our quarters. After another few minutes of soaking, I decided I'd spent enough time away from our suite. I rose from the pool, dried myself with a fresh towel, and retrieved my clean clothes from my storage ring. The simple gray robes felt refreshing after a day spent in dusty, sweat-stained attire. I ran a hand through my damp hair, decided it was presentable enough, and made my way out of the bathhouse. The night air felt cool against my clean skin as I crossed the small courtyard back toward the inn. The moon hung low in the sky. I estimated it to be about an hour or so past midnight, still plenty of time to get some rest before morning. As I approached the door leading back into the inn, it suddenly swung open. I reacted instinctively, sidestepping to avoid collision with whoever was emerging. My evasion brought me face to face with a young woman who had clearly been hurrying. She pulled up short, a small sound of surprise escaping her lips as she nearly bumped into me. The moonlight illuminated delicate features framed by long, dark hair elegantly styled with a simple jade hairpin. She wore pale lilac robes. Her eyes widened slightly as they met mine, and a faint blush colored her cheeks. I apologize," she said. "I wasn't looking where I was going." "No harm done," I replied easily, offering a polite nod. The fault was equally mine. She smiled, the expression transforming her already attractive features into something truly striking. How gracious! Most would simply blame the careless woman rushing about at this hour. There was something compelling about her presence, a subtle charisma that seemed to demand attention. My instincts hummed with warning. Beauty was often weaponized in the cultivation world, and unexpected encounters rarely happened by pure chance, especially not with someone who carried herself with such obvious cultivation breeding. "Perhaps they would," I said carefully, "but I find assigning blame rarely improves a situation." Her smile widened, seemingly appreciative of my response. A philosopher as well as a gentleman. Rare qualities indeed. She studied me with open curiosity. "I don't believe I've seen you before. Are you new to Wuchi City?" "Just passing through," I replied, keeping my answer deliberately vague. "Here on business that will likely conclude soon." "A pity," she said, and the sincerity in her voice seemed genuine. "The city could use more cultivators with your perspective." I sensed no immediate danger from her, but something about the encounter still felt orchestrated. Was she simply being friendly, or fishing for information? Impossible to tell without more interaction, which I wasn't eager to pursue. "You're too kind," I said, offering another polite nod as I stepped aside to clear her path. "But I shouldn't keep you from your destination." This novel's true home is a different platform. Support the author by finding it there. She inclined her head gracefully, accepting my subtle dismissal without apparent offense. Of course, perhaps our paths will cross again before you depart. Perhaps, I agreed noncommittally, all the while praying I never see her again. As she moved past me, the faint scent of plum blossoms lingered in the air. I watched her go, noting the confident grace of her movement that spoke of extensive combat training despite her delicate appearance. Curious, Azure commented. Her chi signature was masked quite thoroughly, a technique requiring considerable skill for one so apparently young. Indeed, I murmured, and an interesting coincidence that she happened to be exiting precisely as we were entering. You suspect she was waiting for you? I suspect nothing and everything, I replied, pushing open the door to re-enter the inn. In a city full of cultivators competing for the same prize, caution seems safer. I made my way back to our suite, my senses alert for any sign of pursuit or observation. Finding none, I slipped inside quietly as my ears caught the faint sound of hushed voices and movement. Lu Chong emerged from Su Yu's room, quietly pulling the privacy shutter closed behind him. When he turned and saw me standing there, he froze momentarily, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. "Junior brother," he said, recovering quickly. "I thought you'd retired for the night." I offered a casual shrug. "Just returning from the bathhouse." An awkward silence fell between us. Lu Chang's hair was slightly disheveled, his outer robe hastily straightened. "We were finalizing some details for tomorrow's expedition," he explained, the justification unnecessary and telling in itself. "Your business is your own, senior brother?" I smiled faintly. "We all find comfort where we can in this profession." Relief softened his expression. "You're very understanding. Life is too short and dangerous to judge how others seek connection," I replied simply. He nodded, a new respect visible in his eyes. "Indeed. Well, I should get some rest. Tomorrow will be demanding." "Good night, then," I said, moving towards my own alcove. "That was diplomatically handled," Azure commented once we were alone. "Their relationship isn't my concern," I replied, settling onto the bed. "And they're professionals, it won't affect the mission." My thoughts returned to the encounter with the young woman. "What do you make of that encounter, Azure?" I asked. "We don't have enough data to draw firm conclusions," he replied. She displayed interest without being overtly threatening. Her cultivation level was deliberately concealed, and there were no identifying sect markings visible on her robes. "All true," I agreed, and yet something about it felt prepared, as if she'd been waiting for an opportunity. For what purpose? That's the question, isn't it? I leaned back against the wall, considering possibilities. Information gathering? Testing our alertness? Or perhaps completely innocent, a lonely cultivator seeking conversation? "The last seems least likely," Azure observed dryly. I chuckled. Agreed. The strange encounter had brought my mind fully back to the present mission. Tomorrow would be critical for our preparations to enter the valley. We needed to gather final intelligence, review our plan, and ensure we were properly equipped for whatever challenges awaited. And yet, my thoughts kept returning to the Two Suns world and what I'd witnessed there. The apocalyptic battle at the Red Sun Academy had revealed much about that reality's power structures and conflicts. Cal's abilities, the strange time loop he was in, the breach he spoke of, all pieces of a puzzle I couldn't yet assemble. "I think I should go back," I said after a moment of contemplation. "To the Two Suns world?" Azure sounded surprised. "So soon?" "Not right now, but I'll wake up just before dawn," I explained. With the time ratio, I could spend considerable time there while only being gone briefly here. I stretched out on the bed, making myself comfortable. Besides, after what we witnessed with Cal and the Academy battle, I need to understand more. Is the loop still active? Will I appear in the Academy again? Or back in the village? "And if it's the village?" Azure asked. "Then my original plan stands," I replied. Find a way to reach the Blue Sun Academy, maintain a low profile, and learn to use Blue Sun energy without drawing attention. I stared up at the ceiling, considering the implications. If I can master both sun energies, it could significantly enhance my capabilities in both worlds. But I need to be careful. Revealing such abilities might make me a target, especially with the conflict between the Skybound and Lightweavers. What about Cal and the breach he mentioned? Azure asked. I frowned. For now, observation is our safest approach. He's operating at a level far beyond our current capabilities. Better to gather information from the periphery than risk direct involvement. And if you manifest at the Red Sun Academy again? Immediate evacuation, I said firmly. That battle was beyond my ability to influence or survive. If I find myself there during the attack, my only priority will be escaping with my life. And if you die again? Azure asked bluntly. Always a possibility, I grimaced. But I'm getting better at avoiding it, aren't I? Your survival rate has improved, he conceded with what sounded suspiciously like a suppressed chuckle. With my decision made, I closed my eyes and allowed myself to drift into sleep. The events of the day had left me more tired than I'd realized, and I slipped quickly into dreamless slumber. A few hours before dawn, I sat cross-legged on the meditation mat as I guided the two suns in my inner world to hide beneath the canopy of the Genesis seed. The baby star joined its larger counterparts in hiding. While not as powerful as the main suns, it too could betray my unusual cultivation if noticed by the wrong individuals. With the celestial bodies concealed, I returned my attention to the connection between worlds. I reached out with my awareness, and I felt that familiar sensation of my soul preparing to leave my body. Then I let go and began my journey through the void. The next thing I know, my body was twisting to the side as an arrow passed by my cheek. The projectile thudded into the wooden post behind me, exactly where my head had been a moment before. Maya stared at me, her hand still extended where she'd meant to pull me to safety. Has fear addled your wits, too? Her words cut off abruptly as she registered my movement. How did you? I turned to face her with a smile on my face. I was back. In the village, as it happened, right in the middle of the raid I'd experienced multiple times before. This was familiar territory now, a challenge I'd overcome before and could overcome again. It was time to make my way to the Blue Sun Academy. Each time my experience at the village had played out slightly differently, but the core remained the same. Raiders attacking, villagers dying, and Vyara appearing to either slaughter everyone or, if she detected my potential, spare them to recruit me. Just lucky, I said to Maya. Something caught my eye. Her brow furrowed in suspicion, but there wasn't time for her to question me further. Right on schedule, Henrik's voice bellowed across the village square. Raiders! His familiar shout sent a ripple of panic through the gathered villagers. They're breaking through the east gate. I watched Henrik stride toward us, that same determined expression on his face. In previous loops, I'd seen him charge a skybound cultivator with nothing but an axe, dying in a futile but brave attempt to buy others time to escape. Maya thrust the rusty sword toward me, the same blade I'd been handed in every previous iteration of this moment. Here, try not to stab yourself with it. This time I accepted the weapon without protest. The hilt felt rough against my palm, the balance poor and the edge duller than it should be. But it was better than nothing, and refusing it would only raise more questions. What's the plan? I asked, knowing full well what her answer would be. Defend the gates as long as we can, Maya replied, readying her own weapon, a slightly better maintained short sword. Buy time for the elderly and children to escape through the tunnels. I nodded as if hearing this for the first time. The 7th band will try to flank through the south wall, I said. We should station people there. Maya's eyes narrowed. How could you possibly know that? Just a guess, I shrugged. They've done it before in other villages. Before she could press the issue, another shout came from the direction of the east gate. The first wave of raiders had breached the outer barricade. Go help Henrik, Maya ordered, pointing toward the northern section of the village. I'll organize the south wall defense. She gave me one last searching look, then dashed off, already calling for volunteers. As soon as she was out of sight, I allowed myself a moment to think. I needed a plan, not just reaction and improvisation this time, but a genuine strategy. Azure, I called out inwardly, we need options. Based on previous iterations, we have approximately 15 minutes before the Skybound arrives, and that is only if she doesn't detect you before then. The raiders will fully breach the East Gate in approximately 3 minutes, and the South Wall in 5. I nodded, absently checking the rusty sword's edge. And the sun touched? Based on previous observations, the first transformation should occur in 6 minutes, coinciding with the red sun reaching its zenith. I glanced up at the crimson orb hanging in the sky. Already it seemed brighter, its bloody light intensifying as it climbed toward its peak. When it reached its zenith, those raiders with a particular sensitivity to its influence would begin to change, becoming the monstrous sun-touched, with enhanced strength, regenerative abilities, and an unquenchable bloodlust. So, our window is 6 minutes, before the sun-touched emerge but after the initial chaos of the breach provides cover. I muttered, calculating distances in my head. We need to reach the forest before Viara arrives, but not so early that we attract attention. Correct, Azure confirmed. Another crash from the direction of the East Gate jolted me back to the immediate situation. People were running past me now, some armed with farming implements, others simply fleeing toward the escape tunnels. I needed to blend in, to appear both concerned and determined, like any other villager caught in a raid. Taking a deep breath, I let my expression shift to one of frightened resolve. Then I joined the flow of defenders heading toward the East Gate, careful to keep myself in the middle of the group rather than at its edges. Anonymity within the chaos was my best defense. The East Gate was a simple wooden structure, reinforced with metal bands and usually guarded by 2 village militiamen. Now it was splintering under the repeated blows of a battering ram, the wood creaking and groaning with each impact. Henrik stood before it, organizing the defenders into a semicircle, their makeshift weapons raised. "Hold the line," he shouted. "Remember the drills. First rank kneels, second rank stands. When they break through, let them come to us." I positioned myself in the second rank, sword raised. The perfect picture of a dutiful villager preparing to defend his home, while secretly planning my escape at the first opportunity. "Master," Azure's voice came again, "I've been analyzing our options. The North Forest path offers the best chance of escape once the combat begins, but it requires passing close to where Viara appeared in previous iterations. And the alternatives?" I asked silently, keeping my face fixed in an expression of nervous determination. "Reading on this site, this novel is published elsewhere. Support the author by seeking out the original. The Western Mountains would provide cover, but the terrain is difficult and would slow our progress significantly. The Eastern Plains offer speed but no concealment. The Southern Forest is already being targeted by the 7th Band of raiders." I considered our options as the battering ram struck again, sending splinters flying from the increasingly damaged gate. Henrik shouted more instructions, his voice almost drowned out by the raiders' war cries from the other side. "North it is," I decided. "We'll time our exit to coincide with the initial breach, use the chaos as cover, then slip away toward the tree line." "A sound strategy," Azure agreed. "However, I recommend moving soon. The gate will not withstand many more impacts." As if to emphasize his point, a tremendous crash shook the barricade, and the center of the gate collapsed inward. Through the gap, I could see the raiders' dirty, scarred men and women in mismatched leather armor, their faces painted with red streaks that mimicked the sun's crimson glow. The battering ram, a simple tree trunk carried by 4 burly men, was pulled back for another strike. "Ready!" Henrik shouted, raising his axe. The defenders tensed, weapons leveled at the widening gap. I tightened my grip on the rusty sword, waiting for the right moment. Not yet, moving too soon would draw attention from both sides. I needed the first wave of raiders to fully breach the gate, creating enough chaos to mask my departure. The battering ram struck again, and this time the gate gave way completely, collapsing inward with a thunderous crash. The raiders surged forward with triumphant howls, brandishing axes, maces, and crude swords. The first rank of defenders knelt as trained, their spears and pitchforks creating a bristling wall that the initial wave of raiders impaled themselves upon. But there were too many of them. For every raider that fell, two more pushed through the gap, stepping over their fallen comrades without hesitation. The village defenders began to fall back, their neat formation crumbling under the pressure. "Hold!" Henrik's voice rose above the din. "Hold together." It was now or never. As the two lines collided fully, I slipped backward through the defenders' ranks, working my way toward the edge of the fighting. No one noticed a single villager retreating, not when death was charging toward them, painted in blood and madness. "Now, master," Azure urged as I reached the periphery of the battle. I didn't need further prompting. Abandoning any pretense of fighting, I turned and sprinted away from the gate, keeping low and using the village buildings for cover. Behind me, the sounds of combat intensified, steel clashing against steel, screams of pain and rage mingling into a cacophony of battle. "South wall has been breached," Azure reported as I ducked behind a storage shed. "The 7th band is entering the village," just as I'd warned Maya they would. I hoped she'd taken my advice and stationed defenders there, but I couldn't go back to check. My priority had to be escape, survival first, and then in a future loop I just might be powerful enough to save them. I paused at the corner of the village smithy, catching my breath and assessing the path ahead. The north forest edge was visible from here, a dark line of pine trees standing tall against the horizon. Between me and safety lay about 200 yards of open ground, fields that had been cleared for farming and visibility, designed specifically to prevent raiders from approaching unseen. Now those same fields would make my own escape painfully visible. "No choice," I muttered. "We'll have to make a run for it." "Wait," Azure cautioned. "Movement to your left, approaching rapidly." I flattened myself against the smithy wall just as two raiders rounded the corner, their weapons slick with fresh blood. They hadn't seen me yet, focused on searching the building for valuables or survivors. I tightened my grip on the rusty sword, calculating my chances. 2 against 1 weren't terrible odds, especially considering these were ordinary raiders, not cultivators. But any combat risked injury, and more importantly, would delay my escape and potentially draw attention. "Master," Azure whispered, "may I suggest using the Triessence Harmony technique? A brief conversion of soul essence to spiritual essence would enhance your speed enough to potentially avoid this confrontation entirely." It was a calculated risk. Using Qi would create a temporary energy fluctuation that a skilled practitioner might detect. But Vyara wasn't here yet, and from my previous experience, I knew that Skybound were more in tune with solar energies. They were much less likely to detect Qi, especially if there were only small bursts used. As for the ordinary raiders, they wouldn't notice the subtle spiritual disturbance. "Good thinking," I agreed silently. "Brief burst only, enough to get past them and into the fields." Quickly, I directed a small portion of my soul essence to transform into spiritual essence that I could use to temporarily enhance my physical capabilities. Soul essence, 2000/2500, converting. Spiritual essence, 500/2000, temporary increase. Physical essence, December 3000. The extra spiritual energy flowed through my body, suffusing my muscles with borrowed strength. It wasn't much, just enough to give me an edge, but in this mortal body, even that small advantage would make a significant difference. The raiders were moving toward the smithy's entrance, their backs to me. I took a deep breath, then pushed off from the wall, channeling the spiritual essence into my legs. The world seemed to slow slightly as my perception accelerated, allowing me to weave between the two raiders before they fully registered my presence. "What the—" One of them started to shout, but I was already past them, sprinting toward the open fields with enhanced speed. Behind me, I heard cursing and the heavy footfalls of pursuit, but I didn't look back. Every second counted now. The edge of the forest grew closer with agonizing slowness, the distance stretching out before me like an endless plain despite my enhanced speed. Master, they're falling behind, Azure reported after a few moments. However, I detect movement from the eastern section of the village. More raiders are converging on your position. I risked a glance over my shoulder and saw that he was right. The 2 raiders I'd evaded had given up the chase, but others had spotted me from the village edge, a group of 5 or 6, pointing and shouting. They weren't close enough to catch me, but their attention was unwelcome. "Keep going," I gasped, focusing on maintaining my pace. The spiritual essence enhancement was already fading, my muscles beginning to burn with the exertion. This mortal body simply wasn't conditioned for such sustained effort, and it wasn't like I had time to increase my physical essence using the Tri-Essence Harmony technique. I had to work with what I had. The fields passed beneath my feet, golden wheat stalks brushing against my legs as I ran. The forest edge was closer now, perhaps 100 yards away. I could make out individual trees, the promise of cover and concealment urging me onward despite the growing stitch in my side. "Master," Azure called out. "The red sun is approaching its zenith." I glanced up and saw he was right. The crimson orb hung nearly directly overhead now, its bloody light intensifying to an almost painful degree. Soon, the most sensitive raiders would begin to transform, becoming the monstrous sun-touched, far more dangerous than their ordinary counterparts. "Almost there," I panted, pushing myself harder despite the protests of this body's mortal muscles. "Just need to reach the trees before." A terrible, inhuman howl cut through the air behind me, a sound that was part pain, part rage, and entirely inhuman. I didn't need to look back to know what it meant. The transformation had begun. "Sun-touched," Azure confirmed. "There's one transforming near the village edge, approximately 70 yards behind us." "How long until it completes its transformation?" I gasped, forcing myself to maintain my current pace despite the burning sensation choking my lungs. "If we base it on our previous observations, perhaps around 10 seconds? 10 seconds to reach the safety of the forest before a creature with enhanced strength, regenerative abilities, and uncontrollable bloodlust caught up to me. Yeah, it was going to be close. 150 yards. 100 yards. The forest edge loomed larger now. 50 yards. It was then the howling behind me deepened into a guttural growl that raised the hairs on the back of my neck. The transformation was rapidly progressing. 5 seconds to completion, Azure updated. "You're doing well, Master. If you maintain this pace, you might even reach the forest with a second or 2 to spare." While Azure's analysis sounded positive, I wasn't so confident. The spiritual essence boost had faded completely now. But converting more wasn't a quick process when multitasking, so in the meantime, I would need to rely on my mortal endurance. And while this body might be reasonably fit for a village miller's son, it was nowhere near the supernatural condition of my original cultivator form. Already, my legs felt like lead, each step becoming a struggle against the growing exhaustion. 30 yards to the forest. 20. 10. Behind me, the inhuman growling had suddenly stopped, now replaced by heavy rhythmic pounding that could only be footsteps. Footsteps that were massive, powerful, and rapidly gaining speed. "Master, the transformation is complete," Azure confirmed my suspicions. "It is gaining speed." The tree line was right there. If I could reach it in time, I could disappear into the cover of the forest. And while it didn't guarantee my survival, it increased my chances drastically compared to being out in the open as I was now. Just a few more steps. "Behind you!" Azure's warning came just as I reached the first trees. "Dodge!" Without hesitation, I dove forward, rolling beneath the low hanging of a pine tree as something massive sailed through the air where my head had been less than a second before. The ground shook behind me as the sun-touched landed with a heavy thud. The impact sent pine needles raining down from the branches above. For the first time, I got a clear look at my pursuer. It was obvious that the creature had once been human. There were still traces of the raider it had been prior to its transformation, the tattered clothes, the remnants of red face paint. Now, the red sun's corruption had twisted into something truly monstrous. Its muscle mass had doubled. From its joints and spine, Bone spurs protruded outwards, creating a natural armor. But what was most disturbing were the eyes, solid crimson orbs that glowed with the same light as the sun in the sky. Eyes that were fixed on me with the intensity of a bloodthirsty predator. Master, while it may have enhanced strength, aggression, and the ability to regenerate, Azure began as I scrambled backwards, putting a tree trunk between me and the monster. It still has vulnerable points. Target the eyes, throat, and the joint connections. I can't waste time or energy fighting this thing, I muttered, ducking around another tree as the creature charged forward, swatting away the trunk I had been hiding behind with a casual swipe of its arm. Just focus on Eska. My words were cut off as I had to dive again after the sun-touched hurtled a broken branch like a javelin at me. The improvised weapon embedded itself into a tree, mere inches above where my head had been moments before. Understood, Master. The creature appears to hunt primarily using sight rather than scent. Take advantage of the dense forest to make rapid changes in direction to break its line of sight. This tail has been unlawfully obtained from Royal Road. If you discover it on Amazon, kindly report it. Taking Azure's advice, I began to make my way deeper into the forest, weaving between the trees while using their trunks as shields. It seemed while it was faster than me when running in a straight line, its increased muscle mass made it less agile, especially among dense trees. Master, Azure called out, more raiders are converging on our position. I risked a glance over my shoulder and saw that he was right. There were other shapes moving through the trees, probably drawn in by the commotion. How many? I asked, ducking beneath another low-hanging branch. There are 3 approaching from the left and 2 from the right, Azure replied promptly. But they're ordinary raiders, not sun-touched, and they seem to be moving cautiously. That made sense. Even raiders would be wary of a fully transformed sun-touched. Who knew when it would turn on them? The red sun's influence affected everyone differently. There were some, like the creature chasing after me, who transformed dramatically, while others didn't undergo any physical changes but experienced increased aggression and strength. And some, like the village defenders, seemed largely unaffected. Whatever the case may be for the approaching raiders, I had to make a decision fast. Running would only draw this out, and while my agility had surprised the sun-touched, the monster seemed to have adapted in brute fashion, smashing through undergrowth and smaller trees instead of going around. And now it was slowly gaining on me. If I didn't do something now, I would soon be trapped. Facing the monster rather than continuing to flee was risky, but it didn't seem like I had much option. Azure had previously mentioned that while the sun-touched might seem powerful in comparison to my mortal vessel, it wasn't without its weaknesses. If I were to time it just right, I might be able to deal with it with my rusty sword before the other raiders caught up. But first, I needed more spiritual essence. The Triessence Harmony had still been active as I ran, slowly converting soul essence into spiritual energy. By the time I was ready, the creature was hot on my heels. I spun around abruptly. The sudden change must have surprised the sun-touched because it seemed to hesitate mid-lunge for a fraction of a second. But that was all I needed. I ducked under its reach and slashed upward in a single fluid motion. The chi-enhanced blade sliced across the creature's face, cutting deep through one glowing red eye and straight into the other. A howl of agony rang through the air as the sun-touched staggered backwards, its massive hands clutching at its ruined eyes. Black ichor poured between its fingers. I didn't wait to see its response. While the blinded monster thrashed and roared, I was already sprinting deeper into the forest. Behind me, I heard shouts of alarm. The raiders had arrived, and from the terrified screams and the crash of breaking wood that followed, it was clear that the blinded sun-touched was taking out its rage on anything it could hear. Master, the creature can no longer differentiate between ally and enemy, Azure confirmed as I put more distance between me and the chaos. You should be safe now. Despite Azure's reassurance, I didn't slow down. I continued to maintain a steady pace, only allowing myself to breathe a little easier once the sounds of combat had faded completely. That was too close, I muttered, checking the rusty sword. The impact with the sun-touched's unnaturally dense skin seemed to have chipped the blade's edge. making it even less effective weapon, but it didn't matter, it could still serve as basic protection. It was a calculated risk but executed perfectly, Azure replied. I nodded, still moving forward at a brisk pace. The plan had worked out better than I could have hoped. Not only was I able to escape, but I had done so without engaging in full combat. That kind of chaos might have drawn Viara's attention, and against her, my little tricks wouldn't be enough to escape, let alone kill her. The forest grew denser as I moved north, ancient pines giving way to mixed woodland with thick undergrowth that made progress more difficult but provided better concealment. After what felt like hours but was probably only 20 minutes of steady movement, I finally allowed myself to slow, then stop, leaning against a massive oak to catch my breath. My legs trembled with exhaustion, and sweat plastered Tomas's simple tunic to my skin. Is there any danger nearby? I gasped, still scanning the forest around me for signs of pursuit. No immediate threats detected, Azure replied. And Viara? Any sign of the Skybound? None in detectable range. However, based on previous iterations, the Skybound would have arrived at the village by now and began her massacre. I nodded, feeling a complex mix of emotions. There's nothing we can do about that now, I said. We need to focus on reaching the Blue Sun Academy. I pushed away from the tree, wincing as my sore muscles protested. How close is the nearest settlement? Based on information gathered from Tomas's memories, Highland City is approximately 2 days' journey northwest of here. 2 days of travel through wilderness with the constant risk of encountering more raiders or wild animals. Not to mention the lack of provisions. Unfortunately, spiritual energy wouldn't be enough to sustain this mortal body. Eventually, it would require real food. Where was a storage ring when you needed one? But while the situation wasn't ideal, it was far better than remaining in the village to face Viara's judgment or the raiders' brutality. We'll need to find water soon, I said, already scanning the forest floor for signs of a stream or spring, and something to eat before nightfall. There is a small stream approximately half a mile north, Azure offered. It should provide clean drinking water and potentially fish for sustenance. I nodded gratefully. Without Azure's help, surviving would be much more difficult. North it is, then, I said, orienting myself using the position of the suns. The blue one was barely visible now, a faint cerulean disk partially obscured by the red's dominating brilliance. By nightfall, it would be the primary light source, its gentler radiation supposedly offering healing to those in need. As I started walking again, I felt a strange restlessness in my inner world, a disturbance I couldn't immediately identify. I paused, frowning, and turned my attention inward. Azure, is something wrong with the Genesis seed? I asked, probing for the source of the disquiet. There was a brief pause before Azure replied, his normally confident tone tinged with uncertainty. The Genesis seed appears stable, Master. The celestial bodies remain concealed beneath its canopy as intended. Then what's causing this turbulence I'm feeling? Another pause, longer this time. I don't wish to alarm you unnecessarily, Azure began, which immediately had the opposite effect. But it appears that Waijijiwai has disappeared. Disappeared? I stopped dead in my tracks. What do you mean, disappeared? How can it just vanish from my inner world? The forest around me suddenly felt too quiet, as if the world itself was holding its breath. I leaned against a nearby tree trunk. The rusty sword I'd been clutching felt heavier in my hand as I tried to process Azure's words. Not vanished entirely, he clarified. The soul bond remains intact. I can still detect YGGY's presence, but it's elsewhere. I closed my eyes, focusing inward. My inner world appeared as I'd shaped it. The mountains to the northwest, garden quadrant to the northeast, open spaces to the southeast, and meditation plateaus to the southwest. The Genesis seed stood at the center, its roots spreading throughout all quadrants, anchoring everything. The red and blue suns remained hidden beneath the tree's massive canopy, just as I'd arranged them. But no sign of the vine-like being that had become such an unexpected companion. You're right, I muttered, opening my eyes. I can still feel our connection, but it's distant, different. Focusing on that connection, I reached out mentally, trying to sense YGGY's current state. Almost immediately, a series of disjointed images flooded my mind. Flashes of wooden shelves lined with bottles, scattered papers covered in runic symbols, complex apparatus made of crystal and metal, and sunlight, red sunlight, filtering through high windows into a cluttered space filled with plants and curious contraptions. Elder Malric's laboratory, I breathed. YGGY's in Elder Malric's laboratory. Azure was quiet for a moment, processing this revelation. It appears the time loop has restored YGGY to its original location while maintaining your soul bond. I nodded slowly, piecing together the implications. The loop reset everyone and everything to their starting positions, including YGGY. But since our soul bond transcends the loop, the connection remains intact despite the spatial separation. Testing this theory, I reached inward again, focusing on the soul bond. I could sense that I could pull on it, drawing YGGY back into my inner world if I chose. The connection felt taut but unbroken, like an invisible thread stretching across impossible distance. I could summon YGGY back if I need to, I said, straightening from the tree. But maybe this is for the best. How so, Master? I resumed walking, heading northward toward the stream Azure had mentioned earlier. My throat felt parched, and the thought of cool water was suddenly all-consuming. If we're going to infiltrate the Blue Sun Academy, having YGGY with us could make things more difficult, I explained. Its energy signature is a mixture of red sun and blue sun, but primarily tied to the red sun, and after what happened with Vyara in that previous loop. I shuddered at the memory of ice shards tearing through my chest. Well, I'd rather not risk revealing anything unusual. Also, YGGY's presence in Elder Malric's laboratory provides us with an unexpected advantage, Azure added. A window into the Red Sun Academy. He wasn't wrong. Through our soul bond, I could potentially glimpse events at the Red Academy through YGGY's eyes. Information that could prove invaluable, especially given the impending attack we'd witnessed in our previous loop. Not to mention, I continued softly, YGGY was devastated when Elder Malric died. This way, it gets to spend more time with him. The thought of the eccentric elder brought a mix of emotions. Malric was brilliant in his own chaotic way, pioneering theories about dual sun cultivation that others dismissed as heresy. He'd created YGGY as an experiment, never expecting it to develop the personality and attachment it had shown. I pushed through a thicket of brambles, wincing as thorns caught on my simple clothing. This mortal body felt so fragile compared to my cultivator form, every scratch and scrape registering with annoying intensity. The sound of running water reached my ears, growing louder as I made my way forward. Within minutes, I broke through the underbrush to find the stream Azure had mentioned, a clear, swift-flowing channel about 6 feet across, cutting through the forest floor. I dropped to my knees at the water's edge, cupping my hands to drink greedily. The water was cold and sweet, washing away the dust and fear of the morning's events. After slaking my thirst, I splashed my face and neck, the cool water reviving my exhausted body. We should take stock of our situation, I said, sitting back on my heels. Assets and liabilities. Assets, Azure began. 1. Your knowledge of future events from previous loops. 2. Your cultivation techniques, though limited by this body's capabilities. 3. Your connection to YGGY, providing potential intelligence on the Red Sun Academy. 4. The rusty sword, though of questionable value given its condition. I glanced at the weapon lying beside me on the bank. The blade was notched in several places after its encounter with the sun-touched dense skin. And liabilities? I prompted, already knowing the answer would be longer. 1. Your current physical form lacks cultivation training. 2. No provisions or proper equipment for extended travel. 3. Potential pursuit from raiders or skybound. 4. Limited spiritual essence reserves. 5. Your appearance marks you as a villager, which may complicate interactions in more developed areas. 6. No currency or valuables for trade. I sighed, running a hand through my hair. When you put it like that, It sounds rather hopeless. I merely present the facts, Master. The situation is challenging but far from hopeless. I allowed myself a wry smile. Azure always had a way of stating things plainly without sugarcoating, yet somehow remaining encouraging. Well, we should address what we can, I said, pushing myself to my feet. Starting with spiritual essence reserves. I moved to a flat rock beside the stream, sitting cross-legged in a meditation posture. Closing my eyes, I directed my awareness inward, assessing my current essence levels. Soul essence, 2000/2500. Spiritual essence, 50/2000. Physical essence, August 3000. Time for some conversion, I murmured, initiating the Tri-Essence Harmony technique. Reading on Amazon or a pirate site. This novel is from Royal Road. Support the author by reading it there. I began directing a portion of my soul essence along familiar pathways, transforming it into the spiritual energy I desperately needed. The process was like carefully pouring water from one vessel to another, requiring precision and control to avoid spillage. Soul essence, 1500/2500. Converting. Spiritual essence, 500/2000. Receiving. Physical essence, August 3000. I should convert some to physical essence as well, I decided, redirecting a portion of the flow. This body feels like it might collapse at any moment. Soul essence, 1475/2500. Converting. Spiritual essence, 250/2000. Stable. Physical essence, 25/3000. Perhaps due to only converting a small amount, the infusion process wasn't as an agonizing process like the previous times. My muscles relaxed, the burning fatigue subsiding to a manageable ache. The physical changes were subtle. Tomas's body had shifted from that of an ordinary village boy to something leaner and more athletic, still well within human limits. It wasn't much, but it had to be enough. After all, I couldn't afford to create suspicion before even stepping foot inside in the Blue Sun Academy. How far to Highland City from here? I asked, rising from the rock. Approximately 2 days' journey at a steady pace, Azure replied. However, there is a smaller settlement, more of a trading post, that we might reach by nightfall if we maintain good progress. That was encouraging news. A trading post meant people, possibly information, and if I was lucky, some way to acquire supplies. Let's aim for that then, I decided, picking up the rusty sword and continuing northward, following the stream. We can fill in some gaps in our knowledge before reaching Highland. As I walked, I kept part of my awareness extended toward my connection with YGGY, curious about what it might be experiencing. More fragmented images came through. Elder Malric's hands adjusting something on a workbench, a flash of red light as he activated a rune. The trembling excitement YGGY felt at being near its creator again. The emotional echo of that last impression gave me pause. YGGY's attachment to Elder Malric went beyond simple creator and creation. There was genuine affection there, almost like a child for a parent. To me, YGGY meant a lot, but I wondered if Malric recognized that bond, or if he saw YGGY as merely another experiment among many. The forest began to thin as morning gave way to midday, the canopy opening to reveal patches of sky where both suns blazed overhead. The red sun dominated, as always during daylight hours, its crimson light bathing everything in a bloody glow. The blue sun was visible only as a faint cerulean disk, seemingly diminished beside its more aggressive counterpart. My stomach growled loudly, reminding me of another pressing concern. We need food, I muttered. There are several edible plants within view, Azure offered. To your left, those red berries are non-toxic and reasonably nutritious. Ahead about 20 paces, wild onions are growing near that fallen log. And with the stream nearby, fishing would be possible if we fashioned a simple spear. I spent the next hour gathering what food I could. Berries, wild onions, and even a few small fish that I managed to spear using a sharpened stick. It wasn't much of a meal by cultivator standards, but it would keep this mortal body functioning. After I finished eating, I resumed walking, following the stream as it wound its way northward. "What's Highland City like?" I asked, partly out of genuine curiosity and partly to distract myself from the growing fatigue. "According to Tomas's memories, it's one of the larger settlements in the region," Azure replied. "A walled city with perhaps 20,000 inhabitants. It serves as a trade hub for surrounding villages and has a permanent garrison to defend against raiders. And its stance on light weavers? Officially supportive like most cities. They maintain a temple dedicated to the Blue Sun and provide tribute to the Blue Sun Academy. However, as with many places, the common people's views are more varied. Some worship the Blue Sun out of genuine devotion, others out of fear or pragmatism. That was useful information. Cities large enough to maintain independence often had more complex relationships with the dominant powers than small villages, which typically existed at the mercy of whoever controlled the region. And the Red Sun? Is there any official acknowledgement of it? Azure hesitated before answering. Not officially, no. Public worship of the Red Sun is discouraged, though not explicitly forbidden as it is in some regions. As the day wore on, the forest gradually gave way to more open terrain. Rolling hills dotted with stands of trees and meadows filled with waist-high grass. Ahead, I could make out what appeared to be a dirt road cutting across the landscape. That would be the trade road between Highland and the southern villages, Azure confirmed when I pointed it out. Following it would be the most direct route to the trading post. But also the most exposed, I noted with a frown. Anyone traveling the road would see us clearly. True. Though at this point, being seen may be less dangerous than continued isolation without proper supplies. I considered our options. The road offered faster travel and increased chances of reaching shelter before nightfall. But it also meant potentially encountering other travelers or worse, raiders using the road to move between targets. After a few moments, I made my decision. I headed towards the road. The transition from forest to open country left me feeling vulnerable after hours under the protective canopy. Both suns beat down mercilessly, and I found myself missing the shade almost immediately. The road itself was simple but well-maintained, packed dirt with shallow drainage ditches on either side and occasional stone markers indicating distances. According to the nearest marker, Highland City was still 28 miles away, confirming Azure's estimate of a 2-day journey. I had been walking along the road for perhaps an hour when Azure's warning came. "Master, we have company." "Hostiles?" I asked. "It looks to be a group of travelers approaching from the north," Azure replied. "They're moving at moderate speed on transport, so they should catch up in under 30 seconds. With my right hand, I shaded my eyes to peer ahead. Sure enough, a dust cloud marked the approach of what appeared to be a cart or wagon. It was still too distant to make out clearly. I had 3 options. The first was to continue on the road and interact with them as a simple traveler. The second was to conceal myself until they've passed by. And the last was to leave the road entirely and circle around their position. All 3 options had their own benefits and risks. Interacting them was dangerous, possibly a quick way to end this loop prematurely, but perhaps I could find out more information or possible even get a ride if they were headed toward Highland. Staying concealed was the safest option, but aside from that, it offered no advantages. I would still need to worry about my dwindling supplies, and it was uncertain whether I would die before I made it to the city. As for avoiding them completely, that cost time and energy I didn't have to spare. "Let's stay on the road," I decided, preparing to channel spiritual essence if required. "But I'll be ready to divert if they appear threatening." It wasn't unusual for travelers to use this road, and with them traveling in the open, they were less likely to be a group of bandits. However, the Two Suns world wasn't exactly known for making sense. As the travelers drew closer, the details became clearer. It was indeed a wagon, the enclosed type that were used by merchants, drawn by 2 dark horses. Accompanying it were 3 mounted figures and 2 walking alongside, all whom appeared to be armed, though not heavily so. "Merchants with hired guards," I murmured. "Pretty standard on these roads." "Yes," Azure confirmed. "Raiders prefer defenseless villages or isolated travelers like yourself. They rarely target well-protected merchant caravans." That was somewhat reassuring, though I still kept my hand near the rusty sword as the group approached. They had certainly spotted me by now. A lone figure on otherwise empty road was pretty hard to miss. Sure enough, when they drew within 100 yards, there was a change in formation. The mounted guards moved to flank the wagon protectively. One raised a hand to shield his eyes from the sun as he studied me with obvious suspicion. I deliberately let my shoulders slump slightly, adopting the posture of an exhausted, traumatized mortal. It wasn't entirely an act. This body really was approaching its limits, and the memories of the village's destruction were still fresh on my mind, even if I had experienced them multiple times by now. When the caravan was about 50 yards away, one of the mounted guards, a man in his 40s with a short beard and hard eyes that had seen their fair share of trouble, raised a hand to signal the wagon to slow. He then nudged his own horse forward and cautiously trotted towards me. "You there?" he called out in a voice accustomed to commanding others. "State your name and business on this road." I raised my empty hands to show I meant no threat. My sword hung visibly at my waist, but I made no move to grab it. "My name is Tomas," I replied, letting genuine weariness color my voice. "I'm from Porvale village to the south. Our raiders attacked at dawn. I barely escaped." "Porvale, you say?" The guard's eyes narrowed as his gaze swept our surroundings, no doubt looking for signs of an ambush. "That's more than half a day's travel by horse." His hand slowly moved to the pommel of his sword. "You made good time for someone on foot." I nodded slowly, dropping my gaze as though overwhelmed by tragic memories. I've been running for my life since sunrise. Through the forest mostly. I didn't want to risk the roads until I had to." A young woman in her early 20s exited from the interior of the wagon. She was dressed in simple yet finely made traveling clothes. Unlike the hardened guards with her, her features, framed by loose dark hair that fell to her shoulders. "You've come a long way all alone," she said, her eyes wide as she took in my poor state. "These raids you mentioned, did you happen to see which band it was? Any markings you might have noticed?" "The 7th Band came through the south wall," I replied, recalling details from my multiple experiences of the attack. "The main force came through the east gate. Some had the red tattoos, and when the red sun reached its peak, a few started to change." This last detail caused a visible reaction among the travelers. One of the walking guards made a warding gesture, and the young woman's hand flew to a pendant at her throat. "Sun-touched?" she whispered, a slight tremor in her voice. She exchanged a glance with one of the guards before turning back to me. "Was there?" She hesitated. "Was there a skybound present as well?" "I don't know what it was," I said slowly, injecting appropriate awe and fear into my voice. "After the sun-touched appeared, there was something else. Person, I think, but not like any I've seen. It floated above the ground, covered in frost, eyes burning like fire. Everyone who came near it just froze solid." Unauthorized use of content. If you find this story on Amazon, report the violation. The young woman's face paled, and she reached out to steady herself against the wagon's side. The guard quickly moved his horse closer, protective. "The poor people," she said softly. "And you witnessed all this? How terrible for you. You're fortunate to have escaped such horror." "I know," I said quietly, lowering my head. "I shouldn't have run, but—" "No," she interrupted gently. "Please don't think that way. No one could stand against such forces. You did what anyone would, what anyone should do to survive." The guard was still eyeing me with suspicion. "How'd you get that sword? Village militiaman?" I glanced down at the rusty blade as if I'd forgotten it was there. "No, sir. Maya, one of our defenders, gave it to me during the attack. Said to help fight, but—" I let my voice trail off, implications of cowardice hanging in the air. The guard seemed satisfied with this explanation, posture relaxing slightly. "Where you headed now, boy? Got family elsewhere?" "No, sir. I thought to reach Highland City. Heard they have work for willing hands, and—" I gestured vaguely at the empty road behind me. Nothing left for me back there. The young woman studied me thoughtfully, a gentle smile softening her features. She turned to the guard. Barak, we can't just leave him here. The poor boy has nowhere to go. Barak frowned. Your caravan, your rules, Lady Leyland. But he rides unarmed. Lady Leyland nodded before turning back to me. We have room in our wagon. You're welcome to ride with us. I blinked, genuinely surprised by the offer. Thank you, my lady. But I wouldn't want to impose. It's no imposition, she assured me. The roads aren't safe for anyone traveling alone. At Crossroads Inn, we'll need help with the horses and unloading. You could earn your supper and rest there. It was a fair offer, better than I could have hoped for. A ride to the trading post, potential work, and the safety of traveling with an armed group, all valuable assets for our current situation. But more importantly, being inside a caravan would shield me from Vyara's eyes. A lone figure escaping from the direction of the village would be easy for a skybound to spot, and knowing her personality, she would gladly hunt for survivors. I'd be grateful, I said, bowing slightly, and happy to work. Barak dismounted in a smooth motion. Sword, he said, extending a hand. You'll get it back when we part ways. I unstrapped the rusty blade without protest, handing it over hilt first. They were being cautious, not unreasonable, and it wasn't like it'd make much difference if things went badly. Spiritual essence was more than enough to deal with normal threats. Barak examined the weapon briefly, noting the notched edge and poor quality with a raised eyebrow. Wouldn't have done you much good anyway, he muttered, before stowing it in a saddlebag and remounting. Lady Leyland gestured toward the wagon. Please make yourself comfortable among the crates. We carry textiles and dyes for the Highland markets. They shouldn't shift too much during travel. Her kindness seemed genuine, but something in the way she spoke, a certain refined pronunciation of words, caught my attention. It didn't quite match the merchant persona she presented. I nodded and made my way to the rear of the wagon, where one of the walking guards helped me climb aboard. The interior was crowded with secured crates and bundles, but there was indeed space for a person to sit, albeit not comfortably. As I settled into my spot, the caravan resumed its journey northward. The steady rocking of the wagon was soothing after hours of walking, and despite the discomfort of sitting among shifting cargo, I felt some tension leave my body. This development significantly improves our projected timeline, Azure observed. At their current pace, we should reach the trading post well before sundown. I nodded subtly, leaning back. It was a good opportunity to rest. But as my back rested against the crate, something caught my eye. The guard who had helped me up was adjusting his collar, and for a brief moment, I glimpsed what looked like a silver chain with an emblem. Definitely not something a common mercenary would wear. Looking more carefully around the wagon interior, I noticed other inconsistencies. The merchant goods were packed with excessive care, each crate lined with waterproof oilcloth of remarkable quality. One partially open container revealed not common textiles, but what appeared to be documents sealed with wax. Official correspondence, perhaps? Lady Leyland herself was another curiosity. For all her gentle demeanor and compassion, there were moments when she carried herself with an unconscious grace that spoke of formal training. The way the guards deferred to her seemed born of something deeper than mere employment. Barak in particular moved with the disciplined bearing of formal military training, not the casual alertness of a caravan guard. Azure? I thought, keeping my face neutral. Are you noticing anything unusual about our benefactors? Indeed, master, he replied. Their formation is unnecessarily sophisticated for simple road protection. The guards maintain precise distances and sightlines. And Lady Leyland's hands, did you notice? No calluses or weathering typical of a merchant who handles goods regularly. Of course, I'd stumbled into one of those situations where nobility or someone important travels in disguise. It was a common enough trope. The hidden princess, the disguised minister, the secret heir traveling incognito to avoid assassins or political enemies. But what unsettled me more was what Azure wasn't detecting. Can you sense any spiritual energy from them? I inquired silently. None, master. They register as ordinary mortals. That could mean one of two things. Either they were exactly what they appeared to be, mortal nobles playing at being merchants, or they possessed some heavenly technique that allowed them to conceal their energy signatures completely. I fervently hoped it wasn't the latter. Regardless, I was already beginning to debate whether accepting their offer really was a good idea. If they were hiding from something or someone, getting involved with them could potentially draw unwanted attention. The last thing I needed was to be caught in the middle of some noble's power struggle or escape plan when my priority was reaching the Blue Sun Academy. Well, whatever it was, I just hoped it didn't involve skybound, sun-touched, or lightweavers. Through the open back of the wagon, I watched the landscape roll by. The day was waning now, the red sun beginning its gradual descent toward the western horizon. In a few hours, it would set, leaving the blue sun dominant in the night sky. The perfect time for pursuit if someone was indeed following this merchant caravan. Turning my attention inward briefly, I checked on my essence levels, preparing for the possibility that I might need to make a hasty exit. Soul essence, 1500/2500. Spiritual essence, 250/2000. Physical essence, 25/3000. Not ideal but workable if things went south. I allowed myself to relax marginally, but kept my senses alert. As a distraction from my growing suspicions, I decided to check up on YGGY through our soul bond. More fragmented images came through, but clearer this time. Elder Malric was speaking animatedly, gesturing at diagrams spread across a work table. YGGY was absorbing this attention happily, its tendril-like appendages curled contentedly around a wine bottle it had claimed as its own. The images brought a small smile to my lips. Despite choosing me over the elder, YGGY clearly still adored him. Master. Azure's voice cut through my thoughts. What is it? I responded silently. We're being followed. How many? I asked silently, keeping my expression neutral as I pretended to rest. At least 6 figures moving through the forest parallel to the road, Azure replied. They're maintaining distance but matching our pace precisely. Their movement patterns suggest coordination, not random travelers. I risked a glance through the back opening of the wagon. The forest had grown denser as we traveled, the trees looming closer to the road's edge, providing perfect cover for anyone wishing to remain unseen, which explained why I didn't notice anyone.
Kanio sensaan anargising naturas.
None detectable. Either they're ordinary humans, or they're concealing their presence. The wagon hit a rut in the road, jostling me against a crate of textiles. The impact knocked the wind from me briefly as I collided with the rough wooden edge. I steadied myself, running a hand over the tightly woven fabric visible through the slats. They appeared to be exactly what Lady Leyland had claimed, bolts of cloth in various colors and textures, likely bound for market in Highland City. As I carefully adjusted the covering, I noticed Barrick breaking formation, turning his horse and doubling back toward the wagon. His expression remained impassive, but his eyes constantly scanned our surroundings. He pulled alongside the wagon, matching its pace as he leaned slightly to peer inside. Our eyes met, and something in his gaze shifted, a decision made. Boy, he called gruffly. Come here. I hesitated only briefly before making my way forward through the crates. No point in feigning ignorance or refusing his command. Either would only heighten suspicion. Better to appear cooperative and gather information. When I reached the edge of the wagon, Barrick reached into his saddlebag and, to my surprise, withdrew my rusty sword. He extended it toward me, hilt first. Take it, he commanded, and stay inside this wagon no matter what happens. Understand. I accepted the sword, noting how Barrick's gaze lingered on the notched edge with a barely concealed wince. The blade was practically worthless against anything beyond a common bandit, but I supposed he thought it better than leaving me completely defenseless. What's going on? I asked, allowing a tremor to enter my voice. Is there trouble? Barrick's eyes flicked briefly to the forest before returning to me. Don't worry about it. It'll be taken care of. With that less than reassuring statement, he turned and swung back onto his horse, signaling something to the other guards that I couldn't quite make out. The formation around the wagon subtly shifted, the guards moving closer, hands resting on weapons. Leaning back against the crates, I closed my eyes, giving the impression of a frightened youth too scared to watch what was coming. In reality, I extended my spiritual senses outward, monitoring the area around the caravan with as much subtlety as I could manage. Yet I still couldn't detect anything. How far to the next settlement? I asked Azure. Crossroads Inn lies approximately 7 miles ahead, he replied. At current speed, we would arrive before sunset, assuming uninterrupted travel. I suppressed a grimace. 7 miles of open road with hostiles closing in. Not ideal. Running now would be foolish, it would only mark me as a target for whatever force pursued us. Better to wait, observe, and see if Lady Leyland's guards could handle the situation. If they prevailed, I could continue with relatively safe transport. If not, well, chaos often provided the best cover for escape. Master, their movement pattern suggests they intend to intercept rather than merely follow. It was about to get real messy. Pursuers changing from surveillance to interception meant they'd either achieved whatever reconnaissance they needed or had decided that the opportunity to strike outweighed the benefits of continued observation. The wagon's pace increased, horses urged to a faster trot by commands from the driver. The sudden acceleration sent crates sliding, forcing me to brace myself against the wooden floor. Through my half-closed eyes, I caught glimpses of the guards drawing weapons, swords mostly, though one had knocked an arrow to a short bow. The tension in the air was palpable, a physical pressure that seemed to build with each passing moment. Lady Leyland had disappeared from view, presumably taking shelter in the enclosed forward section of the wagon where higher-value goods would typically be stored. Then it happened so quickly that I might have missed it if I hadn't been specifically watching through spiritual senses rather than physical eyes. A lance of pure light, brilliant and coldly blue, streaked through the air toward the caravan. This tale has been unlawfully obtained from Royal Road. If you discover it on Amazon, kindly report it. It moved faster than any normal arrow, leaving a phosphorescent trail that seared itself into my vision. For a heartbeat, I thought it would strike the wagon directly, at which point I was fully prepared to abandon my passive posture and dive for cover. But the spear of light never reached us. Instead, it struck what appeared to be an invisible barrier surrounding the caravan, its energy dispersing in a shower of sparks that briefly illuminated a dome-like structure enclosing our entire group. A defensive formation, Azure observed, passive rather than active. I frowned at the implications of what we'd just witnessed. The light spear, while impressive to the untrained eye, was nowhere near the caliber of a true cultivator's attack. I'd seen early rank 1 Skybound throw more powerful attacks during basic training exercises. Yet the energy was unmistakable. Light weavers, I murmured inwardly. Or at least, someone utilizing similar methods. It seemed I had escaped the Skybound only to find myself caught in a conflict between Lightweaver factions. The cruel irony wasn't lost on me. Of all the caravans I could have joined, I'd managed to select one targeted by practitioners of the very power system I was seeking to learn. The light spear's weakness was somewhat reassuring, though. Its power couldn't even be compared to a rank 1 attack from a true Lightweaver. These were likely disciples or perhaps even mere associates, dangerous to ordinary people, certainly, but hardly a serious threat to someone with even modest cultivation abilities. Unless, of course, there were many of them. Quantity had a quality all its own. As that thought passed my mind, more light gathered in the distance. Not a single spear this time, but dozens of smaller projectiles. Light darts, each individually weak but potentially devastating in a volley. The wagon lurched as the driver urged the horses to greater speed. Barrack shouted commands, and the guards redeployed, 2 moving to protective positions at the rear, while the others maintained their perimeter around Lady Leyland. The volley launched, a deadly swarm of blue-white lights that converged on our position. The barrier flickered as it repelled the assault, but I noticed it dim slightly with each impact. Not invulnerable then, but impressively resilient. From the trees at the roadside emerged our pursuers, 6 figures in black robes with face coverings that revealed only their eyes. They moved with the fluid coordination of trained fighters, spreading out to surround us. Despite their attempts at anonymity, their techniques betrayed them. The way they gathered ambient light, compressing it into weapons and shields, these were unmistakably Lightweaver affiliates, though not full disciples based on the relatively low power of their attacks. Beric and the guards didn't hesitate. Weapons drawn, they moved to intercept the attackers. What happened next surprised me. Beric raised his hand, and light, actual light, gathered around his fingers. He thrust his palm forward, and the light extended into a brilliant sword that he wielded with remarkable skill. The golden blade clashed with an attacker's light shield, creating a cascade of sparks where the energies met. Beric moved with the precision of a trained soldier, each step calculated, each strike aimed at vital points. His opponent stumbled backward, clearly surprised by the ferocity of the offense. The other guards were similarly skilled, though they fought with conventional weapons. One woman wielded dual short swords with blinding speed, deflecting light darts while closing distance with her opponent. Another guard, a broad-shouldered man with a heavy maul, slammed his weapon into the ground, creating a shockwave that disrupted an attacker's footing. It was a chaotic dance of light and shadow, conventional weapons against mystical energy. Trees splintered when mist attacks struck their trunks. The earth churned beneath stomping feet and impact blasts. One black-robed attacker went down with a guard's arrow in his shoulder, only to be dragged to safety by his comrade. The caravan continued moving through all this, the driver expertly navigating the road while the conflict raged around us. The barrier flickered continuously now, its power clearly strained by the sustained assault. Tomas! I turned to find Lady Leyland standing at the entrance to the front compartment within the wagon. "Come here quickly," she urged, extending a hand toward me. "It's safer." I hesitated only briefly before scrambling toward her, maintaining my facade of scared villager. The front chamber of the wagon was surprising in its luxury. What had appeared from the outside to be a simple merchant's cart revealed itself as a well-appointed noble's traveling compartment, complete with padded seating, a small writing desk, and several hidden compartments built into the wooden panels. Lady Leyland secured the door behind me. Outside, the sounds of combat intensified as Beric and his guards engaged the attackers. "Stay away from the windows," she instructed, moving to a central position in the chamber. From here, she placed her hands on what appeared to be carved symbols inlaid in the wood, a control mechanism for the barrier, I realized. "What's going on?" I asked her, allowing genuine confusion to enter my voice. "Who are these people? Why are they attacking us?" She glanced at me, her expression troubled. Her hands remained on the barrier control symbols, but I could see the strain it was putting on her to maintain the protection. "You have a right to know," she said after a moment's hesitation. "You're caught in our troubles through no fault of your own." She took a deep breath. "We aren't merchants." I widened my eyes in feigned shock, though inwardly I thought they hadn't done a particularly convincing job of their cover to begin with. The refined speech patterns and military-precise guard formations had been obvious tells. "Then, who are you?" I asked, letting confusion color my voice. "I am from a noble family," she explained, settling onto one of the cushioned benches and gesturing for me to do the same. "House Varian." The name meant nothing to me, but I nodded as if recognizing it. "But nobles don't have abilities like—" I gestured vaguely toward the outside, where golden light flashed as Beric continued to battle. "Like that." Lady Leyland opened her mouth to respond, but a sudden change in the ambient energy interrupted her. The barrier around the caravan flickered once, twice, and then dissipated completely, its power exhausted or actively dispelled. Through the small window in the compartment, I saw a concentrated beam of blue-white light racing directly toward us. It moved with far greater intensity than the previous attacks. My eyes narrowed. It looked like I would need to reveal some of my abilities or risk death. I began calculating how much spiritual essence I would need to convert to deflect such an attack without exposing too much. Before I could act, Lady Leyland moved with surprising speed. She stepped forward, placing herself between me and the window, her right hand extended, palm facing outward toward the approaching beam. What happened next defied my expectations. The deadly light struck her extended palm and simply vanished, as though absorbed directly into her skin. There was no impact, no backlash, just a quiet sizzle as the energy disappeared. Lady Leyland turned to face me, a gentle smile spreading across her face. The hand that had absorbed the attack glowed softly for a moment before returning to normal. "Don't be scared," she said softly. "You're safe with me." I stared at her, genuine surprise replacing my acted fear. The casual ease with which she'd neutralized that attack spoke of capabilities far beyond what I'd initially assessed. What are you?" "I suppose there's little point in pretense now," Lady Leyland said with a sigh. "The question is how much I should tell you." Another blast of light struck the wagon, causing it to rock violently. The sounds of combat outside intensified, metal clashing against energy, shouts of pain and determination. The splintering of wood as missed attacks found less intentional targets. Lady Leyland pressed her palm against one of the glyphs carved into the wagon's interior. The symbol flared briefly with blue light, and I felt a subtle pulse of energy spread throughout the compartment. A privacy ward, perhaps, or some kind of reinforcement to the wagon structure. "We don't have much time," she murmured, more to herself than to me. Her eyes closed momentarily, her features contorting in an internal struggle that I recognized all too well. The debate between truth and safety, between trust and caution. "Those people out there," I prompted, gesturing toward the sounds of battle. "They're trying to kill you specifically, aren't they? Not just rob a noble's caravan." The wagon lurched again as something heavy collided with its side. Lady Leyland braced herself against the wall, her composure slipping just enough to reveal genuine concern. "You're right," she said finally. "What I'm about to tell you might sound like nonsense to someone from a small village, but I assure you it's the truth." She took a deep breath. "The Order of the First Light, which governs the Blue Sun's blessings, is about to choose its new spiritual leader, a saint or saintess who will guide them for the coming cycle. And you're involved with this somehow?" My eyes widened. A ghost of a smile touched her lips. "I am one of the candidates." "You're a light weaver?" I blurted out. Genuine alarm colored my voice. If she was a light weaver who could conceal her aura completely from both me and Azure, she might be far more powerful than she appeared. Had I unwittingly stumbled into the company of a high-ranked practitioner? The last thing I needed was to draw that level of scrutiny. To my surprise, Lady Leyland laughed. "No, not yet. Though that is the destination we're journeying toward." She shook her head. "I am what's known as a radiant touched." "A what?" I asked, though I had a suspicion I already understood the concept. Every cultivation system I'd encountered had its own terminology for those naturally attuned to particular energies. Lady Leyland ran her fingers through her dark hair, brushing it back from her face. "The blue sun affects people differently than its crimson counterpart. While the red sun drives some to madness and transforms others into those monstrosities you witnessed at your village, the blue sun enlightens. Those who undergo prolonged exposure and emerge changed are called radiant touched." I nodded slowly. "So, it's like the sun touched, but with the blue sun instead?" Her nose wrinkled delicately at the comparison, and I could see I'd inadvertently offended her. "In the crudest sense, I suppose there are similarities. Both involve transformation through solar exposure. But that's where the resemblance ends." I nodded apologetically, despite thinking to myself that users of either sun seemed equally fanatical in their own ways. The skybound with their bloody rituals and obsession with power, the light weavers with their talk of purity and revelation. Both sides convinced of their righteousness, both capable of terrible violence in service to their beliefs. "Is that what Barak is?" I asked instead. "And those attackers outside, are they radiant touch too?" "Yes," she confirmed. "Though there are important distinctions." She absently traced the pattern of one of the carved symbols on the wagon's interior. "I was born with what is called a cerulean vein, an intrinsic connection to the first light from birth. This gives me the unique ability to absorb and channel the power of the blue sun, even from attacks meant to harm me. She frowned slightly, her gaze distant. Barak and the guards were touched later in life. Their abilities are more limited. They can channel light to some degree, but cannot absorb it as I can. In many ways, they're similar to failed Lightweaver candidates, those who began the path but couldn't progress beyond its initial stages. That clarified things considerably. The Skybound called those naturally attuned to the Red Sun's energy naturals, individuals who could harness crimson power without formal training. This cerulean vein must be the Lightweaver equivalent, a genetic predisposition toward Blue Sun energy. When we reach the Cerulean Spire, Lady Leyland continued, I'll officially become a rank 1 Lightweaver, and if my resonance with the Blue Sun proves strongest among the candidates, I'll be elevated to the position of Saintess. A particularly powerful blast of energy struck the wagon, causing the entire structure to shudder ominously. Lady Leyland winced, pressing her palm against the wall. I watched in fascination as blue light gathered around the point of impact outside, drawing into her hand like water flowing uphill. The absorption wasn't as effortless this time. Beads of sweat formed on her brow, and her breathing became labored. The light didn't vanish instantly as before but seemed to struggle against her control, taking several seconds to fully dissipate. Are you all right? I asked. She forced a smile. Yes, it's just draining. Each attack I absorb requires energy to process and contain. Too many in succession can be overwhelming. You shouldn't keep doing that, I said. Your barrier failed. We should find better cover. She shook her head stubbornly. I won't let them harm an innocent caught in our dispute. Barak and the others are buying us time. We're not far from crossroads in now. What exactly is this Saintess position? I asked, partly from genuine curiosity and partly to distract her from her obvious pain. The Skybound texts I'd studied had mentioned the position but provided few specifics, describing it only as the heretic's puppet master and vessel of the false light, but I wanted to see what her view on this was. Reading on Amazon or a pirate site. This novel is from Royal Road. Support the author by reading it there. Lady Leyland took a deep breath. The saint or saintess serves as the living voice of the first light among our people. They guide the order's spiritual path and serve as a bridge between ordinary followers and the higher echelons of the Lightweavers. More practically, they oversee certain rites, mediate disputes between factions, and have considerable political influence. The saint or saintess is traditionally chosen from among those with cerulean veins, as we're thought to have the purest connection to the Blue Sun's will. And these attackers? They're working for a rival candidate, I guessed. Most likely, she confirmed, massaging her temples. The selection of a new saint is always a contentious time. Some candidates prefer to eliminate the competition before reaching the spire. Seems like a dishonorable approach for followers of a supposedly enlightened order, I observed. Lady Leyland's lips curved in a humorless smile. Power corrupts regardless of its source, Tomas. The Blue Sun may bring clarity and healing, but ambition remains ambition, whether illuminated by azure or crimson light. Another attack struck, this one more powerful than the last. Lady Leyland gasped, her body going rigid as she extended both hands toward the point of impact. Blue-white light suffused the entire wagon interior for a moment, so bright I had to shield my eyes. When it faded, Lady Leyland was leaning heavily against the wall, her face pale and drawn. Her breathing came in ragged gasps, and tiny rivulets of sweat ran down her temples. That was stronger, she managed between breaths. They're getting serious now. Why not fight back? I asked. Send their attacks back at them? She shook her head weakly. That's not how my ability works. I can absorb, but redirection requires different techniques, ones I haven't mastered yet. That's what I hope to learn at the spire. I helped her to one of the cushioned benches, genuinely concerned. Power notwithstanding, she seemed genuinely decent. A rarity among the aspiring elites in a world like this. Tell me more about this saintess position, I prompted. Is it a lifetime appointment? She managed a weak smile. Curious, aren't you? Yes, a lifetime. The current saint is dying. Someone from the higher-ups has campaigned for a replacement to be chosen. And what is this process like? The selection ritual is called the cerulean immersion, she explained. In 10 days, all candidates will meditate beneath the blue sun at its zenith for 3 days and nights. Whoever absorbs the most light without losing control is chosen. And if you win, what happens then? I'll be trained in the highest arts of the order. Learn to heal with light, to purify corruption, and bring peace to the masses. A wistful quality entered her voice, perhaps even to communicate with the blue sun itself, as the greatest saints have done. A truly massive surge of energy slammed into the wagon, so powerful that cracks appeared in the wooden walls despite the protective glyphs. Lady Leyland cried out, her body arching as if in pain as she thrust both hands toward the assault. The light that poured in was blinding, a concentrated beam of pure cerulean energy that seemed to connect directly to Lady Leyland's outstretched palms. For a moment, she appeared to be made of light herself, her skin translucent, revealing a network of glowing blue veins beneath. She was clearly struggling, her entire body trembling with the effort of containing and absorbing such power. The light's intensity wavered, pushing against her control, threatening to overwhelm her defenses. You can do this, I found myself saying, surprised at my own encouragement. Just breathe through it. Her eyes, now glowing with a blue light, fixed on mine gratefully. With visible effort, she steadied her breathing, her fingers spreading wider as she reasserted control over the influx of energy. Gradually, the light dimmed, drawing inward until it disappeared entirely into her palms. She collapsed back onto the bench, utterly exhausted. Her skin retained a faint blue luminescence, as if she'd swallowed a star. Thank you, she whispered. Sometimes the energy fights back. It wants to remain free, not constrained within human form. As the battle raged outside, I found myself at a crossroads. I had a choice to make, and quickly. I could release some blue sun energy from my core, claiming to also possess a cerulean vein, and immediately get recruited into the Blue Sun Academy. But that option carried significant risks. First, how would I explain my ability to hide this supposed natural affinity? I could claim self-taught control through trial and error, but that would raise questions about how I'd survived in a small village till now. Someone with Blue Sun affinity would be a prime target for sun-touched and skybound practitioners. They should have detected me instantly before I managed to learn to hide my aura. Second, and more concerning, was the political landscape I'd be entering. If candidates for the Saintess position were already targeting each other, drawing attention to myself as someone with natural ability would likely make me a target before I even located the Blue Sun Academy. I'd essentially be painting a target on my back for every ambitious lightweaver in the region. And while Lady Leyland seemed gentle and honorable, I didn't truly know her. If she perceived me as potential competition, her attitude might change drastically. The kindest people could become ruthless when power was at stake. I'd seen it countless times. You're very quiet, Lady Leyland observed, studying me with those remarkable eyes that were now flashing blue. Are you afraid? I offered a self-deprecating smile. Wouldn't anyone be? I'm just a village boy caught in events far beyond my understanding. Azure, I called silently. What do you think? Should I reveal anything about our abilities? Not advisable, Master, came his immediate response. The risk substantially outweighs the potential benefit at this juncture. We know too little about the political landscape, and your current body lacks the strength to defend against determined assassins. He was right, as usual. The best approach would be to remain the simple villager, at least until we reached somewhere safer. If Lady Leyland and her group survived this ambush, I could attach myself to them as a grateful refugee and find some way to enter the Blue Sun Academy alongside her, perhaps as a servant or attendant, roles that would grant access without scrutiny, and then be tested for Blue Sun affinity and become an initiate. The sounds outside are changing, I noted, tilting my head toward the window. The fighting seems less intense. Lady Leyland closed her eyes briefly, seeming to focus on distant sensations. Yes, Barrick and the others are gaining the upper hand. Most of the attackers have fallen. Good, I said with genuine relief. While I had contingency plans for escape, survival was always simpler when others did the fighting for you. The wagon rocked as something heavy collided with its exterior, but this time it wasn't an energy attack. From the sound, a body had been thrown against the wood, likely one of the combatants from the ongoing battle. Lady Leyland stood, steadier now as her strength began to return. "Stay here," she instructed, moving toward the door. "I should see if Barrick needs assistance." I nodded but secretly prepared to shadow her movements. If the fighting was indeed concluding, I wanted to see how her guards had fared. Their combat effectiveness would tell me a lot about the general power level of Radiant-touched individuals and how my current restricted abilities compared. She released the latch and pushed the door open, stepping out onto a small platform at the wagon's rear. I followed at a discreet distance, positioning myself where I could observe without being overly exposed. The scene outside was one of decisive victory, for black-robed figures lay motionless on the ground, their forms still occasionally emitting weak pulses of blue light as their energy dissipated. Barrick stood over a fifth, his light sword pressed against the attacker's throat, while another guard bound the captive's hands. The remaining guards formed a perimeter around the wagon, alert for any hidden threats. One was injured, clutching a bleeding arm, but the others appeared relatively unharmed. "Well fought, Barrick," Lady Leyland smiled, walking over to them. "Any casualties on our side?" The guard captain straightened, his light sword dimming but not disappearing entirely. "Minor injuries only, my lady." Corinne took a light dart to the arm, but it's superficial. "Bring him to me," she instructed. "I can help with the healing." As Barrick signaled for the injured guard to approach, one of the black-robed attackers we'd assumed dead suddenly twitched, then began to rise silently behind her. I had just enough time to shout, "Behind you!" before the assassin closed the distance, blade raised for a killing stroke aimed at Lady Leyland's exposed neck. She began to turn, hearing my warning, but she was too slow. The assassin's blade descended in a perfect arc. In that fraction of a second, I saw Lady Leyland's eyes widen with the sudden, terrible understanding that she was about to die. Time slowed to a crawl as the assassin's blade descended toward Lady Leyland's exposed neck. I had three options, none of them perfect. The first, the simplest, was to do nothing. Let events unfold without my interference. Lady Leyland would die, chaos would ensue, and I could slip away in the confusion. Though I'm not sure how that would benefit me, and it seemed unnecessarily cruel. I'm not heartless. The second option was direct intervention. A chi-enhanced throw could disable or kill the assassin before his blade found its mark. But the amount of spiritual essence required for that level of speed and precision would be impossible to explain away. How would a simple village boy suddenly display abilities that even modest skybound or lightweavers would find impressive? It would raise questions I couldn't afford to answer, which left the third option, subtle manipulation. I channeled the spiritual energy through my body and outward, seeking the perfect fulcrum point. There, a thick root partially exposed beneath the loose soil near the assassin's advancing foot. With the lightest touch of spiritual essence, I caused it to rise just enough, just at the right moment. The assassin's blade continued its deadly arc until his foot caught against the subtly raised root. He stumbled, his perfect killing stroke transforming into an awkward lunge that missed Lady Leyland's neck by inches as she instinctively dodged the strike. The momentary disruption was all Barrick needed. In a flash of golden light, his energy sword sliced across the assassin's throat with brutal efficiency. The black-robed figure collapsed, blood spraying in a crimson arc. "My lady!" Barrick shouted, moving to shield Lady Leyland with his body. His sword continued to glow as he surveyed the surroundings for additional threats. But Barrick wasn't taking any chances. Even as the assassin's body crumpled to the ground, he drove his light sword downward, plunging it through the fallen attacker's chest. The blade sizzled as it made contact, burning flesh and cloth alike. "Check the others," he commanded sharply to the remaining guards. "Make sure they're dead. All of them." The guards moved immediately, methodically inspecting each fallen attacker. One guard drew a dagger across the throat of an unconscious foe, while another drove a spear through the heart of a motionless body. It was brutal but pragmatic. I couldn't fault their thoroughness. Lady Leyland stood trembling, one hand pressed against her throat where the blade would have struck. Her face had gone pale, the reality of her brush with death finally registering now that the immediate danger had passed. When she turned toward me, her eyes were wide with shock and gratitude. "You," she began, her voice shaky as she walked over to me. "Your warning saved my life." I lowered my gaze, playing the humble villager. "I just saw him move, my lady. Anyone would have done the same." "Don't diminish your role," she insisted, placing a hand on my shoulder. "Many would have frozen in fear. Your quick thinking gave me the chance to move and Beric the opening he needed. I owe you a debt, Tomas." Beric himself was now studying the ground where the assassin had stumbled. His brow furrowed as he nudged the exposed root with his boot. I kept my expression neutral even as my pulse quickened. Had he noticed something amiss? "Strange," he muttered, crouching to examine it more closely. "This root wasn't." He trailed off, shaking his head as if dismissing a troubling thought. I remained silent, grateful that the chi I'd channeled had already dissipated. Unless he had a high-ranking chi sensing technique, which was basically impossible in this world. He would find nothing unusual now. It was just an ordinary root once more, one that happened to be in exactly the right place at exactly the right moment. "What is it, Beric?" Lady Leyland asked, turning her attention to her guard captain. Beric rose, still frowning. "Nothing definitive, my lady. But these assassins, they're too well trained for such a clumsy error." He gestured toward the body. "Fighting styles aside, assassins are known for their footwork. Tripping during an attack is unlike them." I felt a chill run down my spine. He was suspicious, not of me specifically, but of the situation. And a suspicious guard captain was the last thing I needed. "Perhaps the Blue Sun has chosen to protect its future saintess," I offered quietly, recalling Lady Leyland's earlier explanations of their beliefs. "A divine intervention." The suggestion hung in the air for a moment. Then Lady Leyland smiled. "Perhaps so, Tomas. The first light works in mysterious ways." Beric's suspicious expression softened somewhat, though doubt still lingered in his eyes. Religious explanations clearly didn't satisfy his soldier's instincts, but he seemed unwilling to contradict a potential theological interpretation that favored his lady. "Whatever the cause," he said finally, "we should be grateful for the outcome." He turned to oversee the disposal of the bodies, issuing crisp orders that his men followed without question. I watched as they built a pyre, arranging the assassin's remains and dousing them with oil from the wagon's supplies. When the flames were kindled, they burned with an eerie blue tint, the residual energy of the would-be killers returning to the air from which it had been drawn. "Are you certain you want to watch this?" Lady Leyland asked, studying my face with concern. "Most villagers find such sights disturbing." I carefully composed my expression into one of nauseated fascination, the look of someone witnessing horror but unable to look away. "I've never seen anything like it," I said truthfully. "The energy returns to the Blue Sun," she explained, her voice taking on a gentle, instructive tone. "All who channel its light must eventually return what they have borrowed." I nodded, storing this information away. The concept wasn't dissimilar to the return of chi to the universe upon a cultivator's death, though the cosmology was framed differently. Every system had its own philosophical underpinnings, but the practical mechanics often shared common elements. This story has been stolen from Royal Road. If you read it on Amazon, please report it. "We should continue our journey," Beric announced as the last of the bodies was committed to the flames. "We've lost time, and I'd prefer to reach Crossroads Inn before full nightfall." "Agreed," Lady Leyland said. She turned to me with a warm smile. "Would you join me in the front compartment, Tomas? After what you've done, I'd like to speak with you more comfortably than shouting over the noise of the wheels." I bowed slightly, concealing my satisfaction at this development. "I'd be honored, my lady." I climbed into the front compartment of the wagon, noting how different it felt to enter invited rather than in desperate flight from attackers. The luxurious appointments, cushioned benches, carved paneling, small lanterns with blue-tinted glass, spoke to Lady Leyland's true status far more clearly than any proclamation could have. The wagon lurched forward as the driver urged the horses back to motion. Lady Leyland settled onto one of the cushioned benches, gesturing for me to take the one opposite her. As I sat, I noticed faint blue light still pulsing beneath her skin, particularly visible at her wrists and throat. "You still have some of their energy?" I observed before I could stop myself. She glanced down at her arms in surprise, then smiled. "Yes, absorption isn't instantaneous. It will take time to fully process what I've taken in." She flexed her fingers, causing ripples of blue light to dance across her skin. "It's not uncomfortable, merely present." "What does it feel like?" I asked. "When you absorb their attacks?" Lady Leyland tilted her head, considering. "Imagine drinking ice-cold water on a hot day," she said after a moment. "There's an initial shock to the system, then a spreading sense of vitality. The light wants to move, to flow. Containing it requires focus." I nodded, understanding the concept better than she might have guessed. Cultivators often describe similar sensations when drawing in natural energy during meditation. The vibrancy, the resistance to stillness, the need for disciplined attention to channel it properly. "Will you be able to sleep with all that energy inside you?" I asked. She laughed. "Eventually, though tonight may be restless." Her expression sobered. "Which reminds me, we should reach Crossroads Inn before nightfall, and you'll need proper rest after everything you've endured. I'll arrange accommodations for you." "You've already done too much," I protested, playing the role of the grateful but humble villager. "I can sleep in the stables if there's work to be had." "Nonsense," she said firmly. "You saved my life, Tomas. The least I can offer is a comfortable bed and a hot meal." The moment was interrupted by a gentle knock at the compartment door. At Lady Leyland's invitation, Barrick entered, ducking his head to fit through the low doorway. "My lady," he said with a respectful nod. "We'll reach the inn in approximately 2 hours if the road remains clear." "Thank you, Barrick." She gestured toward me. "Tomas will be staying with us at the inn tonight. Please ensure he's given proper accommodations." Barrick's eyes flicked to me briefly, his expression unreadable. "Of course, my lady." He hesitated, then added, "Have you considered our next steps? After today's events?" "We continue as planned," she replied with quiet authority. "Cerulean Spire is still our destination. These attacks, while concerning, change nothing. Some say Cerulean Spire is located at the Blue Sun Academy," I ventured, though no one had actually mentioned this to me. I needed to confirm if our destinations aligned. "Is that true?" Lady Leyland turned to me. A slight furrow appeared between her brows as she studied my face, as if weighing how much to reveal. "The Blue Sun Academy and Cerulean Spire are connected," she said carefully. "But to get to the Spire, you need to first get through the Academy." I wasn't sure exactly what she meant by connected. Did she mean the Spire was some of Pocket Realm and its entrance was at the Academy? Or did she mean something else? Regardless, her destination was the Spire, while mine was the Academy. Whether by incredible luck or the workings of fate, I'd managed to attach myself to someone traveling the same path. "You seem oddly interested in light weavers," Barrick observed, his tone carefully neutral. "I've never met one before," I explained. Our village was too small for such visitors. We had traveling merchants and the occasional bard, but skybound and light weavers. I shook my head. They were just stories to us. Tales told around hearth fires on winter nights. Lady Leyland nodded, accepting this explanation without question. Barrick's expression remained skeptical, but he didn't pursue the matter further. "I should return to my duties," he said after a moment. "With your permission, my lady." "Of course, Barrick." "Thank you." As the door closed behind him, Lady Leyland turned back to me with an apologetic smile. "Please don't mind Barrick. His caution has saved my life more times than I can count." "He seems very dedicated," I observed carefully. He is. House Varian has employed his family for generations. She leaned back against the cushions. Barrick has been my personal guard since I was 3 years old. Sometimes I think he forgets I'm an adult now. I nodded. A lifelong connection explained the level of loyalty I'd witnessed. The conversation flowed more easily after that. Lady Leyland was surprisingly easy to talk to, showing genuine interest in my fabricated background. I kept my responses vague enough to avoid contradictions while mixing in elements of Tomas's actual memories for authenticity. As we traveled, I maintained a careful balance, intelligent enough to engage her interest, humble enough to reinforce my cover identity. All the while, I was gathering information about the Blue Sun Academy, the Lightweavers, and the political landscape surrounding the selection of a new saintess. It was like that time passed, and soon the wagon began to slow, signaling our approach to Crossroads Inn. "Ah, we've arrived," Lady Leyland said, peering through the small window. "Look, Tomas, Crossroads Inn, one of the oldest establishments in this region." I joined her at the window, genuinely curious. The inn was larger than I'd expected. A sprawling 2-story structure built of weathered stone and dark timber. Multiple chimneys protruded from its slate roof, thin wisps of smoke suggesting active hearths within. A stable and several outbuildings stretched behind the main structure, while a paved courtyard fronted the establishment. Several other wagons and mounted travelers were already present, servants and stable hands moving among them. "It's huge," I whispered. Through Tomas's memories, I knew he'd never seen a building this large before. "It sits at the junction of 3 major trade routes," Lady Leyland explained. "Merchants, pilgrims, and nobles all pass through here. The inn has expanded over centuries to accommodate the traffic." The wagon rolled to a stop in the courtyard. Almost immediately, attendants appeared to assist with the horses and luggage. The transformation in Lady Leyland was subtle but unmistakable. Her posture straightened, her expression became more reserved, and her voice took on a slightly more formal cadence as she issued instructions. Resuming the role of merchant noblewoman, I realized, despite knowing her true identity, I found myself impressed by the seamless transition. "Tomas," she called, turning to me. "Would you help with the horses? We'll be staying the night." "Of course," I agreed readily, recognizing the opportunity to blend in with the ordinary activities of the caravan. I climbed down from the wagon, joining the bustling activity in the courtyard. Though I personally had never handled horses in my previous life, Tomas's body possessed the muscle memory from years of working with the village's few farm animals. I allowed these instincts to guide me, unhitching the team and leading them toward the water trough. "You've got a gentle hand with them," observed a stable hand, a middle-aged man with graying hair tied back in a simple knot. "These beasts are high-strung after a journey." I shrugged. "They've had a difficult day. Raiders on the road." The man's eyes widened slightly. "Raiders? This close to Highland? Troubling times." "We handled it," I said simply, not wanting to elaborate on the Lightweaver attack. The stable hand nodded, accepting my reticence. "Well, I'll take over here. The mistress is calling for you." I turned to see Lady Leyland standing at the inn's entrance, gesturing for me to join her. Handing the horse's reins to the stable hand, I made my way across the courtyard. The inn's interior was as impressive as its exterior. A large common room dominated by a massive stone hearth, around which travelers of various stations gathered. Servers moved between tables, carrying trays laden with food and drink. A staircase along one wall led to upper floors, presumably where the sleeping quarters were located. Lady Leyland was speaking with a well-dressed man who I assumed to be the innkeeper. As I approached, I caught fragments of their conversation, arrangements for rooms, meals, and privacy. "Ah, here he is," she said as I reached them. "Innkeeper Horace, this is Tomas. He'll be joining our party for the night." The innkeeper, a portly man with a meticulously groomed beard, bowed slightly. "Very good, my lady. We have prepared rooms as requested." "Thank you." She turned to me. "I've arranged accommodations for you, Tomas. A private room, modest, but comfortable." "That's extremely generous," I protested. but unnecessary. I'd be content with a place in the common sleeping area. I insist, she said firmly. After your service today, it's the least we can offer. The innkeeper cleared his throat. If I might show you to your rooms? The evening meal will be served in the private dining chamber within the hour. Thank you, Horace, Lady Leyland said with a gracious nod. Please, lead the way. We followed the innkeeper up the staircase and down a wide corridor lined with doors. The upper floor was quieter than the bustling common room below, the thick walls muffling the sounds of revelry. Horace stopped before one door, producing a key which he handed to Lady Leyland. Your usual suite, my lady, he said with another bow. And for the young man. He moved several doors down the corridor. This chamber should be suitable. He unlocked the door, revealing a small but well-appointed room. A single bed with clean linens occupied one corner, while a wooden chest and washing stand filled another. A narrow window overlooked the courtyard, providing natural light that complemented the oil lamp hanging from a ceiling beam. This is far too fine, I said, genuinely surprised by the quality. I was used to staying in simpler accommodations during training journeys. Nonsense, Lady Leyland dismissed my protest with a wave. You'll find fresh clothing in the chest, nothing elaborate, but clean and whole. The bathhouse is in the eastern wing if you wish to refresh yourself before dinner. If you spot this tale on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. Before I could object further, she pressed the room key into my hand. Rest. You've earned it. Join us for the evening meal when you're ready. With that, she and the innkeeper departed, leaving me alone in unexpected luxury. I closed the door, leaning against it with a sigh of relief. For the first time since the village attack, I had true privacy, a rare and valuable commodity for planning. Well, that went rather smoothly, Azure's voice commented dryly. Better accommodations than we anticipated. I smiled, moving to examine the room more thoroughly. Lucky, isn't it? Not only have we found someone traveling directly to the Blue Sun Academy, but she's taken a personal interest in our welfare. Luck had very little to do with it, Azure replied. Your calculated intervention saved her life while maintaining your cover identity. A favorable outcome from a strategic decision. Still, becoming entangled with a Saintus candidate carries risks, I murmured, checking beneath the bed and in the corners despite Azure having already scanned the room for threats. Her enemies become our problems by proximity. True, but her protection offers significant advantages, and her position could provide access to precisely the knowledge we seek. I couldn't argue with that logic. Opening the wooden chest, I found neatly folded clothing as Lady Leyland had promised, simple but well-made trousers, shirts, and a warm cloak suitable for travel. Nothing elaborate enough to draw attention, but far better quality than Tomas's village garments. She's being remarkably generous, I observed, running my fingers over the fabric. These aren't cast-offs or servants' attire. The lady appears genuinely compassionate, Azure noted, a quality you might cultivate to your advantage without exploitation. I nodded, understanding his meaning. Building authentic rapport with Lady Leyland would serve our purposes better than calculated manipulation. And truthfully, I found myself somewhat drawn to her sincere desire to help others. It was a rare trait in those in positions of power. The bathhouse first, I think, I decided, gathering a change of clothes. Then dinner with our benefactors. The eastern wing of the inn housed a modest but well-maintained bathhouse, separate chambers for men and women, each equipped with large wooden tubs supplied with hot water from the kitchens. By the time I arrived, most of the day's travelers had already completed their ablutions, leaving me with relative privacy. Stripping off Tomas's dusty, blood-spattered clothes was a relief I hadn't anticipated. The events of the day, the village attack, the forest escape, the caravan battle, had left their marks not just in dirt and sweat, but in a bone-deep weariness that seemed to seep from this mortal body. As I sank into the steaming water, I couldn't help but compare the experience to cultivation baths. Those had been infused with spiritual herbs and essence-enhancing minerals, designed to open meridians and strengthen one's core. This was simply hot water, yet somehow the simplicity of it was profoundly satisfying. After thoroughly cleaning away the day's grime, I dressed in the new clothes Lady Leyland had provided. The fit wasn't perfect, slightly loose across the shoulders and long in the legs, but infinitely better than my previous attire. Looking in the small polished metal mirror provided for guests, I hardly recognized myself. Tomas's features stared back at me. A young face with dark hair falling across the forehead, brown eyes that held a hint of sadness even when smiling. But something had changed in the expression, a subtle shift that reflected my inhabitants of this body. There was a focus in the eyes, a certain set to the jaw that hadn't been there before. "You look presentable," Azure commented, though perhaps a bit too intense for a simple village boy who's just lost everything. He was right. I consciously softened my expression, allowing the shoulders to slump slightly, introducing a hesitancy to my stance. The transformation was subtle but effective, from confident observer to traumatized survivor in a matter of moments. "Better," Azure approved. "Remember that trauma manifests physically. Occasional distraction, hesitation in response, flinching at sudden movements. These details reinforce your cover identity." Gathering my old clothes to be washed or discarded, I made my way back to my room. The inn was busier now, the corridors filled with the sound of guests preparing for the evening meal. Servants hurried past with fresh linens and pitchers of water, barely sparing me a glance. Back in my room, I stored my few possessions and took a moment to center myself. The evening ahead would require continued careful navigation, maintaining my persona while gathering information and building trust with Lady Leyland's party. I was just smoothing the wrinkles from my new shirt when a soft knock sounded at the door. My body tensed instinctively. Who would be visiting me at this hour? Lady Leyland had mentioned dinner would be served soon. It was surely just a servant would be sent for that purpose. "Azure," I whispered internally. "Who's at the door?" I could sense Azure's amusement. "Perhaps you should open it and find out, Master." "That's not helpful," I muttered, eyeing the door suspiciously. My mind spun through scenarios, each more concerning than the last. Was this some delayed assassination attempt? Perhaps the assassins had tracked us to the inn and mistaken my room for Lady Leyland's. I imagined opening the door to find a blade already in motion toward my throat. Or worse, had Barrick's suspicions solidified into certainty? Was a contingent of guards waiting to apprehend the mysterious village boy who asked too many questions? It wasn't uncommon for a guardian to go behind their master's back in an effort to ensure that someone wasn't a threat. "Your paranoia is quite entertaining," Azure remarked dryly, "though I suppose caution is warranted given recent events." Another gentle knock, slightly more insistent this time. I approached silently, positioning myself to the side of the door rather than directly in front of it, ready to draw spiritual essence if needed. "Who is it?" I called, keeping my voice steady. "It's Leyland," came the soft reply. I relaxed slightly, though not completely. After all, voices could be imitated, and Lady Leyland herself might be under duress. "One moment," I called, positioning myself to react if necessary. I opened the door a cautious few inches, then wider as I confirmed it was indeed Lady Leyland, alone and apparently unharmed. She had clearly visited the bathhouse herself. Her dark hair was still slightly damp, falling in gentle waves around her shoulders rather than in the practical style she'd worn during travel. She'd changed into a simple gown of pale blue that complemented her complexion perfectly, with subtle embroidery at the collar and cuffs that spoke of quality without ostentation. The effect was striking. In her merchant's disguise, she had been merely pretty. Now, with the grime of travel washed away and attired as befitted her station, she was genuinely beautiful, a fact I noted with clinical detachment, or so I told myself. "Oh, hello," she said, a hint of uncertainty in her voice that seemed at odds with her usual composure. "Hello," I replied, equally awkward. We stood in silence for a moment that stretched uncomfortably. I studied her expression, searching for clues to her purpose. Had she discovered something about me? Had my subtle use of qi been detected after all? Or did she suspect my origins based on some inconsistency in my story? Perhaps most concerning, was she actually interested in Tomas as a person? I dismissed that thought immediately. A candidate for saintess would hardly develop romantic feelings for a common villager she'd known for less than a day. Far more likely she harbored suspicions and was here to confirm them through conversation. A smarter tactic than having Barrick interrogate me. I suppressed a sigh. It seemed I couldn't rest even here. The performance must continue. "I hope I'm not disturbing you," Lady Leyland said, tucking a strand of damp hair behind her ear. "I was wondering if we might chat for a bit before dinner." "Of course," I replied, then realized I was still blocking the doorway. "Please, come in." I stepped aside, allowing her to enter the modest chamber. The room felt suddenly smaller with her presence, as if the walls had contracted to accommodate her. Lady Leyland glanced around, clearly uncertain where to position herself in the sparse furnishings. "You can sit on the bed," I offered, then immediately regretted my phrasing. "I mean, it's the only real seating unless you'd prefer the chest." A slight smile touched her lips. "The bed is fine, thank you." She perched gracefully on the edge of the mattress, smoothing out her skirt. I sat on the wooden chest across from her, maintaining a respectful distance. The silence stretched between us, broken only by the muffled sounds of the inn. Footsteps in the corridor, the clatter of dishes from below, occasional bursts of laughter from the common room. "The clothes are very comfortable," I said finally, gesturing at my new attire. "Thank you for your generosity." "They suit you," she replied, then seemed embarrassed by her own observation. "I mean, they're more appropriate than blood-spattered, dirt-encrusted village clothes?" I offered with a self-deprecating smile. Her laughter was unexpected, a light, genuine sound that transformed her face, softening the formal lines of nobility into something more accessible. "Yes, exactly that." Another silence fell, but less strained this time. Lady Leyland's fingers fidgeted slightly with the embroidered edge of her sleeve. "I wanted to thank you again," she said finally. "Not just for the warning that saved my life, but for the conversation during our journey." Her eyes met mine briefly before flicking away. It made what could have been a tense and frightening travel much more pleasant. "I enjoyed it too," I replied truthfully. Conversation with Lady Leyland had been surprisingly engaging. Her perspective on the world was thoughtful, if somewhat sheltered by her noble upbringing. "Did you?" she asked, a note of genuine surprise in her voice. "Most people find conversation with me difficult." "Difficult?" I echoed, genuinely curious. "Why would that be?" Lady Leyland's shoulders lifted in a small shrug. "My family, House Varian, is considered declining nobility. We've lost much of our influence over generations, though we maintain certain traditions." Her fingers brushed unconsciously against her throat, where I assumed a family emblem might normally rest. "Other noble houses tend to avoid close association, lest our misfortune prove contagious." "And common folk?" I prompted. "Even worse in some ways," she sighed. "They're so careful, so afraid of giving offense. As if I'd have someone flogged for speaking out of turn." She laughed softly, though there was a hint of sadness in it. "I sometimes wonder if anyone sees me at all, rather than simply my title." I leaned back, studying her with new interest. The burden of nobility was something I understood theoretically but had never personally experienced. In my original world, status had been important but not insurmountable. Here, the divisions seemed more rigid, more defining. "That sounds lonely." "It can be," she admitted softly. "That's why I enjoyed our talk in the wagon. You spoke to me as a person, not as my lady or noble one, or whatever title seemed safest." I offered a small shrug. "Perhaps it's because I'm not from your world. Village life was simpler. We judged people by their actions, not their titles." This wasn't entirely fabrication. My perspective had been shaped by experience. Back on Earth, I'd once lived in a society that valued, at least in principle, the concept that all people deserved equal treatment regardless of station. In cultivation worlds, power dictated status with brutal efficiency, but I'd never fully embraced that hierarchy in my heart. That's refreshing, she said. I sometimes think all the ceremony and protocol exists primarily to keep people at arm's length. May I ask you something? I ventured, seeing an opportunity to gather information. Of course. You mentioned traveling to Highland City, but your ultimate destination is the Cerulean Spire, I said carefully. Isn't that taking you out of your way? You're right, she nodded. The Blue Sun Academy lies to the northwest, while Highland City is directly north of here. But we're not traveling alone all the way to the Spire. You're meeting someone in Highland? I asked, though I already suspected the answer. My father has a friend there, Lord Caven of House Rimaris, she explained. His family has maintained a strong position despite political shifts. He's agreed to provide escort from Highland to the Academy, ensuring we arrive safely for the selection ceremony. I nodded, pieces falling into place. So, once you reach Lord Caven, you'll have proper protection against these assassins. Yes, he'll be providing us with at least 2 rank 3 Lightweavers. She smoothed an imaginary wrinkle from her skirt. But like my father, I believe loyalty is worth more than hired strength that might be bought by opposing houses. Loyal like Barrick, I agreed. A fond smile touched her lips. He used to carry me on his shoulders when I was small. Now he carries the weight of my safety on those same shoulders. I could see the genuine affection in her expression. This wasn't a calculated relationship between noble and servant, but something deeper, familial almost, transcending the usual boundaries of class and station. But after my name was put forward as a candidate, he's been intense, she sighed. Everything is a potential threat. Everyone a potential assassin. She cast me an apologetic glance. Even half-dead village boys stumbling out of forests. I chuckled. A reasonable caution, given what happened later. True, she conceded. But I've always believed in trusting my instincts about people. And my instincts about you were correct. Were they? I asked, genuinely curious about how she perceived me. Yes, you're. She paused, studying me with those remarkable eyes. You're genuine, resourceful, observant. Her head tilted slightly. And something else I can't quite place. I felt a flutter of unease but maintained my expression, neither confirming nor denying her assessment. Growing up in a small village teaches observation, I said carefully. Noticing when storms are approaching, when animals are behaving strangely, when strangers might pose a threat, it's survival. This novel's true home is a different platform. Support the author by finding it there. She nodded, seemingly accepting this explanation. I suppose city folk lose that skill. Too many people, too much noise. We stop noticing the important details. How did they find you? I asked, changing the subject back to her, but I was also genuinely curious. The assassins, Lady Leyland sighed, looking troubled. That's what concerns me. We arranged several decoy caravans departing in different directions. Each followed a separate route that might reasonably lead to the Cerulean Spire eventually. For the routes to be exposed, it means, there's a traitor, I finished for her. Unfortunately, yes, she agreed. Though whether in my father's household or the Lord's, I can't say. I found myself analyzing the situation automatically. The attack was well coordinated but not particularly powerful. If they'd wanted to kill you with certainty, they should have sent higher-ranked Lightweavers. Oh, I'm sure they did, she replied with a sad smile. Higher-ranked Lightweavers are extremely expensive to hire for assassination work, so they couldn't afford to place them with every caravan. We were fortunate that our particular pursuers were merely initiates. She shook her head. Had a rank 2 or higher been assigned to our route, I doubt we'd be having this conversation. A contemplative silence fell between us. You mentioned being born with the cerulean vein, I ventured, seizing the opportunity to learn more. How did your family discover this trait in you? Lady Leyland's hand unconsciously rose to her forehead, though no mark was visible there. It manifested early. As an infant, I would glow when the blue sun reached its zenith. My nursemaids were terrified until my father recognized the signs. A wistful smile touched her lips. He'd seen it once before in his great-aunt. She became a light weaver of some renown. So, it runs in families? Sometimes. Not always. It can appear in anyone, noble or common. She looked at me with sudden intensity. That's why the light weavers search everywhere for those with the gift. Talent isn't restricted to bloodlines, though some houses like to pretend otherwise. This aligned with what I knew of cultivation systems. While family techniques and inherited aptitudes existed, true talent often appeared randomly throughout populations, which explained why sects cast their nets widely. And the absorption ability, I continued, is that common among those with the cerulean vein? No, she said, a touch of pride entering her voice. That's quite rare, actually. Most with the vein can channel light to some degree, but absorption, direct intake of blue sun energy, is less common, and considered particularly auspicious for a potential saintess. Because you're literally taking in the blue sun's power? Exactly. The saintess is meant to be a vessel for the first light's will. My ability suggests a natural affinity for that role. She seemed to catch herself, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Or so the elders say. I try not to put too much stock in such things. But her expression suggested otherwise. She did care about the symbolism, perhaps more than she wanted to admit. Being chosen as saintess clearly meant a great deal to her, beyond mere political advantage. What happens if you absorb too much? I asked, genuinely curious about the mechanics. Is there a limit? A shadow crossed her face. Yes, the human form can only contain so much celestial energy. Exceed that threshold and... Her voice dropped lower. The body simply burns away from within, like a paper lantern holding too large a flame. I nodded, understanding completely. The principle was similar to chi deviation in traditional cultivation. Channels overwhelmed, meridians ruptured, the practitioner consumed by their own power. Every system had its breaking point. That's why the selection ritual is dangerous, I surmised. You have to absorb as much as possible without crossing that threshold. Yes, it's a delicate balance. Push too far and you die. Too cautious and another candidate becomes saintess. Her fingers knotted together in her lap. Many have been lost during the cerulean immersion over the centuries. And you're willing to take that risk? The question hung in the air between us, more personal than I'd intended. But Lady Leyland didn't seem offended. Instead, she appeared to consider it seriously, her gaze turning inward. I believe I have a purpose, she said finally. The blue sun has marked me from birth. If becoming saintess is that purpose, then the risk is worthwhile. If not, she shrugged slightly, then I'll serve the light in whatever capacity I'm meant to. Her certainty was both impressive and slightly unsettling. In my experience, those who believed themselves chosen by higher powers were either delusional or dangerously ambitious. But Lady Leyland seemed neither. There was a genuine humility in her acceptance of what she viewed as her destiny. Why do you want to be saintess? I asked directly. Is it for your family's advancement? Your own ambition? Or do you truly believe in the blue sun's vision? All three, if I'm being honest, she answered after a thoughtful pause. I do want to restore my family's standing. Not for pride, but because influence allows us to protect our people. And yes, there's personal ambition too. I've trained my entire life for this role. I believe I would excel at it. She smoothed a fold in her dress before continuing. But most importantly, I genuinely believe in what the blue sun represents. Healing rather than harming. Growth rather than destruction. The balance that was lost years ago. Balance, I repeated, intrigued by her choice of words. I thought the orders were fundamentally opposed. They are now, she agreed. But it wasn't always so. The ancient texts speak of a time when both suns were honored equally. Red for transformation and power, blue for healing and insight. They were meant to complement each other, not compete. Master, Azure's voice whispered in my mind. Her perspective aligns remarkably well with what we observed in your inner world. The balance of both energies creates something greater than either alone. I acknowledged Azure's observation silently. The dual suns orbiting in perfect harmony within my inner world did seem to suggest a natural balance rather than opposition. So, you don't believe the red sun is inherently corrupting? I asked carefully. Leyland hesitated, glancing toward the door as if concerned about being overheard expressing heretical thoughts. What I believe, she said finally, her voice low, is that both suns have the potential for good and ill. The blue sun can blind as easily as it illuminates. The red sun can transform for better or worse. It's how we channel and direct their energies that matters. That's a dangerous perspective in the current climate, I observed. She smiled wryly. Hence why I don't share it widely. The Order's orthodox position is that the blue sun is inherently purifying and the red sun inherently corrupting. To suggest otherwise would be politically unwise. Yet you would become the spiritual leader of an order whose fundamental belief you question? I couldn't keep the skepticism from my voice. To change something, sometimes you must work from within, she replied simply. As Saintess, I could gradually shift the order's perspective, perhaps even begin healing the rift between the two sun traditions. A noble goal, I said, but one that might get you branded a heretic if expressed too openly. She laughed softly. Indeed, which is why I'm surprised to find myself sharing these thoughts with you. A boy I met just hours ago. Her expression turned curious. There's something about you that inspires trust, Tomas. Or perhaps near-death experiences simply make one careless with secrets. I smiled non-committally, though inwardly I was analyzing this revelation. If Leyland truly believed in balancing both sun energies, she might be more receptive to my own dual cultivation approach than I'd initially assumed. This could prove useful if she became Saintess and my cover was exposed. Your perspective makes sense to me, I offered. In Porvale, we always said that nature thrives on balance. Too much rain drowns the crops, too little withers them. Why would the suns be different? My smile turned sad as the words left my mouth, the weight of my supposed loss suddenly pressing down on me. I looked away, remembering that I needed to play the part of a boy whose entire world had just been destroyed by the Red Sun's followers. I'm sorry, Leyland said quickly, reaching out to touch my arm. How insensitive of me to philosophize about balance when you've just lost everything to the Red Sun's violence. I shook my head, blinking back the tears that seemed appropriate for the moment. No, what you're saying still makes sense. It's just difficult for me right now, after all that's happened. Of course it is, she said gently. Those who've lost loved ones to the Red Sun's followers would naturally struggle to accept any perspective that doesn't condemn it entirely. Your pain is valid, Tomas. She withdrew her hand but held my gaze with compassion in her eyes. Perhaps that's the greatest challenge. Finding that balance not just in power but in understanding. I hope someday, when the wounds aren't so fresh, people like you might come to see what I see. Not today, not tomorrow, but someday. Maybe, I whispered. A comfortable silence fell between us. Through the window, I could see the last rays of the red sun disappearing below the horizon, its crimson light giving way to the cooler blue illumination of the night sun. The transition between the two celestial bodies created a brief, beautiful moment where the world was bathed in purple light, the perfect balance of both energies. Leyland followed my gaze to the window. The transitional hour, she murmured. Some of the older texts call it the moment of harmony. It's when both suns exert equal influence, neither dominating the other. It's beautiful, I said truthfully. And powerful, she added. Did you know that certain rituals can only be performed during this hour? Workings that draw on both solar energies simultaneously. I turned to her with genuine interest. What kind of rituals? Healing is the most common application, she explained. Wounds treated during the transitional hour heal faster and more completely than at any other time. There are also purification rites, boundary designations, and... She hesitated, Some say transformation rituals that are neither skybound nor lightweaver in nature. Forbidden knowledge? I asked with a raised eyebrow. She smiled enigmatically. Let's call it disputed scholarship. The orders prefer clear divisions. You're either of the red sun or the blue sun. The idea that one might draw on both simultaneously is politically inconvenient. Yet you believe it's possible. I know it is, she replied. I've seen it done. Now that caught my full attention. By whom? I asked. Her expression grew distant, as if recalling a memory from long ago. My grandmother. She was unusual, born with a cerulean vein like me, but with strange amber eyes that would sometimes flash red in certain lights. Before she died, she showed me things, techniques that drew on both solar energies in tandem. Was she trained in both traditions? I asked, fascinated by this revelation. Leyland shook her head. Not formally. She called herself a walker between and spoke of ancient practitioners who maintained the original, undivided solar tradition from before the orders existed. This is extremely valuable information, Master, Azure commented in my mind. It suggests there may be established precedent for your dual cultivation approach. We should learn more if possible. I agreed silently, then asked aloud, did she leave any writings? Or teach these techniques to others besides you? She left a journal, Leyland said, lowering her voice further. My father keeps it locked away. He considers her ideas dangerous to our family's standing with the order. As for other students, I don't know. She was quite secretive, worried what would happen to her if her abilities were exposed. A journal containing dual cultivation techniques would be invaluable. I filed away this information for future reference, already considering how I might gain access to such a resource. What happened to her? I asked. Leyland's expression darkened. She died under suspicious circumstances. Officially, it was recorded as heart failure, but she was perfectly healthy before. It happened shortly after she demonstrated a particularly powerful dual energy technique to me. You think she was assassinated? I've never had proof, she replied cautiously. But I've always wondered. The timing was convenient for those who might have considered her knowledge threatening. I nodded, understanding the implication. Powerful organizations rarely tolerated challenges to their doctrinal foundations. Anyone demonstrating an alternative to the established power systems would naturally become a target. That's why you keep your beliefs private, I observed. Until I'm in a position where they cannot easily silence me, yes, she admitted. The Saintess is traditionally beyond reproach. Once I attain that position, I'll have more freedom to explore these ideas openly. A dangerous game, I cautioned. Even a Saintess isn't invulnerable to accidents or sudden illnesses. She smiled grimly. I'm well aware, but some truths are worth the risk. I found myself admiring her determination, even while questioning her strategy. Playing the long game within an organization often meant being changed by it rather than changing it. How many reformers had I seen gradually absorbed by the very systems they intended to transform? The conversation lulled again, and I noticed that the purple light of the transitional hour had faded completely. Outside, the world was now illuminated solely by the blue sun's ethereal glow. Shadows lengthened and softened, and the quality of light through the window took on an almost liquid quality. It's growing dark, I murmured. The blue sun will be rising soon. Lady Leyland followed my gaze. Yes, we should make our way to dinner before Barrick comes searching for me. She smiled ruefully. He's likely already suspicious of my whereabouts. Does he know you're here? No. She hesitated, a slight flush coloring her cheeks. I didn't tell anyone where I was going. I just wanted normal conversation, without guards and protocols and constant vigilance. I understood her desire all too well. The weight of constant performance, maintaining a role, guarding every word and gesture, was exhausting. In her way, Lady Leyland wore a mask as I did, though hers was woven from nobility and responsibility rather than deception. The narrative has been taken without permission. Report any sightings. I'm honored by your trust, I said, meaning it. She stood, smoothing her skirt. Shall we? She asked, gesturing toward the door. I nodded, rising from my perch on the chest. As we stepped into the corridor, I noticed the subtle shift in Lady Leyland's posture and expression. The return of the noblewoman's mask, replacing the more open, accessible person who had sat in my room. The transformation was fascinating to witness, a reminder that everyone performed versions of themselves depending on their audience. I should go ahead separately, she said quietly. Barrack would have questions if we arrived together. I nodded, understanding completely. A noblewoman visiting a common boy's room alone would raise eyebrows, regardless of the innocent nature of our conversation. Reputation mattered in hierarchical societies like this one. I'll follow in a few minutes, I agreed. She hesitated, studying me with those remarkable eyes that seemed to shift between blue and gray depending on the light. Tomas, thank you for listening, and for not treating me as either above or below you, but simply as me. Everyone is just people, I said with a small shrug. Titles and positions don't change that. You're different, she said, her voice soft but certain. There's something about you. You're not like other villagers I've met. My heart rate quickened slightly. Had I revealed too much? Let some hint of my true nature slip through the carefully constructed facade? I'm just me, I said, aiming for simplicity. Lady Leyland's lips curved in a gentle smile. Yes, I suppose you are. And that's what makes you interesting. Her eyes held mine for a moment longer than was strictly proper. I'll see you at dinner, Tomas. With that, she turned and walked down the corridor, her steps measured and graceful, the picture of nobility restored. I watched her go, mind racing with questions and calculations. Well, Azure's voice commented in my mind. That was enlightening in more ways than one. What do you mean? I asked silently, still watching Lady Leyland's retreating figure. It seems the lady finds you quite fascinating, Master, and not merely as a curiosity from a village. I frowned slightly. She's suspicious, that's all, wondering how a simple villager escaped a skybound attack. If that's what you wish to believe, Azure replied, his tone suggesting he thought otherwise. Though I note she made a special journey to your room, alone, dressed in her finest, specifically to engage in normal conversation without the presence of guards. I rolled my eyes, closing my door. She's a noble seeking a brief escape from the constraints of her position. Nothing more. Of course, Master. And the lingering glances, the personal questions, the slight flush when she spoke of visiting you without informing others, all merely political calculation. Exactly, I said firmly, refusing to acknowledge Azure's obvious implication. She's gathering information, just as I am. Indeed, though perhaps not all information is tactical in nature. I sighed, running a hand through my hair. We're in the middle of a dangerous situation, Azure. Lady Leyland is a candidate for a major religious position, targeted by assassins with powerful enemies closing in. Romance is hardly a priority. I never mentioned romance, Master, Azure replied innocently. How interesting that your mind went there immediately. I suppressed a groan, recognizing the verbal trap too late. Enough. We need to focus on getting to the Blue Sun Academy, not on misinterpreted social cues. As you wish, Azure conceded, though I could still detect amusement in his tone. Though I feel compelled to note that cultivation texts often emphasize the importance of balance in all aspects of life. Emotional connections are complications we can't afford right now, I cut in. Besides, forming attachments in this situation would be cruel to myself more than anyone. How so, Master? Azure inquired, though I suspected he already knew the answer. I sighed, running a hand through my hair. This is a time loop, Azure. Every connection, every bond, every feeling would be erased when I die and reset. I'd remember everything while they'd remember nothing. The thought left a hollow feeling in my chest. Imagine falling for someone, only to watch them forget you exist over and over again. It would be self-inflicted torture. A pragmatic assessment, Azure acknowledged. Though I wonder if such connections might provide strength and motivation during difficult moments. I shook my head. They might if this was some shounen anime. But the cost is too high. Each reset would compound the loss. I stared out the small window, watching as the blue sun began its ascent into the night sky. Perhaps, when the time loop ends, if it ever does, then I could consider such things. But not now. Not like this. An understandable position, Azure said, though I suspect the heart doesn't always follow such rational calculations. You're not wrong, I sighed, pushing aside these troubling thoughts. But right now we need to prepare for dinner. Another performance, another opportunity to gather information, and another chance to enjoy Lady Leyland's company, Azure added, his tone carefully neutral now. I ignored this, focusing instead on practical matters. I checked my appearance once more in the small mirror, ensuring I looked appropriately humble but presentable. The new clothes Lady Leyland had provided elevated my appearance significantly, but I took care to maintain certain elements of village mannerisms. A slight stoop to the shoulders, hands that betrayed unfamiliarity with finer fabrics, hair arranged with less precision than a noble would display. The details mattered. A performance was only as convincing as its smallest elements. After taking a few minutes to compose myself following Lady Leyland's departure, I left my room and made my way down. The inn's main floor buzzed with activity. Travelers filled the common room, their voices creating a steady murmur beneath the clinking of cups and occasional bursts of laughter. Servers weaved between tables, balancing trays of food and drink. I scanned the room, looking for Lady Leyland and her party. They weren't among the common diners, unsurprising given their status and the recent attempts on her life. A more private setting would be both appropriate and safer. May I help you, sir? I turned to find a server standing nearby, a young woman with dark hair pulled back in a simple knot. Her smile seemed professional enough, but something about her eyes struck me as off. Too alert, too assessing for someone whose job was merely to deliver meals and clear tables. I'm looking for La. I caught myself. For the merchant party I arrived with earlier. I believe they arranged a private dining room. Ah, yes. Her eyes flickered briefly. The eastern wing, second door on the right. I can show you the way if you like. That won't be necessary, I replied with a polite smile. I can find it. I made my way through the common room, weaving between tables and nodding politely to other guests. The eastern wing was quieter, a corridor lined with several doors that presumably led to private dining chambers. I located the second door on the right and knocked softly. Enter, came Barrick's voice. I pushed open the door to find a well-appointed private dining room. A rectangular table dominated the center, set with fine ceramics and gleaming cutlery. A hearth along one wall provided both warmth and soft, flickering light, supplemented by several oil lamps placed in wall sconces. Lady Leyland sat at the head of the table, with Barrick to her right. Two other guards occupied seats further down, while an elderly woman, a companion or attendant I hadn't noticed earlier, sat to Lady Leyland's left. An empty chair beside the elderly woman presumably awaited me. Ah, Tomas, Lady Leyland greeted with a warm smile. Please join us. We were just about to begin. I bowed slightly as I entered. Thank you for including me, my lady. Nonsense, she replied. After your service today, you're an honored guest. I took my seat beside the elderly woman, who studied me with sharp eyes that belied her advanced age. So, this is the brave village boy? She asked. Mara. I serve as Lady Leyland's companion. An honor to meet you, I replied. She continued to study me with those penetrating eyes. You have an unusual quality about you, young man. Most villagers would be overwhelmed by such company. I ducked my head slightly. I'm just grateful for their kindness, ma'am. Without Lady Leyland's intervention, I'd likely be dead or worse. Yes, I heard about the village. Mara's expression softened slightly. A terrible business. Those skybound monsters grow bolder by the day. I nodded. allowing genuine sorrow to enter my expression. "Let's not dwell on such darkness during our meal," Lady Leyland interjected gently. "Tomas deserves a respite from horrors, not a reminder." Servants entered then, bearing trays laden with food that far surpassed anything found in a village tavern. Roasted meats seasoned with herbs, fresh vegetables prepared in delicate sauces, bread still warm from the oven, and fragrant rice that steamed when uncovered. They arranged the dishes on the table, filled our cups with a pale golden wine, and departed with minimal interaction. As the door closed behind them, I noticed Barrick's eyes follow their exit, his gaze lingering on the door for a moment longer than necessary. "The inn is known for its excellent kitchen," Lady Leyland commented, seemingly oblivious to her guard's vigilance. "The chef trained in the royal city before settling here." "It looks wonderful," I replied truthfully. My current body responded to the aromas with immediate hunger, and I dug in with the etiquette or lack of etiquette one would expect from a villager. "Tell me, Tomas," Mara said as we began to eat, "what skills did you practice in your village? You seem well-spoken for a miller's son." A test, and not a particularly subtle one. I chewed slowly before answering, not rushing to defend myself. "My mother valued learning," I explained, drawing on Tomas's memories. "She taught me my letters and numbers before she passed, and the village had a small collection of books that travelers had left over the years. I read them whenever there was time after chores." "Commendable," Mara nodded. "Education is sadly neglected in rural areas." "Were you apprenticed to your father?" one of the guards asked, a younger man named Corinne, if I recalled correctly. I nodded. "Yes, I was learning the trade. Grinding grain isn't complicated, but maintaining the mill requires skill. Understanding water flow, gears, stone quality." I allowed myself to trail off, as if realizing I might be boring them with technical details. "Unauthorized content usage. If you discover this narrative on Amazon, report the violation." "Practical knowledge," Barrick commented. His first direct address to me since I'd entered. "Useful skills." I sensed a calculation behind his words, an assessment of what value I might offer their group beyond the warning that had saved Lady Leyland's life. He was categorizing me, determining whether I was worth the risk of keeping close, or if there was more to my background. "What will you do now?" Corinne asked bluntly. "With your village gone?" A silence fell over the table, the question hanging awkwardly in the air. It was the obvious inquiry, yet one everyone had politely avoided until now. I looked down at my plate, letting my shoulders slump slightly as I arranged my features into an expression of quiet grief. Having lived through the destruction of the village multiple times meant that the emotions weren't entirely feigned, so that made my job easier. "I haven't," I began, then paused as if struggling to form the words. "Everything I knew is gone. My father, our mill, the village." I took a slow breath. "I suppose at Highland City, I'll try to find work there. I know how to fix mill machinery. Perhaps some bakery or granary could use such skills." I kept my eyes downcast, a perfect portrait of someone trying to rebuild shattered fragments of a life into something with purpose. Start small. Find a room somewhere. Work. Save a little. One day at a time, I suppose. When I finally looked up, Lady Leyland was watching me with an expression of mingled sympathy and thoughtfulness. "If you don't mind traveling with a target for assassins," she said with a teasing smile, "you could come with us beyond Highland City, to the Blue Sun Academy." I blinked, allowing genuine surprise to show on my face, though for entirely different reasons than Tomas would have felt. This was exactly what I wanted. Direct entry to the academy with their protection and sponsorship. Yet I had to appear properly astonished by such generosity. "The academy?" I echoed, my voice deliberately uncertain. "But what use would I be to Lightweavers? I'm just a miller's son. I don't have any special abilities or knowledge." "Your mechanical skills could be quite valuable," Lady Leyland suggested. "The academy has extensive equipment that requires maintenance. Water systems, heating mechanisms, mechanical trainers. And beyond that," she smiled warmly, "everyone deserves a fresh start after tragedy. Perhaps the blue sun has guided our paths together for a reason. I allowed a hesitant smile to form, as if hope were slowly dawning after days of despair. That would give me purpose. A chance to be part of something meaningful again. I ducked my head. I'd be honored, my lady. Truly. Mara was watching this exchange with narrowed eyes. Her head tilted slightly as if listening to something beyond our conversation. The academy is not a charity house, Leyland, she said finally, her tone gentle but firm. Nor is it a refuge for every stray you encounter. Mara! Lady Leyland looked genuinely shocked by the older woman's bluntness. I'm merely stating facts, Mara replied, unperturbed. If the boy has no affinity for the blue sun's energy, his presence would be tolerated at best. She turned her penetrating gaze to me. Unless there's something more to you than appears, young Miller. The statement hung in the air like a challenge. For a moment, I wondered if she somehow sensed the suns in my inner world. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Barrick cut in, his tone carefully neutral though his eyes remained watchful. Such arrangements would require proper approvals. There are protocols for bringing outsiders to the academy. He glanced briefly at Lady Leyland. Perhaps we should discuss this matter tomorrow, after we've all had time to consider it carefully. Of course, Barrick, Lady Leyland conceded. We have plenty of time to sort out the details. For now, let's enjoy this excellent meal. Our conversation was interrupted by the arrival of the serving girl with a carafe of wine. As she poured, I noticed something that sent a chill down my spine. Her movements were precise, but her eyes kept darting to the window, and there was a tension in her shoulders that hadn't been present earlier. Azure noticed it too. Master, the girl's behavior has changed. She's anticipating something. I watched her carefully as she finished serving and left the room. The slight tremor in her hands, the quickened breathing, these were the signs of someone under pressure, someone involved in something that frightened them. Is the wine not to your liking? Lady Leyland asked Barrick, who I now realized had not touched his glass. It's fine, my lady, he replied, though he made no move to drink. I simply prefer to keep my wits about me while traveling. His caution confirmed my suspicions. Barrick had noticed something amiss as well, though he concealed his concerns from Lady Leyland, who seemed oblivious to these undercurrents, continuing to sip her wine as she spoke about their plans for the journey ahead. If the weather holds, we should reach Highland City in 2 days. Lord Caven's mansion is in the western quarter, overlooking the harbor. As she spoke, I divided my attention between maintaining my facade of interest and tracking the movements of the inn's staff. Through the partially open door, I could see servants moving with unusual urgency, exchanging whispered words as they passed. Something has changed, Azure observed silently. The inn's routine has been disrupted. I nodded imperceptibly, continuing to eat my dessert with apparent enjoyment while mentally cataloging everything I'd noticed. The serving girl's nervous glances, Barrick's refusal to drink, the accelerated pace of the staff outside, Lady Leyland's complete unawareness of the tension building around us. Is the food poisoned? I asked Azure. Not that I can detect, Azure replied after a moment. The food and wine show no unusual properties. Whatever their purpose, it doesn't appear to involve immediate harm through consumption. That was somewhat reassuring. What do you think, Tomas? Lady Leyland's voice pulled me from my observations. I blinked, realizing I'd missed her question entirely. I'm sorry, my lady. Could you repeat that? She smiled. I was asking if you've ever been to Highland City before. No, never, I replied, recovering quickly. Is it as grand as people say? This launched her into an enthusiastic description of Highland's wonders. The harbor with ships from distant lands, the markets filled with exotic goods, the grand temple of the first light at the city's heart. I nodded and asked appropriate questions, all while continuing my subtle surveillance of our surroundings. My guess would be that the inn staff had been compromised. Whether bribed or threatened, they were now acting on someone else's behalf, likely reporting Lady Leyland's presence to interested parties. Don't you agree, Tomas? Lady Leyland was looking at me expectantly. I'm sorry, my lady, I apologized again, feigning embarrassment. I'm afraid the events of the day have left me more tired than I realized. My mind wandered. Her expression softened with immediate concern. Of course. How thoughtless of me to keep you here when you must be exhausted. You've been through a terrible ordeal. Perhaps we should all retire early, Barrick suggested smoothly, finally seeing his opening. Tomorrow's journey will be demanding, and we should be well rested. Lady Leyland looked momentarily disappointed but nodded in agreement. You're right, as always, Barrick, though I was enjoying our conversation. She cast a warm smile in my direction. The conversation can continue tomorrow, Barrick said, rising from his seat. On the road, where we'll have plenty of time to talk. I stood as well, bowing slightly to Lady Leyland. Thank you for your hospitality. This was more than I could have imagined. You're most welcome, Tomas, she replied, her voice softening. Sleep well. Tomorrow brings us closer to safety. The irony of her statement wasn't lost on me. If my suspicions were correct, safety might be the last thing tomorrow would bring. One of Barrick's guards silently escorted me to my room. He checked the chamber briefly before allowing me to enter, then stationed himself at the end of the hallway with a clear view of my door. Protection or surveillance? Perhaps both. As soon as I was alone, I moved to the window, studying the courtyard below. The blue sun hung low on the horizon now, casting long shadows across the grounds. A few stable hands moved between buildings, and a pair of travelers argued with the innkeeper over what appeared to be a disputed bill. Nothing obviously suspicious, yet the tension in the air was palpable. It would make sense for them to move her tonight, I murmured to Azure. A prudent decision, he replied. But do you think they'll include you in their escape plans? I hope so, but I'm just a village boy they rescued, so it wouldn't surprise me if they left me behind. I shrugged. Yet Lady Leyland seems to have developed a certain attachment. An interesting distraction for a noblewoman, I replied. Nothing more. She'll forget me as soon as we part ways. Is that disappointment I detect in your tone, Master? I ignored Azure's teasing. What matters is that we need to reach the Blue Sun Academy. If they leave tonight without us, our most direct path to the Academy disappears. I paced the small confines of the room, considering my options. I could attempt to follow them, but that risked being discovered and branded a spy or worse. I could ask Lady Leyland directly, but seeming too eager to accompany them to the Academy would seem very suspicious. Or I could simply wait and hope they included me in their plans, the least appealing option to someone accustomed to controlling my own destiny. They have little reason to abandon you, Azure observed. Lady Leyland values your company, and even Barrick recognizes your usefulness after you warned them of the assassin. Leaving behind someone who has proven loyal seems counterproductive. Perhaps, I conceded, but their primary concern is her safety. If they believe bringing me along increases the risk, they won't hesitate to leave me behind. Closing my eyes, I steadied my breath, allowing my awareness to expand. The sounds of the inn filtered through my consciousness. Footsteps in the corridor, muffled conversations from adjacent rooms, the distant notes of the minstrel still playing in the common room. I cataloged each noise, creating a mental map of the building's occupants and their movements. Something's changed, Azure said suddenly, his voice cutting through my meditative state. I opened my eyes, instantly alert. What is it? The guard at the end of the hall has moved, and there's increased activity in the stables, horses being readied. I rose silently, moving to the window once more. Sure enough, the courtyard now held several servants hastily preparing mounts. They worked with minimal lanterns, their movements suggesting urgency rather than the normal preparations for morning departure. They're leaving now, I realized. It seemed they really didn't plan to bring me along. A sharp pang of something that felt uncomfortably like disappointment lanced through me. I pushed it aside, focusing instead on the practical implications. Had they decided I was a liability? Or perhaps they simply didn't want to involve a civilian in what might prove dangerous. Before I could think about it further, a soft knock sounded at my door. I froze, every sense suddenly hyper-alert. The knock had been gentle, too gentle for Barrick or his guards. I moved silently to the door, positioning myself to the side rather than directly in front of it. This novel's true home is a different platform. Support the author by finding it there. Who is it? I called softly. Leyland, came the whispered reply. Please open the door quickly. I relaxed slightly, though not completely, and opened the door a cautious few inches. Lady Leyland stood alone in the corridor, a dark traveling cloak now covering her dinner attire. Her hair had been braided and pinned tightly to her head. May I come in? She asked, her voice barely audible. I stepped aside, allowing her to enter before closing the door behind her. We're leaving, she said without preamble. Now. I noticed the preparations, I replied, gesturing toward the window. Your men aren't being particularly subtle with the horses. A flicker of annoyance crossed her features. Barrick insisted on speed over stealth. He believes we've been compromised. The servants, I nodded. They've been acting strangely since we arrived. Surprise registered in her eyes. You noticed that too? It was difficult to miss, I said with a shrug. The way they kept looking out windows, whispering to each other. Barrick thinks someone has paid them to report my presence, she confirmed. We intercepted a stable boy trying to leave on horseback a few minutes ago. He admitted to being offered silver to carry news of noble travelers to a contact on the North Road. And now you're leaving before whoever paid him can arrive, I concluded. Yes, she hesitated, studying my face. Barrick wanted to go without telling you. He thought it safer for you to remain behind, away from our troubles. So I had been right. They had planned to abandon me. But you disagreed, I prompted, curious about her reasoning. I did. Lady Leyland looked slightly embarrassed. It seemed wrong to leave without saying goodbye at the very least. And more importantly, I'm not convinced you would be safer here. If whoever is hunting me discovers you traveled with us, they might assume you have information. Her concern seemed genuine, her eyes searching my face for understanding. Most nobles would hardly spare a thought for a commoner's welfare once they no longer served a purpose. So, she continued, taking a small step forward, her voice softening as she looked directly into my eyes. Do you wish to accompany us to the academy? I hesitated for just a moment, not wanting to sound too eager. Yes, I nodded slowly, but I don't think Barrick and Lady Mara will be pleased with another complication in your journey. A small, rebellious smile played across her lips. Barrick and Mara are tasked with keeping me safe, not making my decisions. They'll accept it, even if they grumble. She waved a dismissive hand. We'll sort that out when it comes to it. For now, what matters is getting away from here safely. I'll try my best not to cause any trouble, I replied, returning her smile with one of my own. She glanced quickly toward the window, then back at me. Meet us at the stable's rear entrance in 5 minutes. We'll be leaving through the eastern gate to avoid being seen from the main road. I'll be there, I promised, nodding firmly. She held my gaze for a moment longer. Then, in a move that caught me completely by surprise, stepped forward and placed a gentle kiss on my cheek. For luck, she whispered, and was gone before I could react, slipping through the door like a shadow. I stood frozen for a moment, my hand unconsciously rising to touch the spot where her lips had brushed my skin. This body's reactions were becoming increasingly inconvenient. The accelerated heartbeat, the warmth spreading across my face, the momentary inability to form coherent thoughts. Well, that was certainly unexpected, Azure remarked, his tone distinctly amused. A cultural custom. Nothing more? I muttered, forcing myself to focus on practical matters rather than the lingering sensation of her kiss. Of course, master. A completely standard farewell between a noblewoman and a commoner she's known for less than a day. I ignored his sarcasm, and with one final glance around the room to ensure I'd left nothing behind, I extinguished the lamp and moved towards the door. Before I could reach it, Azure's voice cut through my thoughts. Master, wait, he said. There's a group approaching the inn from the northeast. I froze, my hand hovering above the door handle. Merchants? Late travelers? No, Azure replied, his voice dropping lower. They're trying to conceal their auras. But in their haste, some of it has slipped through their shrouding techniques. Blue sun energy, concentrated and refined. My muscles tensed instinctively. Light weavers? Are you certain? Without question. I moved away from the door, back toward the window where I could scan the darkened landscape beyond the inn's walls. What rank are they? Azure was silent for a moment. 5 rank 1 light weavers, he said finally. I let out a slow breath. 5, I whispered. With my full cultivation base, 5 rank 1 practitioners would have been manageable, challenging perhaps, but not insurmountable. But in this body, with limited access to my spiritual essence and only the most basic runes available, I could perhaps kill one, I thought grimly. Maybe 2 if I ambushed them, expending every ounce of energy and employing the most destructive techniques available to me. But 5? And revealing myself as a skybound practitioner in the process. That would be tantamount to suicide. Yet the alternative was equally unpalatable. If I did nothing, Lady Leyland would likely be captured or killed, along with her group, which I was now a part of. And if I were to escape by myself, my most direct path to the academy would vanish, and I'd be back at square one, that is if I wasn't caught before then. They'll reach the inn's perimeter in approximately 1 minute, Azure informed me. I frowned, my reflection in the window mirroring the gravity of my predicament. 5 rank 1 light weavers, each one a deadly opponent on their own, trained in harnessing the blue sun's power in ways Barrick and his radiant-touched guards could never match. I had a decision to make and precious little time to make it. 5 dark figures moved silently through the underbrush towards Crossroads Inn. They wore identical black robes with deep hoods that concealed their features, the fabric specially woven to absorb light rather than reflect it. Only their hands were visible, pale skin occasionally catching the moonlight as they signaled to one another in practiced gestures. Doric, the leader of this small band of light weavers, kept his focus on the inn ahead. The 2-story structure loomed against the night sky, its windows glowing with warm lamplight that spilled out onto the courtyard. From his vantage point on the low ridge overlooking the establishment, he could see activity in the stables, horses being readied, servants moving with unusual haste for this late hour. Good, he thought. They haven't left yet. He adjusted the thin silver chain around his neck. A traditional light weaver adornment now concealed beneath his robes. In public, he wore it proudly, the small azure crystal pendant marking him as a servant of the First Light, one of the revered practitioners who brought healing and protection to the common folk. The people respected light weavers, looked to them for guidance and safety. But tonight's work required discretion. Positions, Doric whispered, his voice barely audible even in the stillness of the night. The 4 other robed figures spread out in a practiced formation, each taking a different approach vector toward the inn. Celine, his most trusted companion, gave him a quick nod before melting into the shadows to his right. Torin and Davi moved toward the eastern side of the structure, while Cress circled to the western approach, where the stables connected to the main building. Doric closed his eyes briefly, centering himself. The energy of the blue sun called to him, its pure light flowing through the cerulean vein that had manifested in him as a child. Unlike most light weavers who had to actively draw in blue sun energy, those born with the vein had a natural connection, a constant trickle of power that made them ideal candidates for advancement within the order. But that blessing came with responsibility. The purity of the First Light could not be tainted by base emotions. Greed, jealousy, vengeance. This operation was not about those things, he reminded himself. This was about protecting the order, ensuring that the selection of the new saint proceeded without the interference of House Varian and their dangerous ideas. Lady Leyland could not be allowed to reach the cerulean spire. The risk was too great. He flashed back to the meeting with Elder Lyones 3 days prior, the gravity in the Elder's voice as he'd outlined the threat. House Varian harbors dangerous beliefs, the Elder had said, his blue eyes glowing with intensity. Their candidate carries the blood of a heretic. Her grandmother practiced forbidden arts that draw upon both solar energies. If Leyland Varian becomes saintess, she may reintroduce these heretical practices, undermining the very foundation of our order. Doric had been skeptical at first. Surely these are just rumors, Elder. House Varian has served the Blue Sun faithfully for generations. The fools in the order might not believe me, but I have evidence. Elder Lyones had replied, producing a worn leather journal. This belonged to Leyland's grandmother. It contains techniques for drawing on both the first and last lights simultaneously, a fundamental violation of our most sacred tenets. Doric had not been permitted to read the journal, but the mere existence of such a text was damning. The separation of the two solar traditions was absolute, as it had been since the beginning of time. Those who sought to blend the energies inevitably lost control, becoming neither Lightweaver nor Skybound but something monstrous, corrupted by conflicting forces. Or so they had all been taught. Pushing these thoughts aside, Doric focused on the present moment. Their mission was clear: intercept Lady Leyland before she reached Lord Caven's protection in Highland City. No unnecessary casualties, no evidence linking back to the Order. She was to disappear quietly, another victim of the road's many dangers. The first team of assassins had failed, but they had been mere initiates, sent to test the decoys. Now it was time for a more decisive approach. Movement at the Eastern Gate, came Cress's whispered message, transmitted through a thin thread of blue light that connected all 5 Lightweavers. Doric nodded, even though his companions couldn't see the gesture. Maintain positions. Let them come to us. He crept forward, using the natural contours of the land for cover. The black robes, specially treated with light-absorbing minerals, helped him blend into the shadows. By day, Lightweavers dressed in elegant blue and white robes, their presence announced with ceremony and respect. The common folk viewed them as protectors, healers, as a source of hope. It wouldn't do for them to be seen like this, moving like thieves in the night, preparing an ambush for a noble daughter. Such actions would shatter the careful image the Order had cultivated over generations. Sometimes the light must cast shadows to preserve its purity, Elder Lyones had told him. Doric believed in the Order's righteousness, in the purifying power of the first light. But he was not naive enough to think that power came without cost or compromise. Every system had its shadows, its necessary evils. Tonight, he and his team would be that shadow. He positioned himself behind a large oak, eyes trained on the inn's eastern gate. The preparations in the stables had accelerated. Horses were now being led out, saddled and laden with provisions. A carriage had been hitched, its lanterns conspicuously dark. They were definitely planning to move under cover of darkness. Closing his eyes once more, Doric extended his senses, feeling for the distinctive energy signature of a true cerulean vein. Each person touched by the blue sun carried a unique energetic signature, like a fingerprint of light. Most radiant touched had faint, inconsistent patterns, while trained Lightweavers developed stronger, more coherent ones. But those born with the vein, and no formal training on how to conceal it, had a signature as clear and distinctive as a beacon fire on a moonless night. For a moment, he sensed nothing unusual beyond the normal ambient energy of the inn and its occupants. Then, suddenly, like a flicker at the edge of his vision, he caught it, the unmistakable resonance of a powerful cerulean vein. There you are, he thought, a grim smile touching his lips. As a rank 1 Lightweaver, his sensing abilities were limited to about 100 paces, but that would be enough. Once Lady Leyland left the inn's protective walls, his team would spring their trap. Eastern Gate is opening. Torrens' message came through the light thread. 2 guards emerging to secure the perimeter. Hold positions, Doric replied. Wait for the primary target. His fingers brushed against the runic focuses sewn into his robe's inner lining, small crystals inscribed with light-bending sigils that would amplify and direct his abilities. Unlike the Skybound, who carved runes directly into their flesh and bone, Lightweavers preferred external focuses for their power, purer, less invasive methods that respected the natural boundaries of the body. Just another difference between the two orders. Did you know this text is from a different site? Read the official version to support the creator. The Skybound's bloody practices reflected their connection to the corrupting Red Sun, their willingness to mutilate themselves for power. Lightweavers took a higher path, or so they were taught. Yet here he was, preparing an ambush, hiding in darkness while planning what amounted to an execution. The irony wasn't lost on him. Focus on the greater good, he reminded himself. One life weighed against the potential corruption of the entire order. The math was simple, even if the execution left a bitter taste. Minutes passed as the caravan continued its preparations. More guards emerged, forming a protective perimeter around the eastern gate. Doric counted 8 in total, more than expected, but not unmanageable for 5 trained lightweavers. "Hurry with those horses," commanded a tall, broad-shouldered man who could only be Barrick. "I want us well away from here before anyone realizes we've gone." "The back road to Hylan isn't as well maintained," cautioned an older woman in practical traveling clothes, Lady Mara, most likely, according to their intelligence. "We'll need to move slower, especially in the dark." "Slower is better than dead," Barrick replied grimly. "The boy who tried to leave earlier confirmed my suspicions. Someone has paid the staff to report noble travelers." Lady Leyland herself stood near the wagon, her dark hair braided tightly against her head, a traveling cloak draped over what appeared to be fine clothing. Even from this distance, Doric could sense the unusual quality of her spiritual essence, a rare, pure resonance with the blue sun that marked her as exceptional even among those with the cerulean vein. For a moment he felt a twinge of regret. Killing someone with such a natural connection to the first light seemed almost sacrilegious. But orders were orders, and the politics of the order took precedence over individual potential, no matter how remarkable. And like Elder Leones had mentioned, there were others more deserving of the saint position. While Doric knew the elder was referring to his nephew, the statement still held true. "Where is Tomas?" Lady Leyland asked, looking back toward the inn. "I told him to meet us here." "My lady, we cannot wait," Barrick insisted. "Every moment increases our risk." "I promised him passage," she argued, "after he saved my life." "A debt that doesn't require risking your own safety," Barrick countered firmly. "The boy will be safer here, away from our troubles." Doric watched the exchange with interest. Who was this Tomas they spoke of? Their intelligence had mentioned no one by that name. "New variable," he whispered through the light thread. "Unknown individual named Tomas, apparently allied with the target. One more body to dispose of," came the reply from one of the members of his group. Doric frowned at the callous response but didn't contradict it. Anyone who stood between them and their target was, by necessity, expendable. Something flickered at the edge of his awareness. A strange sensation, like a cold wind across the back of his neck, though the night air remained perfectly still. Doric frowned, scanning the perimeter of his senses. Something felt wrong, off balance, as if the natural flow of energies had been subtly disrupted. "Do you feel that?" came Celine's worried voice through the light thread. So he wasn't imagining it. The others sensed it too. "Stay alert," he replied. "It could be some sort of defensive measure." But even as he said it, Doric knew this was something different. He'd encountered many protective wards and barriers in his training, learned to recognize the distinctive signature of Blue Sun defensive techniques. This was something else entirely, something alien and yet disturbingly familiar. His unease deepened as he realized what it reminded him of, descriptions from the texts warning about the Red Sun's corruption. But that was impossible. There had been no reports of skybound activity in this region for months, save for the recent incident at the small village some distance away. A chill ran down his spine. That couldn't be coincidence, could it? "Doric?" Cress's voice came through the light thread, tight with sudden alarm. "I think someone's." The connection abruptly severed with a jolt of psychic feedback that made Doric wince. The light thread linking him to Cress went dark, the gentle blue glow extinguished like a candle in a gust of wind. Cress. Doric called through the remaining connections. Report. Silence. Torin, circle to Cress's position. Davi, maintain visual on the target. Celine, to me. Doric commanded, his hand moving to the crystal focus at his belt, a more powerful tool for combat applications than the subtler ones sewn into his robes. Something was very wrong. The light thread couldn't be cut accidentally. It required either the death of a participant or a deliberate severing by a skilled practitioner. Either option suggested an immediate threat. Celine materialized beside him within moments, her movements as silent as falling snow. Unlike the others, she specialized in speed and stealth rather than direct combat, her slender frame belying remarkable agility. "What happened?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. "Unknown," Doric replied, his eyes scanning the darkness. "But stay close." The unexplained silence from Cress troubled him deeply. "Torin's status?" he sent through the light thread. Again silence. The thread connecting him to Torin flickered and died, just as Cress's had. Cold dread pooled in Doric's stomach. 2 connections lost in less than a minute. This was no coincidence, no equipment failure. They were being hunted. "Davi, fall back to my position immediately," Doric commanded, abandoning stealth for urgency. "Celine, prepare a light barrier. Something's out there." Celine nodded, her fingers tracing complex patterns in the air as she gathered blue sun energy for a protective ward. The faintest shimmer of azure light formed around them, visible only from certain angles, an emergency measure that risked detection but provided some defense against whatever was stalking them. Doric expanded his senses to their limit, straining to detect any unusual presence in their vicinity. The natural energy flows around the inn were disturbed now, rippling like a pond into which stones had been cast. And there, just at the edge of his perception, something moved. Not physically, but energetically. A shadow passing through the blue sun's ambient power. Felt wrong, twisted, as if blue light were being bent into unnatural configurations by some external force.
Doric.
Celine hissed, pointing to their right. His eyes widened as he saw it. Emerging from the ground like the tentacles of some monstrous creature, dark writhing roots burst upward, weaving and twisting with unnatural speed, and wrapped within their crushing embrace Cress. The Lightweaver's eyes were wide with terror, his mouth open in a silent scream as a root coiled around his throat, cutting off any sound. "Light's mercy," Celine gasped. Before either of them could react, the roots constricted violently and dragged Cress into the earth with a sickening speed. The ground sealed after him as if he'd never been there at all, leaving only a slight depression in the soil. "What in the spire was that?" Doric whispered, his calm facade cracking for the first time. "Plant manipulation," Celine replied, her voice trembling slightly. "A rank 2 skybound technique, if I'm not mistaken." Doric's blood ran cold. Elemental manipulating was indeed a rank 2 skybound ability. "Davi!" he called through the remaining light thread, abandoning all pretense of stealth. "Immediate retreat. We have skybound presence." Only static answered him. "Celine, we need to—" A strangled gasp cut him off. Doric turned to see Celine staring wide-eyed at something behind him. He spun, crystal focus raised defensively, and froze at the sight before him. Where Torin had been stationed, a whirlwind of leaves now spun with impossible speed, reflecting the blue moonlight with an almost beautiful shimmer. But the beauty turned to horror as Doric realized what was happening within that vortex. Torin's body was being systematically shredded, razor-sharp edges slicing through flesh and bone with surgical precision. Blood misted the air, caught and spun within the leaf storm like macabre crimson confetti. "Run!" Doric grabbed Celine's arm, pulling her away from the gruesome spectacle. "Back to the road now." They sprinted through the underbrush, abandoning stealth entirely in favor of speed. Behind them, the whirlwind of leaves dissipated, leaving only scattered remnants of what had once been Torin. "3 down in less than a minute," Celine gasped as they ran. "How? Who?" Doric had no answer. His mind raced through possibilities, each more alarming than the last. A skybound ambush? But how would they have known about this operation? They had maintained absolute secrecy. Had Lady Leyland's group somehow detected them and arranged their own counter-ambush? But that made no sense either. Beric and his guards were radiant-touched, not full Lightweavers, and certainly not skybound practitioners. They couldn't possibly command techniques of this sophistication and power. There! Celine pointed ahead, where a dark figure stumbled through the trees, Davi, moving erratically as if injured or disoriented. Davi! Doric called out, relief flooding him at the sight of their surviving companion. Fall back with us. The figure turned, and Doric's relief evaporated. Davi's face was contorted in terror, his mouth moving in soundless pleas, and wrapped around his body, nearly invisible in the darkness, were thin vines, controlling his movements like a puppet master's strings. It's a trap, Celine whispered, pulling Doric to a halt. As if confirming her words, Davi's body suddenly jerked upward, suspended by the vines now visibly emerging from the ground and trees around him. He hung there for a moment, a grotesque marionette, before the vines pulled in different directions with brutal force. Doric turned away, but couldn't block out the wet, tearing sound that followed. Celine made a small, choked noise beside him. Back to back, Doric commanded, his voice hard with forced calm. Light barrier at maximum. They pressed their backs together, a defensive stance taught to all Lightweaver initiates. Celine's hands moved, reinforcing and expanding the barrier of blue light around them. Doric held his crystal focus before him, channeling energy into its facets until it glowed with cerulean brilliance, illuminating the clearing around them. For long moments, nothing moved. The forest stood silent, as if holding its breath. Even the natural sounds of night, insects, the rustle of small animals, had ceased entirely. Where is it? Celine whispered, her back rigid against his. Doric scanned the surrounding trees, the light from his focus casting long shadows that seemed to move and shift with a life of their own. I don't know. Stay focused. Don't let anything approach the barrier. Another minute passed in tense silence. The only sound was their breathing, carefully controlled but audible in the unnatural quiet. Look up! Celine suddenly hissed. Doric tilted his head back, the light from his focus revealing what had caught Celine's attention. Perched on a branch directly above them stood a figure. It wore what appeared to be simple traveling robes, but a deep hood cast its face in shadow. All that was visible within that darkness were 2 points of crimson light, eyes glowing with the unmistakable energy of the red sun. Skybound, Doric breathed, the word both identification and curse. Not just any skybound, Celine replied, a sickening realization dawning on them. The reports we received. A rank 2 practitioner on a killing spree in a village to the west. The pieces fell into place. Their superior, a rank 2 Lightweaver named Orlin, had been dispatched to hunt down this rogue skybound, a delay that had forced Doric's team to proceed without higher-ranking backup. And now, by some cruel twist of fate, they had encountered the very monster they'd hoped to avoid. The figure made no move, continuing to observe them with those burning red eyes. The stillness was somehow more terrifying than any attack. This predator was studying them, assessing, perhaps even enjoying their fear. Why doesn't it attack? Celine whispered. Doric had no answer. By all accounts, skybound practitioners were savage, impulsive creatures, driven to violence by the red sun's corrupting influence. They didn't employ patience or strategy. They overwhelmed with brute force and bloodlust. But this one was different, calculating, methodical. It had eliminated 3 trained Lightweavers with precise ambush tactics, separating and neutralizing them one by one without ever revealing itself fully. And that was what truly chilled Doric's blood. Not the power, though that was terrifying enough, but the intelligence behind it. A skybound that retained its sanity, that could plan and execute with such cold efficiency, was infinitely more dangerous than the berserkers they were trained to combat. It's toying with us, he realized aloud. As if in response to his words, the figure finally moved. With eerie grace, it rose to a standing position on the branch, balancing perfectly despite the narrow surface. Then it raised one hand, fingers splayed as if in greeting, or perhaps in preparation for some devastating technique. Doric tensed, ready to pour everything he had into their barrier. But instead of attacking, the figure turned its palm upward. A small seed rested there, ordinary and innocuous. With deliberate slowness, the figure closed its fingers around the seed, and when it opened them again, a blood-red flower had bloomed in its place, petals unfurling like reaching fingers. The message was clear: life and death, growth and destruction, all within its control. "We need to run," Celine whispered urgently. "Now, while it's distracted." Doric nodded slightly. Their barrier wouldn't hold against a full assault from a rank 2 skybound. Their only hope was to reach the road, where the increased traffic might deter their pursuer from revealing itself. The hooded figure made no move to pursue as the two light weavers fled, vanishing into the forest with the enhanced speed their rank afforded them. This, too, was unexpected. Why let them escape when they were clearly outmatched? Was it arrogance, or did the skybound have some other agenda that took priority? As he ran, Doric risked a glance over his shoulder. The red-eyed figure had turned away from them, attention now focused on the stable yard where Lady Leyland's group continued their frantic preparations for departure. For a moment, Doric considered returning, not to complete the mission, but to warn the innocents about to be slaughtered. His oath as a light weaver demanded the protection of those threatened by the Red Sun's corruption. But pragmatism overruled idealism. They were no match for a rank 2 skybound. Their intervention would only add 3 more corpses to the night's tally. "We make for the rendezvous point," he murmured as they put distance between themselves and the inn. "Orlan should be there by dawn. We'll report what we've encountered and return with appropriate force." "And Lady Leyland?" Celine asked. "If she survives this night, we'll find her again," Doric promised, though privately he doubted any in that stable yard would see the morning. "For now, our priority is bringing word of the skybound to the Order." And like that, the 2 remaining light weavers disappeared into the forest. In the stable yard of Crossroads Inn, Lady Leyland watched in horror as the shadowy battle unfolded at the edge of the property. Even from this distance, she could see flashes of blue light weaver techniques, followed by the unnatural movement of plants that could only be the work of a skybound practitioner. "What's happening?" she whispered, her hand instinctively reaching for Barrick's arm. The guard captain stood rigid beside her, his experienced eyes assessing the situation with grim intensity. "An attack," he replied tersely. "But not on us, at least not directly." Around them, the remaining guards formed a protective circle, their manifested light swords casting a golden glow over the hastily prepared horses and carriage. Lady Mara, Leyland's chaperone and distant cousin, clutched her traveling bag to her chest, her normally composed features tight with fear. "A case of content theft. This narrative is not rightfully on Amazon. If you spot it, report the violation." "Are those light weavers?" Lady Mara asked, her voice barely audible. Barrick nodded once, his expression darkening. "Assassins. And the other presence?" Leyland asked, her eyes fixed on the stable roof where a robed figure now stood silhouetted against the blue sun. "That's a skybound, isn't it?" "Yes," Barrick confirmed, his grip tightening on his light sword. "And it appears to be helping us, or at least targeting the same enemy." "That makes no sense," Lady Mara hissed. "Why would a skybound interfere with an assassination attempt on a light weaver candidate?" Leyland shook her head, equally confused. The ancient enmity between the orders ran deep, with centuries of hatred and violence on both sides. A skybound practitioner had no reason to protect a potential saintess of the Order of the First Light. Unless a terrible thought struck her. "The village," she whispered, connecting the threads. "The skybound who attacked Porvale. What if it's the same one?" Barrick's face paled as he reached the same conclusion. "Then it's not protecting us," he said grimly. "It's eliminating competitors for its own attack." One of the guards, Corinne, the one who had been injured in the previous day's ambush, stepped forward. Captain, we need to leave immediately, while they're distracted with each other. Agreed. Beric nodded sharply. Everyone in the carriage. Now. Lady Mara didn't need to be told twice, hurrying toward the waiting vehicle with surprising speed for a woman of her years. The guards followed, maintaining their defensive formation. Leyland, however, hesitated, her eyes scanning the inn's darkened windows. We can't leave yet, she protested. Tomas still isn't here. We've already waited for him. Beric's expression hardened. And, with all due respect, my lady, we cannot risk your safety for a village boy we barely know. I gave him my word, Leyland insisted, standing her ground despite the danger surrounding them. He saved my life yesterday. I will not abandon him. And I won't risk yours for his, Beric countered. For all we know, he could be connected to this situation somehow. Lady Leyland's eyes flashed with indignation. That's absurd. Tomas is an innocent victim who lost everything to the raiders. He's not involved in this. Nevertheless, my lady, Beric said firmly, we are leaving now. That skybound could turn its attention to us at any moment. Captain, one of the guards by the carriage called out urgently. The light weavers are retreating, but the skybound remains. Beric muttered a curse under his breath, then fixed Leyland with a stern gaze. My lady, I have served your family faithfully since before you were born. I have never forced you to do anything against your will. His voice dropped lower, taking on an intensity she rarely heard from him. But tonight I must insist. Your life, and the future of the Order, hangs in the balance. Leyland felt tears of frustration sting her eyes. The thought of leaving Tomas behind, especially after promising to take him with them, felt like a physical pain in her chest. But Beric was right. Her responsibility extended beyond one village boy, no matter how much she had come to care for him in their brief acquaintance. Very well, she conceded, her voice tight with suppressed emotion. But we leave word with the innkeeper, and funds for him to travel to Highland on his own. Beric nodded tersely, already guiding her toward the carriage with a firm hand on her elbow. Agreed. Now please, my lady. As they approached the carriage, Leyland cast one last desperate glance toward the inn, hoping against hope to see Tomas emerging from the shadows. But the windows remained dark, and the doorway empty. I'm sorry, she whispered to the absent village boy, a strange ache in her heart that seemed disproportionate to their brief acquaintance. Lady Mara was already inside the carriage, her face a mask of barely controlled panic. The guards had taken positions, two driving, for riding alongside as escort. Beric practically lifted Leyland into the vehicle, his urgency overriding the usual protocol and deference. Go! He commanded the drivers as soon as he had joined the women inside. Eastern Road, as planned. Full speed until we reached the forest crossing. The carriage lurched forward with a jolt, the horses responding to the driver's urgent commands. Leyland steadied herself against the sudden movement, peering out the small window to catch a final glimpse of the inn, and the robed figure still standing on the stable roof, those eerie red eyes now turned in their direction. It's watching us, she breathed, a chill running through her that had nothing to do with the night air. Keep down, Beric instructed, pulling her away from the window, and prepare yourselves for a rough journey. We won't be stopping until we're well clear of this area. The carriage picked up speed as it cleared the inn's courtyard, the horses' hooves thundering against the packed earth of the eastern road. Inside, Leyland clutched her seat as they bounced over ruts and stones, the driver clearly prioritizing speed over comfort. Lady Mara had begun muttering prayers to the blue sun, her fingers tracing protective symbols in the air that glowed faintly before fading. Beric's attention remained divided between watching out the windows and monitoring Leyland's reaction. I should never have brought you this way, he said after a moment, regret heavy in his voice. The northern route would have been safer, despite the additional time. You couldn't have known, Leyland replied, trying to sound reassuring despite her own fear. None of us expected my competitors to find us so easily. It's not just that. Beric shook his head grimly. A rank 2 skybound in the same area as Lightweavers is too much of a coincidence. Something larger is at play here. Before Leyland could respond, the carriage suddenly jolted violently, as if something had grabbed it from behind. Lady Mara screamed, her prayers forgotten as she clutched at the nearest handhold. Beric was on his feet instantly, light sword materializing in his grip. "We're under attack!" came a shout from outside, one of the escort guards. Beric moved to the door, ready to leap out and confront whatever threat had emerged. His face was set in the hard lines of a man prepared to die in service to his duty. The carriage door rattled, then began to open despite Beric's grip on the handle. He raised his light sword, prepared to strike at whatever came through. A hand appeared, gripping the edge of the door. A human hand, not the monstrous appendage they might have expected from a skybound attack. It was followed by an arm, then a shoulder, as someone pulled themselves up onto the moving carriage from outside. Beric's sword halted mid-strike as a familiar face appeared in the doorway, illuminated by the golden glow of his weapon. Tomas, the village boy, hung precariously from the side of the speeding carriage, his face flushed with exertion and determination. "Room for one more?" he gasped, a strained smile somehow finding its way onto his features despite the circumstances. Beric's light sword hovered a hair's breadth from the intruder's throat, the golden glow illuminating a face he had not expected to see again. Tomas, the village boy, clung to the carriage door with white-knuckled desperation, his body swaying precariously with each jolt of the racing vehicle. "Room for one more?" the boy gasped, a strained smile somehow finding its way onto his features despite the circumstances. For a heartbeat, Beric remained frozen, his weapon still poised to strike. 30 years of protective instinct warred with the recognition of a face that was, technically, allied to their cause. Behind him, Lady Leyland's sharp intake of breath broke the spell. "Tomas!" she cried out. "Let him in, Beric. Quickly." With a sigh, Beric grabbed the boy's collar and yanked him into the carriage with one powerful motion. Tomas tumbled unceremoniously to the floor, his chest heaving as he gulped down air. His tunic were disheveled, dark with sweat, and speckled with leaves and dirt. The boy's hair was wild, his face flushed with exertion, and his hands trembled visibly as he pushed himself into a semi-sitting position. Beric slammed the carriage door shut, securing it before turning back to the collapsed figure at his feet. Lady Mara had shrunk into the corner of her seat, her eyes wide with alarm. Lady Leyland, however, had already slid to the floor beside Tomas, her hands fluttering over him with concern. "Are you hurt? How did you?" she began, but Beric cut her off with a sharp gesture. "My lady, please return to your seat." His tone left no room for argument as he positioned himself between the noblewoman and the boy. The carriage lurched again, forcing everyone to steady themselves. Beric's eyes narrowed as he studied the village boy. Since this Tomas had joined their caravan, it seemed as though calamity had dogged their every step. Coincidence had its limits, and in Beric's experience, those limits had been exceeded. "How did you find us?" Beric demanded, his voice low and hard. "And how, exactly, did you manage to catch a carriage traveling at full gallop?" Tomas's eyes darted between Beric and Lady Leyland, who had reluctantly returned to her seat. I saw you leaving," he panted, still struggling to regulate his breathing. "From my window. I ran after you as fast as I could." Beric didn't soften his gaze. "We had at least a head start, boy. Even the swiftest runner couldn't have closed that gap." "I didn't need to catch you from the inn," Tomas explained, his breath coming more evenly now. "I cut through the eastern orchards while you took the road. It's a longer route by road, but a direct path through the trees." The explanation was plausible enough, Beric had to admit. The eastern road curved around the old orchard before straightening, a detour added decades ago when the original path had collapsed during a landslide. A person traveling directly through the trees might indeed intercept the road further along. Still, something felt wrong. Lady Mara, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. It seems an extraordinary coincidence that wherever this boy appears, danger follows. Her voice quavered slightly, but her aristocratic bearing remained intact. First his village, then our caravan, now the inn. Exactly my thoughts, Lady Mara. Beric nodded respectfully to the older woman. Lady Leyland's eyes flashed with indignation. That's absurd. Tomas is a victim, not the cause of these attacks. He saved my life, or have you forgotten? I have forgotten nothing, my lady, Beric replied, his tone more gentle when addressing his charge. He had watched over Leyland since she was a little girl, had taught her to ride her first pony, had dried her tears when her beloved grandmother died. His devotion to her safety was absolute, which was precisely why his suspicions of Tomas ran so deep. The boy was an unknown variable in a perilous equation. What Beric couldn't understand was the boy's motive. If assassination had been the goal, there had been ample opportunities. During the first ambush, he could have simply allowed Lady Leyland to die. At the caravan, alone with her, he could have struck. Yet he had done neither, which left two possibilities, both equally concerning. Either the boy was a spy sent to infiltrate their party and gather information, or he was an agent tasked with capturing Lady Leyland alive for some unknown purpose. Neither option comforted Beric. His gaze drifted to Lady Leyland's face, and what he saw there only deepened his worry. He had known her all her life, could read her moods as clearly as written text. The slight flush across her cheekbones whenever she looked at Tomas. The way her fingers fidgeted with the edge of her sleeve, a nervous habit she displayed only when emotionally affected. The softness that entered her eyes, so different from her usual poised detachment. These were signs Beric had seen before years ago, when a visiting nobleman's son had captured her youthful fancy. Lady Leyland, for all her wisdom and training, had developed feelings for this village boy. The realization made Beric's jaw tighten. Emotional attachment clouded judgment, a dangerous liability when one's life was at stake. And if Tomas was indeed an infiltrator, he had executed his mission with remarkable efficiency, gaining the trust and perhaps the heart of his target in less than 2 days. "My lady," Beric said after a moment of tense silence, "I respectfully request permission to question our guest in private." Leyland frowned. "Tomas is not a prisoner, Beric. He's under my protection. And you are under mine," Beric countered firmly. "I have sworn to your father, and to the Order, that I would eliminate all threats to your safety. I cannot fulfill that oath without investigating potential risks." Lady Leyland's lips pressed into a thin line, her stubbornness, a quality she had possessed since childhood, rising to the surface. For a moment, Beric thought she might refuse outright, using her authority to overrule him. But then, perhaps seeing the unyielding determination in his eyes, she sighed. "Fine," she said, the word clipped with frustration. "You may speak with Tomas, but you won't find anything, Beric. He is exactly what he appears to be, a victim of terrible circumstances who has shown extraordinary courage." Beric inclined his head in acknowledgement, though privately he remained unconvinced. 30 years as a guard captain had taught him that appearances were often crafted specifically to deceive. And the more perfect the picture, the more suspicious it became. "Once we've traveled enough distance away from the inn, we'll stop briefly at the forest crossing to change horses," Beric informed her, his tone softening slightly. "I'll speak with him then." Lady Leyland nodded reluctantly, then turned to Tomas with an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry about this. Beric is cautious by nature. It's what makes him such an excellent protector." "I understand," Tomas replied. "In his position, I would probably be suspicious too." Another calculated response, Beric noted. Neither overly agreeable nor defensively hostile, just the right balance to appear reasonable while revealing nothing. The remainder of the journey to the forest crossing passed in uncomfortable silence, broken only by the rhythmic pounding of hooves and the occasional command from the escort guards. Lady Mara had dozed off, her head lolling against the padded interior of the carriage. Lady Leyland alternated between gazing out the small window and casting concerned glances at Tomas, who had pulled himself onto the narrow bench opposite and now sat with his hands folded in his lap, the picture of patient endurance. The genuine version of this novel can be found on another site. Support the author by reading it there. Beric did not relax his vigilance for a moment. His hand remained close to his lightsword, his eyes rarely leaving the village boy. If Tomas noticed the scrutiny, he gave no sign, maintaining his humble posture with seemingly genuine exhaustion. When they finally reached the forest crossing, a small clearing where the eastern road intersected with an older, less traveled path leading northward, Beric gave the order to halt briefly. The horses needed water and a moment's rest before the grueling journey ahead, and this isolated spot, surrounded by dense woodland on all sides, offered as much security as they could hope for under the circumstances. "My lady," Beric addressed Lady Leyland as the carriage rolled to a stop, "please remain inside with Lady Mara and the guards. I'll take our guest for a private conversation." Lady Leyland looked as though she might object again, but ultimately nodded. "Don't be too harsh with him, Beric. He's been through enough already." "I seek only the truth, my lady," Beric replied solemnly. "Nothing more, nothing less." With that, he opened the carriage door and gestured for Tomas to follow him. The boy complied without protest, stepping carefully down onto the dew-dampened grass of the clearing. Beric noted that his movements, while still marked by evident fatigue, were more controlled and precise than one might expect from a common village youth. Beric led him away from the carriage, toward the edge of the clearing where a fallen log provided a natural seating area, close enough to maintain visual contact with the carriage, yet far enough that their conversation would not be overheard. "Sit," Beric commanded, pointing to the log. Tomas obeyed, lowering himself onto the trunk with a slight wince that suggested genuine physical discomfort. Beric remained standing, using his height to establish a position of authority, a basic interrogation technique he had employed countless times throughout his career. "Let's begin simply," Beric said. "Who are you, really?" Tomas blinked up at him, his expression a mixture of confusion and wariness. "I've told you. I'm Tomas, son of Halen, from the village of Porvale. And before that, your history." "I was born in Porvale," Tomas replied, his brow furrowing slightly. "I've lived there all my life. My father was the miller. I have an older sister who married a carpenter from Eastbrook 3 summers ago." The details flowed naturally, with the kind of mundane specificity that lent credibility to his story. But Beric had interrogated enough spies to know that the best covers were built upon foundations of truth, with fabricated elements woven seamlessly into authentic backgrounds. "And your training?" Beric pressed. "You seem remarkably composed for a village boy who has just witnessed the slaughter of his entire community." A shadow passed over Tomas's features, a grief that appeared genuine to Beric's experienced eye. I don't know if I am composed," he said quietly. "I haven't had time to truly think about what happened. Everything since the attack has been about survival. Moving forward, not looking back." He paused, swallowing hard before continuing. "My father always said that in crisis, act first and feel later. When the mill flooded 2 springs ago, he didn't stop to mourn our losses. He worked day and night to repair what could be saved." A mirthless smile touched his lips. "I suppose I'm following his example, though the stakes are somewhat higher now." Again, the response was perfect, emotionally resonant without being overwrought, explaining his unusual composure with a relatable anecdote about family wisdom. If this was a deception, it was masterfully crafted. "How did you catch up to the carriage?" Beric asked, changing tactics abruptly. "The truth this time. You didn't just run fast through an orchard." Tomas's eyes dropped to his hands. "I did run through the orchard, but you're right, that's not the whole truth." He seemed to hesitate, as if weighing how much to reveal. "When I left the inn, I saw the Lightweavers approaching. I heard their whispers about capturing a Varian scion. I knew they were after Lady Leyland." Beric's eyes narrowed. "Go on." "I hid in the shadows, watching them surround the inn. Even though it sounds stupid, I thought I could do something to help. But that's when I saw the other figure. It moved like nothing I've ever seen before. When it attacked the Lightweavers, I used the distraction to slip away, following the direction your carriage had taken. And then, I ran harder than I've ever run in my life, Tomas said simply. I was terrified of the Lightweavers, of the Skybound, of being left alone again with nowhere to go. Fear can make a man surpass his normal limits. Beric studied the boy's face. The explanation made sense to a point. Fear could indeed drive ordinary people to extraordinary feats. But catching a carriage traveling at full gallop? That stretched credulity to its breaking point. You said you saw the Skybound, Beric continued. Describe it. Tomas's face darkened. A flash of what might have been genuine hatred crossing his features before he composed himself. I only caught glimpses. A hooded figure moving flying through air. Eyes that glowed red in the darkness. His voice lowered. Like the ones who destroyed my village. Yet this one attacked Lightweavers, not villagers, Beric pointed out. Doesn't that strike you as unusual behavior for a Skybound? I don't claim to understand the motives of monsters, Tomas replied, a bitter edge entering his voice. Perhaps they were fighting over who got to kill Lady Leyland. Or maybe it was some internal conflict among the orders that had nothing to do with us at all. Beric walked a few paces away, then turned back to face the seated youth. Something about this boy didn't align with his story. The way he held himself, even exhausted and disheveled, suggested more than village upbringing. There was a core of something beneath the humble exterior. A strength, a focus, a certain quality of awareness that Beric had encountered before, though he couldn't immediately place where. Why are you so determined to stay with Lady Leyland? Beric asked, his tone deceptively casual. You could have remained at the inn, or sought refuge in another village. Why risk your life to accompany a noblewoman you barely know to an academy where you have no place? Tomas looked up, meeting Beric's gaze directly for the first time in their conversation. Because I have nowhere else to go, he said quietly. My home is destroyed. My family is dead. Everything I knew is gone. A pause, then. Lady Leyland offered me kindness when I had nothing. She treated me as a person, not a burden. Is it so strange that I would choose to follow the only path that's been offered to me? The answer was simple, straightforward, and perfectly logical. Exactly what a clever infiltrator would say. Yet there was a rawness to the delivery that gave Beric pause, a vulnerability that seemed at odds with calculation. And your feelings for her? Beric asked bluntly. Don't pretend you haven't noticed her interest in you, or that you haven't encouraged it. A flush crept up Tomas's neck, and for a moment he looked genuinely flustered, more like the village boy he claimed to be than at any point in their conversation. That's not. Lady Leyland has been kind to me, nothing more. She is a candidate for Saintess, Beric pressed. Far above your station. Any relationship between you would be impossible. You understand that, don't you? Tomas regained his composure quickly, though a hint of color remained in his cheeks. Of course I understand. I'm not a fool, Captain Beric. I know my place in the world. That reaction, the momentary loss of composure, was the first genuine display he'd witnessed. It suggested that whatever Tomas might be hiding, his feelings for Lady Leyland weren't entirely fabricated, which made him even more dangerous. If you truly care for her well-being, Beric said carefully, you'll understand my position. Since you appeared, Lady Leyland has faced 2 assassination attempts. I cannot ignore that correlation. Correlation isn't causation, Tomas replied evenly. The attempts began before I joined your party. If anything, my presence has helped thwart them. Beric raised an eyebrow at the surprisingly sophisticated response. That's a rather educated observation for a miller's son. Like I told you before, my mother valued learning, Tomas sighed. She taught me my letters and numbers before she passed. And the village had a small collection of books that travelers had left over the years. I read them whenever there was time after chores. The story remained the same, so Beric changed tactics again, moving to stand directly before the seated youth. In one fluid motion, He manifested his light sword, the golden blade humming softly as it materialized inches from Tomas's face. "If you are what you claim to be," Beric said, his voice hard as stone, "then you have nothing to fear from me. But if you harbor any ill intent toward Lady Leyland, if you are an agent of her enemies, then know this: my oath to protect her supersedes all other considerations, even mercy." Tomas recoiled from the glowing blade, his eyes widening in terror. His face drained of color as he pressed himself backward against the log, nearly toppling over in his haste to create distance between himself and the weapon. I swear," he whispered. "I mean no harm to Lady Leyland. I'm just grateful she saved me." His hands shook as he raised them defensively, a gesture both placating and frightened. Beric watched the display of terror with narrow eyes. This was certainly more in line with how a village boy should react to having a light sword thrust in his face. The naked fear, the physical trembling. Yet something about it felt performed, as though the boy had remembered, belatedly, how scared he should be. "I understand," Tomas finally managed, his breathing ragged. "And I don't blame you for being suspicious. You're just doing your duty." He swallowed hard again, visibly trying to compose himself. Beric maintained the silent standoff for several heartbeats longer, watching the boy's continued trembling. Finally, he dismissed his light sword. "I'll be watching you," Beric stated flatly. "Every moment, every interaction. One suspicious move, and our journey together ends permanently. Is that clear?" Tomas nodded shakily, his face still pale. "Perfectly clear." Beric stepped back, gesturing toward the carriage. "Return to Lady Leyland, but remember my words." He watched as the boy scurried off, the first hints of dawn beginning to lighten the eastern sky behind him. The escort guards had finished watering the horses and were preparing for departure. Lady Leyland's face appeared at the carriage window, her expression brightening visibly as she caught sight of Tomas returning unharmed from his interrogation. That look, the unguarded joy that transformed her normally composed features, deepened Beric's concern. In the 20 years he had protected her, he had never failed in his duty. She had suffered injuries. Yes, a broken arm from a riding accident, a fever that had nearly claimed her life at 12, the emotional wound of her grandmother's suspicious death. But she had never faced the particular danger that Beric now feared. Heartbreak, betrayal, the special agony that came from trusting the wrong person. As Tomas reached the carriage, Lady Leyland opened the door herself, a breach of protocol that spoke volumes about her emotional state. She extended her hand to help him inside, a gesture usually reserved for equals rather than commoners. Their fingers lingered together a moment longer than necessary, a small intimacy that would have gone unnoticed by less observant eyes. Beric sighed heavily, the weight of his responsibility settling even more firmly upon his shoulders. He would protect Lady Leyland from physical harm with his life. That oath was unquestionable. But guarding her heart? That was a battlefield for which he had no training, no strategy. As Beric climbed into the carriage, he found Tomas seated beside Lady Leyland, closer than propriety would normally allow. Lady Mara had awakened and was watching the pair with open disapproval, though she said nothing. "We'll reach the Rim Heiress estate by midday if we maintain our pace," Beric announced, taking his position opposite Lady Leyland. "Lord Caven's Lightweavers will meet us at the northern gate and escort us the rest of the way to the academy." "Will we be safe there?" Lady Mara asked. "After what happened at the inn?" "The Rim Heiress estate is among the most secure in the region," Beric assured her. "Lord Caven maintains a personal guard of radiant-touched warriors and at least 2 rank 3 Lightweavers at all times. We will be well protected." As he spoke, Beric noticed Tomas listening intently, his eyes focused on some middle distance as though memorizing every detail. Another suspicious behavior, or merely the natural curiosity of someone thrust into an unfamiliar world of nobility and politics. "Once we reach Lord Caven's protection," Lady Leyland said, "we can finally relax our vigilance somewhat." She turned to Tomas with a gentle smile. "And we can figure out what we'll do with you in the academy." Beric didn't miss the implication. She was already planning for Tomas's continued presence in her life, finding ways to keep him close despite the vast social gulf between them. The carriage lurched into motion as the driver urged the fresh horses forward. The journey resumed, the wheels finding their rhythm on the packed earth of the forest road. Through the small windows, the landscape began to reveal itself in the growing light, dense woodland giving way to occasional clearings, a stream glittering in the distance, birds awakening to greet the new day with their songs. Under normal circumstances, it would have been a pleasant journey, perhaps even peaceful. But the tension within the carriage remained palpable, a silent current running beneath the occasional murmured conversation. Beric maintained his vigilant watch, dividing his attention between the passing landscape, scanning constantly for potential threats, and Tomas. The boy had fallen into what appeared to be genuine sleep, his head resting against the carriage wall, his breathing deep and regular. Even unconscious, his features retained a certain guarded quality, as though some part of him remained alert. Lady Leyland had dozed off as well, her head tilting unconsciously toward Tomas's shoulder without quite making contact. Lady Mara watched the young noblewoman with evident concern, her lips pressed into a disapproving line. "She is too trusting," the older woman whispered to Beric, careful not to wake the sleeping pair. "Just like her grandmother was." Beric nodded grimly. The comparison was apt and troubling. Lady Varian the Elder had been known for her unorthodox ideas and her willingness to engage with those outside the traditional power structures. That openness had made her beloved by commoners and reformists alike, and dangerously suspect to the conservative elements within the order. Her death, while officially attributed to natural causes, had always seemed too convenient to Beric. Too perfectly timed to silence a voice that had grown increasingly influential within the order's hierarchy. He had never voiced these suspicions to Leyland, not wanting to deepen her grief with uncertainties he couldn't prove. But he had redoubled his protection of her afterward, recognizing that she might inherit not only her grandmother's gifts but also the dangers they attracted. "History need not repeat itself," Beric replied softly to Lady Mara. "I failed Lady Varian once. I will not fail her granddaughter." The older woman's eyes widened slightly at this admission, the closest Beric had ever come to acknowledging his suspicions about the elder Lady Varian's death. She nodded once, a silent agreement to keep his confidence, then turned her attention back to the passing landscape. The carriage continued its journey northward, the horses maintaining a steady pace despite the increasingly rough terrain. The forest road was less traveled than the main eastern route, with roots occasionally breaking through the packed earth and branches reaching across the path from either side. It made for slower progress but offered greater security, fewer opportunities for ambush, fewer travelers to report their passage. As the blue sun climbed higher in the sky, its cerulean light filtering through the canopy above, Beric allowed himself a moment of cautious optimism. They had put significant distance between themselves and the inn. The escort guards had reported no signs of pursuit. By midday, they would reach the Rim Heiress estate and the additional protection Lord Caven had promised. Perhaps they had evaded their pursuers for now. Perhaps the mysterious Skybound had indeed eliminated the Lightweaver assassins, inadvertently doing them a service despite its own undoubtedly sinister motives. The thought of the Skybound brought Beric's attention back to Tomas. Could there be a connection? The timing of the boy's appearance was suspicious, coinciding with two separate attacks by different factions. And there was the matter of his unusual physical capabilities, running down a carriage at full gallop, displaying a level of composure that belied his supposed background, moving with the economy of a trained fighter rather than a village youth. For a moment, an absurd thought crossed Beric's mind. Could Tomas himself be the mysterious Skybound that had intervened at the inn? The idea was preposterous on its face. The hooded figure had displayed power far beyond what any village boy could possess, manipulating plants, moving with supernatural speed, radiating an aura of red sun energy that even the escort guards had sensed from a distance. Besides, Skybound practitioners were universally corrupted by the red sun's influence. They became savage, bloodthirsty creatures driven by rage and destruction. They did not save Saintus candidates or engage in rational conversation. Beric shook his head, smiling grimly at his own wild speculation. He was allowing paranoia to cloud his judgment, seeing conspiracies where simple coincidence might suffice. The boy was suspicious, yes, and warranted continued observation. But a skybound infiltrator? That strained credulity beyond its breaking point. Still, as Beric watched Tomas sleeping opposite him, he couldn't quite dismiss a lingering sense of wrongness, a feeling that beneath the village boy's humble exterior lay something altogether different, something potentially dangerous. He would continue his vigilance. He would fulfill his oath of protection. And if Tomas proved to be more than he appeared, Beric would be ready. Lady Leyland's safety, both physical and emotional, depended on it. The sun had reached its zenith when the landscape finally began to change. Dense forest gave way to carefully tended orchards and manicured fields, the first signs that they were approaching civilized lands. Beric felt some of the tension ease from his shoulders as the familiar silhouette of the Rim-Eris estate appeared on the horizon. Unlike the austere fortresses that many noble houses maintained, the Rim-Eris ancestral home was a sprawling complex of elegant buildings surrounded by extensive gardens. Its beauty, however, belied its defensive capabilities. Beric knew from previous visits that intricate barrier formations were woven throughout the property, invisible to the untrained eye but capable of repelling all but the most determined attackers. "We've arrived," Beric announced, nudging Lady Leyland gently awake. She stirred, blinking away sleep as she oriented herself. Her hand, Beric noted with disapproval, had somehow found its way to rest atop Tomas's during their journey. She withdrew it quickly as awareness returned, though not before a faint blush colored her cheeks. "The narrative has been taken without permission. Report any sightings." "Lord Caven's estate," she murmured, peering through the window at the approaching structures. "I'd forgotten how beautiful it is." Tomas had awakened as well, his transition from sleep to alertness notably swift, another detail that struck Beric as inconsistent with his supposed background. Village folk typically woke gradually, especially after exhaustion. This boy snapped to consciousness like a soldier in hostile territory. "Is that it?" Tomas asked, his eyes widening as he took in the elegant architecture and expansive grounds. If his amazement was an act, it was a convincing one. "The Rim-Eris family estate," Lady Mara supplied, "one of the oldest noble houses still aligned with the Order of the First Light." As they approached the main gates, Beric observed a welcoming party assembling in the circular drive beyond. At its center stood Lord Caven himself, a tall, broad-shouldered man whose silver-streaked dark hair and beard framed features that managed to be both aristocratic and approachable. Flanking him were 6 figures in the distinctive pale blue robes of lightweavers, their hands clasped formally before them. "The promised escort," Beric remarked, mentally assessing their formation. 2 rank 3 lightweavers, as agreed, positioned slightly ahead of the others who appeared to be rank 2. A respectable force, capable of deterring most threats. The carriage rolled through the ornate iron gates, which swung open at their approach without any visible operator. As they entered the grounds properly, Beric felt the subtle tingle of crossing a security threshold, like passing through a curtain of static electricity. "Remember your station," he murmured to Tomas as the carriage slowed to a halt. "Lord Caven is one of the most influential nobles in the region, second only to the Spire elders themselves." Tomas nodded, his expression appropriately deferential, though Beric caught a flash of something like calculation in his eyes as he assessed the lightweavers waiting beyond the carriage windows. The door opened from outside, a liveried servant bowing deeply as he extended a small set of steps to facilitate their exit. Beric disembarked first, scanning the surroundings before offering his hand to assist Lady Mara. Lady Leyland followed, her posture instantly transforming into the perfect poise expected of a noble daughter. Tomas came last, hanging back slightly as protocol demanded. "Niece," Lord Caven stepped forward, greeting the daughter of his friend. "How delighted I am to see you safe." "Lord Rim-Eris," Leyland replied with an elegant curtsy. "Your hospitality honors us, especially in such troubled times." The formal greetings continued, following the intricate dance of noble etiquette that Beric had witnessed countless times. Lady Mara was welcomed. The journey inquired after, condolences offered for the unfortunate incidents that had necessitated their hasty departure from the inn, all couched in the oblique language of high society. It was only when Lord Caven's gaze fell upon Tomas that the rhythm of formality faltered. "And this young man?" he inquired, one silver eyebrow raising slightly. "I don't believe we were informed of an additional member of your party." Before Beric could intervene with an appropriate explanation, Lady Leyland stepped forward. "This is Tomas of Port-Vale," she said, her tone conveying that the introduction was not merely a formality. "He saved my life during the first assassination attempt. His village was destroyed by skybound raiders, and he has been under my protection since." Lord Caven studied the boy with newfound interest, his experienced eyes likely noting the same incongruities that Beric had observed. "Indeed? Then we owe you a debt of gratitude, young man. Any friend of House Varian is welcome in my home." "You're most kind, my lord," Tomas bowed. "I'm grateful for any shelter you can provide." "More than shelter, I think," Lord Caven replied with a benevolent smile that didn't quite reach his calculating eyes. "Any who have served Lady Leyland so valiantly deserve proper recognition." He turned to one of his attendants. "See that guest quarters are prepared in the East Wing." Beric frowned slightly. The East Wing was typically reserved for guests of noble birth or significant importance, not common refugees. He caught Lord Caven's eye, a silent communication passing between them. The older man gave an almost imperceptible nod. He, too, had noted something unusual about Tomas and was keeping him close for observation. "Now, you must all be exhausted," Lord Caven continued smoothly. "Refreshments have been prepared in the solarium, and baths drawn in your chambers. We can discuss the remainder of your journey to the academy after you've had time to rest." As the party moved toward the main house, Beric positioned himself to walk alongside Lord Caven, allowing Lady Leyland to proceed ahead with Lady Mara and the attendants. Tomas had been separated from the group by one of the household stewards, to be shown to his quarters. "Your message mentioned trouble, old friend," Lord Caven said quietly once they were out of earshot of the others. "But not the nature of it." "2 attempts in as many days," Beric replied, keeping his voice low. "The latest at Crossroads Inn, just before dawn. Light weavers, at least 5 of them." Lord Caven's eyes widened slightly. "Not common assassins, then?" "No. And there's more." Beric hesitated, still processing the strange events himself. "A skybound was present at the inn. It attacked the light weavers, not us. Made our escape possible." "A skybound?" Lord Caven's voice sharpened with interest. "What rank?" "Difficult to say with certainty. Rank 2, possibly higher." Lord Caven stroked his beard thoughtfully. "Curious. The orders do not typically interfere with each other's operations so directly." His gaze shifted to where Tomas was being led into a side entrance of the manor. "And the boy? He's not what he appears to be, is he?" Beric felt a surge of validation at having his suspicions shared by such an experienced observer. "No, I don't believe he is, though I cannot say what he might be instead. A spy for House Davarin, perhaps? They've made no secret of their desire to place their own daughter on the Saintess seat." "Perhaps," Beric conceded, "though his capabilities suggest something more martial than mere political espionage." Lord Caven nodded gravely. "We'll watch him closely. My light weavers can establish monitoring formations around his quarters. Subtle ones that won't be detected by anyone below rank 3. "I would appreciate that," Beric said. "Lady Leyland has developed a certain attachment to the boy. It clouds her judgment where he's concerned." A knowing smile touched Lord Caven's lips. "Ah, the passions of youth. I remember her grandmother at that age. Equally headstrong, equally drawn to the inappropriate." The comparison sent a chill through Beric. "All the more reason for vigilance." "Indeed." Lord Caven placed a hand on Beric's shoulder. "Rest easy, old friend. Within these walls, she is as safe as she can be outside the spire itself." Tomorrow, my light weavers will escort you the remainder of the way to the academy. Once there, she'll be under the direct protection of the Order's elders. Beric nodded, allowing himself to acknowledge the bone-deep weariness that had accumulated through the night's events. Safe. For now, at least they were safe. Yet, as he glanced back at the road they had traveled, he couldn't shake the feeling that their journey's dangers were far from over. Somewhere out there, assassins still plotted. A mysterious skybound still moved with unknown purpose. And within their very group, a young man with secrets walked closely beside the woman Beric had sworn to protect. Lord Caven Rim-Eris stood at the tall windows of his study, watching as attendants escorted his guests across the manicured grounds toward their appointed chambers. His fingers absently traced the emblem embroidered on his vest, a stylized eye surrounded by rays of light, the crest of House Rim-Eris. The appearance of a skybound. A complicated situation, wouldn't you agree, Nevern? He asked without turning. A slender man emerged from the shadowed corner of the room where he had been standing. Nevern Saris had served as Lord Caven's senior advisor for nearly 3 decades, his unremarkable appearance belying his exceptional abilities. With graying brown hair and a face that seemed designed to avoid notice, he moved to stand beside his lord at the window. More complicated than they realize, my lord, Nevern replied. Even we never expected the girl to make it this far. Caven nodded slowly. Indeed, House Varian still believes our alliance remains unbroken. A thin smile crossed his face. Eoric has always been more trusting than prudent. Even after all these years, he sees only the boy I once was, not the man necessity has forced me to become. And the boy? Nevern asked, his eyes tracking the distant figure of Tomas as he followed a servant toward the east wing. Beric seemed concerned. As well he should be, Caven murmured. There's something about him that doesn't quite fit. The way he carries himself, his reactions. He tilted his head thoughtfully. The formations will reveal the truth soon. We can only hope so, my lord, Nevern replied. And the light weavers? Tell them to be present at dinner. I want to observe how the boy reacts to their presence. Caven finally turned from the window, moving to the large oak desk that dominated the center of his study. We've played this game too long to be careless now, Nevern. Every piece must be properly positioned. Of course, my lord. Nevern hesitated, then asked, and if he is what Beric suspects? If he's connected to the skybound in some way? Caven lowered himself into his chair, fingers steepled beneath his chin. Then we adjust our strategy accordingly. One doesn't survive in our position by being inflexible. He reached for a small silver bell on his desk and rang it once. Now we must prepare to be the gracious host. Appearances must be maintained, especially when truth lies beneath them. As Nevern bowed and retreated from the study, Lord Caven allowed his thoughts to drift toward the evening ahead. The dinner would be more than a mere social obligation. It would be an opportunity to observe, to assess, and perhaps to influence the path that lay before them all. Outside, the blue sun was beginning its slow ascent as the red sun descended. Soon, the sky would be bathed in the brief purple twilight that marked the transition between the two celestial bodies, a moment of balance before night fully claimed the land. A fitting metaphor, Caven thought, for the precarious equilibrium they all now walked. The great hall of the Rim-Eris estate had been prepared with careful attention to every detail. Crystal chandeliers hung from the vaulted ceiling, each filled with luminous blue stones that caught and amplified the light. Tapestries depicting scenes from House Rim-Eris's illustrious history adorned the walls, interspersed with alcoves housing ancestral artifacts and treasures acquired through generations. Lord Caven stood near the entrance, watching as servants made final adjustments to the long table that dominated the room's center. Silver place settings gleamed against dark blue tablecloths embroidered with the family crest. Fresh-cut flowers filled decorative vessels at intervals along the table's length, their subtle fragrance mingling with the smells of the feast being prepared in the kitchens below. "Is everything to your satisfaction, my lord?" asked Marina, his household steward, a woman whose efficiency had helped maintain the estate's reputation for impeccable hospitality. "Indeed," Caven nodded. though perhaps add another setting at the far end. We'll have one additional guest joining us. Marina raised an eyebrow but knew better than to question her lord's instructions. With a quick bow, she summoned a servant to make the adjustment. As she departed, Nevern approached from a side entrance. The special provision for the journey tomorrow has been arranged. Dervin understands his additional responsibilities and the discretion such responsibilities require. Then we proceed as planned, Caven nodded. The Order will have its new saintess, whomever that may ultimately be. The sound of approaching footsteps from the main corridor silenced their exchange. Lord Caven straightened, his face transforming into the warm, welcoming mask of the perfect host as Lady Mara entered the hall. Her travel-worn appearance now replaced by formal evening attire from the estate's considerable guest wardrobe. Lady Mara, he greeted her with a slight bow. You look refreshed. I trust your chambers are comfortable. Most gracious Lord Rimaris, she replied with a formal curtsy. Your hospitality is as legendary as ever. More footsteps heralded the arrival of Captain Barrick, his usual armor exchanged for more appropriate dinner attire, though Caven noted the man still wore a short sword at his hip, ever the vigilant protector, even in supposedly safe surroundings. Smart man. Captain, Caven acknowledged with a nod. I hope you found time for some rest. The journey ahead will require all your strength. Your concern is appreciated, my lord, Barrick replied. His eyes performed a quick, professional assessment of the room, noting exits, positions of servants, and potential defensive positions. The habits of a lifetime in service to House Varian were not easily set aside, even in an ally's home. More guests arrived in quick succession, the household senior staff, 2 local nobles who happened to be visiting the estate on business, and finally, the 6 Lightweavers who would escort Lady Leyland to the academy. They entered as a group, their pale blue robes stark against the hall's rich colors. Lord Caven greeted each by name, though his attention was particularly focused on a particular Lightweaver. An unspoken message passed between them. The moment was interrupted by the arrival that Caven had been anticipating most keenly. Lady Leyland entered the hall, her presence immediately drawing all eyes. She wore a gown of deep sapphire blue that complemented her remarkable eyes, her dark hair arranged in an elegant style befitting her station. Yet it was not her beauty that commanded attention, but rather the quiet confidence in her bearing. And at her side, looking somewhat uncomfortable in borrowed formal attire, was the village boy, Tomas. Caven watched the young man carefully, noting how his eyes scanned the room with an assessment too practiced for a simple miller's son. There was awareness there, a quality of attention that spoke of training or experience beyond what his supposed background would allow. Niece, Caven stepped forward, taking her hand and bowing over. You grace our humble gathering. Your father would be proud to see you now, on the eve of your journey to claim your destiny. You're too kind, Lord Rimaris, she replied with a polite smile. Though I would not speak of claiming what has yet to be decided. The selection process will determine the most worthy candidate. Of course, Caven conceded with a genial nod. Though few could doubt your worthiness. His gaze shifted to her companion. And young Tomas, I trust your accommodations are satisfactory? It must be quite different from village life. Your generosity overwhelms me, my lord. The boy bowed. I've never seen such luxury, let alone experienced it. Ensure your favorite authors get the support they deserve. Read this novel on the original website. There was something in his tone, a subtle inflection that suggested the words were carefully chosen. No trace of mockery or deceit, and yet Caven sensed that he was being observed just as carefully as he was observing. Fascinating, he thought. Come, Caven gestured toward the table. Let us break bread together and speak of more pleasant matters than the troubles that brought you to my door. As the assembled company moved toward their places, Caven noted the subtle maneuvering as guests found their seats. The Lightweavers naturally clustered near Lady Leyland, while Barrick positioned himself where he could observe the entire room. The village boy was seated farther down the table, away from the nobility but not so far as to be amongst the servants, a compromised position that reflected his ambiguous status. Lord Cavan took his place at the head of the table, surveying his guests with the practiced eye of a man accustomed to reading the currents of power and influence. With a slight nod to Mare Ina, he signaled for the feast to begin. Servants emerged from side doors, bearing trays laden with the estate's finest offerings. Crystal decanters of wine were presented, their contents carefully selected from the Rim-era cellars. The first course arrived, a delicate soup infused with rare herbs that grew only in the estate's specialized gardens, said to promote clarity of thought and spiritual awareness. "I propose a toast," Cavan announced, raising his glass, "to my niece, Lady Leyland, whose journey to the Cerulean Spire carries with it the hopes of many. May the blue sun shine its favor upon you." "To Lady Leyland," echoed around the table, glasses raised in unison. The meal progressed through carefully orchestrated courses, each presentation more impressive than the last. Conversation flowed as freely as the wine, though Cavan noted that both the village boy and Captain Barrick barely touched their glasses, maintaining clear heads despite the convivial atmosphere. "Master Elias," Cavan addressed the senior lightweaver during a brief lull in the conversation. "Perhaps you might share news from the academy? I understand preparations for the selection ritual are already underway." The Soul Rank 3 set down his utensils. "Indeed, the elders have been in meditation for 7 days, communing with the blue sun to purify the ceremonial chambers." His gaze drifted toward Lady Leyland. "This selection holds particular significance. Signs and portents suggest the chosen saintess will face trials beyond the ordinary." "What kind of signs?" Lady Leyland asked, her interest clearly piqued. "The blue sun has shown unusual patterns of intensity," Elias replied, "and there have been disturbances within the upper echelons of the order." "You speak of young Cal?" Cavan prompted, swirling the wine in his glass. "It is rumored that he's close to a breakthrough to rank 7, which would make him the youngest elder in the order's history, would it not?" Cavan's gaze flicked to Tomas, catching a momentary flash of confusion cross the young man's face at the mention of Cal and rank 7. A reaction quickly masked, but not before Cavan had noted it. "Indeed," Elias replied, his tone troubled, "though it's his recent inconsistency that concerns many within the spire." "Inconsistency?" Lady Mara inquired, leaning forward slightly. Elias exchanged glances with the other lightweavers before continuing. "For years, Cal has been the Academy's most vocal advocate for reconciliation with the Order of the Last Light. He spoke of ancient texts suggesting the two suns were meant to exist in harmony, not opposition. Many younger initiates rallied to his philosophy." "Rather controversial positions," Cavan observed dryly. "Extremely," Elias agreed. "The elders tolerated his views because of his mediocre talent and lack of influence. But these past few months—" He hesitated. "Go on," Cavan encouraged. "These past few months, he's undergone a transformation. Not only has he undergone multiple breakthroughs, but suddenly he believes that there is no chance for reconciliation and that there is no option except war against the false order." Elias shook his head. "It's been centuries since the orders engaged in direct conflict. The devastation of the last war is still recorded in our histories." "How curious," Cavan mused, "to shift from calling for unity to demanding blood. What could prompt such a dramatic reversal?" "Some say he received a revelation during deep meditation," Elias replied. "Others suggest he encountered something or someone during his last expedition to the borderlands that fundamentally altered his understanding. Or perhaps," Cavan suggested, "he simply revealed his true intentions once he gained sufficient influence. The call for peace was merely a path to power." "With respect, my lord," Elias countered, "I've known Cal for years. His commitment to harmony between the orders seemed genuine." "People are complicated, Master Elias," Cavan replied. "Their true natures often reveal themselves only when circumstances change." He turned his gaze directly to Tomas. "You seem troubled by this discussion, young man. Does the prospect of war between the orders concern you?" "Any sensible person would be troubled by talk of war, my lord," Tomas replied with a sad smile. My village was destroyed by conflict between the orders. I've seen firsthand what such power unleashed can do to innocent bystanders. A fair point, Kaven conceded. The common folk always suffer most when the powerful clash. Is there any merit to Cal's new position? Lady Leyland asked, her brow furrowed. Could the Skybound truly pose such a threat that war becomes necessary? Elias sighed deeply. The Red Sun's influence has been growing stronger. Villages that once lay safely within our territories now report raids and disappearances. But whether this justifies Cal's call to arms? He shook his head. The elders remain divided. Some fear he may be right. Others suspect his judgment has somehow become compromised. And which camp do you fall into, Master Elias? Kaven pressed. I believe in the Blue Sun's capacity for healing, not destruction, Elias replied carefully. But I also recognize that light must sometimes burn to cleanse corruption. It is a difficult balance. Balance? Lady Leyland murmured, almost to herself. Whatever the truth about Cal's intentions, Kaven said, raising his glass once more. Let us hope that wisdom prevails, and that Lady Leyland's selection proceeds without the shadow of conflict darkening the ceremony. At his signal, a small ensemble of musicians entered from a side chamber, taking positions near one of the great hearths. The gentle sounds of stringed instruments filled the hall, creating a more relaxed atmosphere as the main course was cleared away and desserts were presented. Conversation shifted to lighter topics. Recent cultural events in Highland City, the unusually mild weather, predictions for the harvest. As the evening progressed and dishes were cleared away, Lord Kaven rose from his seat. My friends, the hour grows late, and I know many of you have had a long and trying journey. Perhaps it would be wise to retire and rest before tomorrow's departure. There were murmurs of agreement as guests began to rise from their seats. Kaven moved around the table, exchanging pleasantries and farewells as befitted a gracious host. When he reached Lady Leyland, he took her hand once more. A moment of your time before you retire? He asked quietly. There are matters concerning your journey that we should discuss privately. She nodded graciously. Of course, Lord Rimaris.